Chapter 376. Yuan Hua Sect on Green Cliff Planet in Kuluo Heavenly Realm was founded by Patriarch Yuan Hua 270 periods ago. After so many years of development, Yuan Hua Sect had either uprooted or annexed the other few immortal sects on Green Cliff Planet, and eventually unified the entire planet. During the process, 5 out of the 7 personal disciples of Patriarch Yuan Hua had fallen. Now, there were only 2 personal disciples with a cultivation base of 30th tier Heaven Immortal Realm, who serve as the left and right legacy elders of Yuan Hua Sect. One of them was the left legacy elder, Taoist Qi, who was also Immortal Green Staff's personal master. The other was the right legacy elder, Taoist Min, who was also Taoist Emolwan's personal master, and a middle-aged scholar who came here in a rage to denounce Patriarch Yuan Hua. Taoist Min pointed his finger at Immortal Green Staff's nose and snapped. "Green Staff, are you trying to overturn the heaven?" Yuan Hua Sect is now facing a formidable enemy. But instead of working together to fight the enemy, you have disregarded the bigger picture and attacked your fellow disciples, severely wounding them. What exactly are you trying to do? His eyes went wide, and a faint blue gleam flashed from the depth of his eyes, while an enormous immortal pressure came crashing down. Immortal light flickered on both Immortal Green Staff and Patriarch Xianxia's bodies, transforming into a light barrier that shielded all their disciples behind them. The hazy light barrier trembled violently, and the floor tiles where it came into contact with the ground were shattered to pieces. Inch by inch, the light barrier sank into the ground. Both Immortal Green Staff and Patriarch Xianxia trembled as they took a few steps back. Wuxia exercised the mystic eyes of universe and gave Taoist Min a glance. Strong waves of immortal energy could be sensed coming out from Taoist Min's chest, lower abdomen, and right thigh. Although it was covered by a long robe, Wuxia could still sense that there were bowl-sized penetrating wounds on his chest, lower abdomen, and right thigh, and they had not fully healed yet. It seemed that what Immortal Green Staff said was true, that all the heaven immortals of Yuan Hua Sect were severely wounded at the same time. Just now, when Taoist Emolwan was competing with Patriarch Xianxia with flying swords, Wuxia already felt that Taoist Emolwan did not have enough strength, and that was the reason why his flying sword was damaged by Patriarch Xianxia. As for Taoist Min, his injuries were even more severe. When the fleshly body of a heaven immortal was wounded, without sufficient spirit herbs to heal it, he could only rely on his own immortal energies to slowly heal himself. It would take him at least 10,000 years to fully recover. Despite being severely wounded, Taoist Min did not focus on healing himself in a secluded cultivation. Instead, he came out to find trouble with Immortal Green Staff. Obviously, he hated Immortal Green Staff to the core. Immortal Green Staff's face turned livid. Clenching his jaws tightly, he resisted the pressure of Taoist Min's immortal pressure and said, "Uncle Master, how can you listen to a one-sided statement?" A blue gleam shot out of Taoist Min's eyes, stretching several feet away. Large sheets of clouds rushed out of his body like a flood, and in just a blink of an eye, the surrounding sky had turned blue. Everyone felt as if they were at the bottom of the ocean. Amidst the rippling blue light, large sheets of pale-colored clouds wheeled at top speed, while an enormous pressure kept pressing down from all directions. As Taoist Min let out a long, faintly discernible cry, a blue cloud dragon, about 100 feet long and as thick as a water tank, appeared out of nowhere, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it charged towards the crowd. The cloud dragon stretched its claws out and slapped heavily onto the energy barrier jointly unleashed by Immortal Green Staff and Patriarch Xianxia. A loud boom rang out, and the energy barrier shattered. Immortal Green Staff was forced back tens of steps in a sorry state, nearly knocking a few White Cloud Immortal Sect disciples to the ground. Meanwhile, Patriarch Xianxia cried out in pain. His face turned red as he sat down on the ground, unable to move for a long while. The tremendous impact of the cloud dragon shook the immortal energies in Patriarch Xianxia's body and nearly shattered all the meridians in his body. Relentlessly, the cloud dragon leaped down towards Wuxia and the others, spreading its huge claw and slashing down forcefully. The huge claw of the cloud dragon covered an area of about 70 to 80 feet, enveloping Wuxia, Princess Zhonglu, Catfish Flood Dragon, Lord Xianxia, and a few other White Cloud Immortal Sect disciples. A strong water vapor came rushing at their faces, coiling around their bodies like ropes, trying to bind Wuxia and the others. There were even tiny, razor-sharp water vapor that tried to squeeze into their bodies through their pores, causing them a severe pain on their skin and causing faint bloodstains to come out from their pores. Shameless old fogey, Wuxia cursed under his breath. Amidst an ear-splitting wolf howl, the sword of greedy wolf shot out like a dark beam. A barely audible buzzing noise echoed out in the void, while the surrounding earth energies rippled. A great amount of earth energies rushed out from the ground, transforming into magnetic force and shrouding the cloud dragon under Wuxia's control. Following Wuxia's will, he casually dragged the cloud dragon to the side. Taoist men never dreamed that Wuxia was actually an expert in the divine ability of geocentric magnetism. The magnetic force was condensed purely from earth energy, and since earth was the nemesis of water, it was a perfect counter to his cloud dragon condensed from water vapor. Caught unprepared, the enormous cloud dragon was dragged to the side by a tremendous magnetic force, slamming forcefully into the internal affairs palace behind Wuxia and the others. A loud boom echoed out. The main entrance of the internal affairs palace, along with half of the hall, was crushed by the cloud dragon's claw. A few executing disciples who were standing at the entrance and staring blankly at the scene were also caught in the disaster. The cloud dragon's claw crushed all their bones into pieces, and the acquired water vapor squeezed into their bodies, tearing them apart like an electric drill sharpening a blade. The extreme pain made the few executing disciples scream shrilly, and they nearly burst into tears. Taoist Min's face suddenly turned purplish red. Flustered and exasperated, he leaped up and roared furiously. "Who is it? Who is it? Old Qi, are you the one who secretly attacked us?" Before his voice could fade away, Wuxia's sword of greedy wolf had already pierced toward Taoist Min. Taoist Min roared furiously, slapped his sleeve, and was about to knock the sword away. He did not even look Wuxia in the eye. He did not believe that it was Wuxia, a puny nascent soul cultivator, who had used the magnetic force to pull his cloud dragon away. He was a 30th tier heaven immortal. How could he be fooled by a nascent soul cultivator who was weaker than it? A loud clang rang out. The sword of greedy wolf was knocked flying far away by Taoist Min's sleeve, and the sword beam did not even break a thread on his sleeve. Wuxia's heart sank. Sure enough, there was a huge gap between his cultivation base and that of a heaven immortal, and the grade of the sword of greedy wolf was still too low. An enormous pressure came pouring down from all directions, as 18 cloud dragons leaped towards Wuxia and his company in a row. This time, Taoist Min had all his attention focused on these 18 cloud dragons. The power of each cloud dragon was at least 100 times stronger than the one Wuxia pulled away just now. Clenching his teeth, Wuxia exercised the magnetic force, trying to divert the momentum of these cloud dragons. But it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. How could he defeat Taoist Min when he became serious? Taoist Min, who had turned serious, finally noticed Wuxia as well and realized that the magnetic force that kept gushing out from his body was actually coming out from Wuxia. Laughing fiercely, Taoist Min said, "So it is really you? How dare you disrespect and rebel against your master? How dare you attack an elder of our sect? A disobedient disciple like you must be severely punished. You must be severely punished." Blue immortal energies rushed out from his body, while the 18 cloud dragons suddenly expanded to 100 times their original size. The enormous pressure made Princess Zhonglu, Catfish Flood Dragon, Lord Xianxia, and all the other disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect lose their balance and were forced to kneel down on the ground. When facing the immortal pressure unleashed with full force by a 30th tier heaven immortal, apart from kneeling down, there was nothing else they could do. Wuxia turned around and gave him a glance. Princess Zhonglu, Lord Xianxia, and Catfish Flood Dragon were trembling, trying to stand up, but no matter how hard they tried, they just could not. Princess Zhongli's pretty face turned red, and she stared at Taoist Min with her eyes wide open in humiliation. Wuxia felt as if he was being pressed down by a great mountain as well. His knees were hurting, and he was forced to kneel down slowly. He was powerless to resist, and he could not even control his own life and death. The humiliated expression on Princess Zhongli's face made Wuxia suddenly recall the time a long time ago, when he, Wu Wang, and Lu Xiaobai were trapped in a secret cave in the belly of a mountain, and their life and death were controlled by someone. It was a desperate situation where they had no control over their own life and death. This scene was so similar to the scene at that time. He could not accept this. His woman, Princess Zhonglu, was actually forced to kneel down before this old fool. Why? Kneel to the heaven, kneel to the earth, kneel to our ancestors, kneel to our masters, and kneel to our seniors. But why should I, Wuxia, and all the people around me, kneel before an immortal like Taoist Min? Is it because you are strong enough? Is it because you are strong enough? The black dragon spirit ring shook, and a great amount of blood and soul crystals were spat out from it, fusing directly into Wuxia's fingertips. Through the meridians on his fingertips, they flowed to the 7 stealing heaven meridians in Wuxia's arms. Then, Tenjin Dan shone with a blinding light, as the enormous blood essence of a heaven immortal rushed into them in an instant, causing Wuxia's Tenjin Dan to expand to their current limit. 7 foundation, 3 spiritual, and 7 physical souls split. As Wuxia recited the incantation in a low voice, Wuxia's complete 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls suddenly split apart, transforming into 10 bright beams that rushed into Tenjin Dan. All of a sudden, the Tenjin Dan were filled with sentience, as the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls fused into the Jin Dan. Vaguely, the spirit embryo of Jin Dan, who sat cross-legged and looked exactly the same as Wuxia, could be seen sitting cross-legged inside the Jin Dan. After the Jin Dan spirit embryo took shape, the enormous heaven immortal's blood essence and energy essence that nearly burst Wuxia's body was suddenly absorbed by the Tenjin Dan's spirit embryos. On top of that, Wuxia could vaguely sense that the Jin Dan's spirit embryos did not feel full. The black dragon spirit ring was wiggling slightly. Through its direct connection with Wuxia, it was injecting blood and soul crystals into Wuxia's body like a stream of water. A strange innate energy was circulating inside Wuxia's body, while the enormous blood essence and energy essence kept fusing into the Jin Dan spirit embryos. After the Jin Dan spirit embryos took shape, the speed at which Wuxia could absorb natural energies and transform them into innate energies had increased by at least 10 times. A part of the blood essence and energy essence was fed back through Wuxia's body, rushing into the earth element dragon scale shield, spirit restricting rope, cold electric mirror, sword of greedy wolf, and a few other magical items he carried with him. The enormous innate energy and heaven immortal's blood essence and energy essence had stimulated the few magical items to undergo a strange transformation. Abruptly, the earth element dragon scale shield had digested 30% of the power of the purple immortal sword it devoured in the ice tunnel. Magnetic force arise. A dark gleam burst out from Wuxia's body as the dark magnetic force rushed out like electric currents, producing buzzing noises. The surrounding gravity was thrown into a great mess. Princess Zhonglu and all the disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect felt their bodies become lighter, and they rose to their feet one after another. A furious howl echoed out as Catfish Flood Dragon cursed loudly. She wielded her black hammer, which was as big as a small house, and thrust it towards Taoist Min. Taoist Min's eyelids twitched furiously as he cried out sternly, How dare you go against your superiors? Banish all of you. Seeing that Wuxia was able to break through the suppression of the cloud dragon mystic art, which he had been exerting seriously, Taoist Min was so furious that he felt his blood was burning. He had lost a lot of face today. Taoist Min gave up the thought of fooling around and was about to strike with all his might and kill Wuxia and his companions. Since the crime had been committed, with his status as the sect elder, it was a piece of cake for him to kill a few outer sect disciples who dared to go against his superiors. With a flip of his palm, and as he was about to unleash a deadly strike, a green bamboo stick suddenly thrust over from the side at lightning speed. Slap! The bamboo stick viciously slapped onto Taoist Min's face, making him howl miserably and tumble several hundred feet away. Chapter 377. Before Immortal Greenstaff and Patriarch Xianxia could say anything, Wuxia had already howled at the top of his lungs. Great Ancestral Master, please uphold justice for us. We have traveled tens of thousands of miles to Green Cliff Planet to serve our master, and yet we are treated like this. It has really disappointed many of us outer sect disciples. Taoist White Sparrow provoked us with his immortal pressure. Ancestral Master Mo Luan killed us with a sword beam, and Grand Ancestral Master Kuang shielded his disciple. Is this how we are going to be repaid for our sincerity? Taoist Min threw his head back and let out a furious roar. Abruptly, his body transformed into a cloud and shot up into the sky, disappearing without a trace in just a blink of an eye. Taoist Qi kept laughing and saying, "That's reasonable, that's reasonable. Come, quickly follow me to meet the Ancestral Master." He strode up to Lord Xianxia, took a few turns, and said with a frown, "You look like a human, and there is nothing unsightly about you. You can use some spirit talismans that can conceal your aura to fool us. Who would know who you are?" From the bottom of his left ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was a black line that looked very glaring to the eyes. It kept swelling and gradually turned pinkish golden and translucent, filled with pale golden blood. Taoist Min was severely beaten by the bamboo stick, and it was hard to tell if he was dead or alive. He covered his face with both hands and grunted for a long time, before finally clenching his jaws and climbing to his feet. A Taoist who stood over 10 feet tall, with the waist of a bear and the back of a tiger, and a rugged face that gave him an air of dementia, was striding toward them with a wicker basket in his hand and a verdant bamboo stick in his hand. He gave Taoist Min a look, then said in a low, muffled voice, "Junior brother, since you bullied my disciple, I'll teach you a lesson. If you dare to strike again, I'll turn against you. Master is in a secluded cultivation, and no one will care even if I kill you." After that, Taoist Qi turned to look at Catfish Flood Dragon, who had a big catfish head on her head. Frowning, he came next to Catfish Flood Dragon, giving her a measuring look with a wry smile. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, "Jiangyun, tell me, why did you choose a big dark fish as your disciple?" "Well, I'm sure you know the difference between humans and demons. You can't use the identity of a demon cultivator." Immediately, the impression the people from White Cloud Immortal Sect had towards Taoist Min became even worse. How did he manage to gain a foothold in Yinhua sect with such an immoral teacher? Taoist Qi snorted coldly. Then he murmured, "According to this logic, I'm older than you, and my cultivation base is stronger than you. If I take a fancy to one of your female disciples and force her to be betrothed to my disciples and grand disciples, wouldn't you have to agree to it?" Well, it was not right to say that he was gnashing his teeth. Half of his teeth were loosened, and once he did so, the piercing pain almost made him howl out loud. He could only grimace and exhale heavily as he shouted in an extremely embarrassed manner, "Old Qi, you attacked me?" Taoist Qi stared blankly at Taoist Min and said, "Inappropriate? What's wrong with that? Tell me what's wrong with that?" Wu Qi cupped his fist and bowed to Taoist Qi, then laughed and said, "Great Ancestral Master, the fact that my master was able to take a dragon king of a water domain who was conferred by the Celestial Court as his outer sect disciple, proves that Yuan Hua sect reputation has spread far and wide. Therefore, all the immortals from all walks of life have come to join us. This is a very auspicious sign. It was a verdant bamboo branch about 10 feet long, with a total of 36 sections. A thin green-golden talisman was attached to each section. The thickest part of the bamboo branch was as thick as a thumb, and the thinnest part was as thin as a green bean. When activated by the talisman, its weight was no less than that of a lofty mountain. Taoist men, who did not put up his guard, immediately suffered a great loss when he was slapped in the face by such a bamboo branch. Wuxia narrowed his eyes and kept grinning evilly. Suddenly, he recalled that their ancestor was indeed Wanying Dragon King, a Dragon King who was officially conferred the title of Dragon King, although his status was equal to the leader of a production team. And in the civil service system of the Celestial Court, he was just a sesame-sized Dragon King who was conferred the title of Dragon King. Their ancestor was actually conferred by the Celestial Court and was ordered to manage the water system of Longyuan River. Taoist Min sneered. Suddenly, he pointed at Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon and said, "I have no idea what Jiang Yun has done over the years, but as a disciple of Yuan Hua sect, I can't believe that he has colluded with demon cultivators, and that there are demon cultivators among his disciples. This is a great disgrace to Yuan Hua sect. With such conduct, how could he represent Yuan Hua sect in the match against Huiling sect? Demon cultivators, Yuan Hua sect actually has a demon disciple. Isn't this just letting all the fellow immortals in Puyo heavenly realm digest this?" "Hold on." Taoist Min, who was pushed into a corner by Taoist Qi, cried out sternly, "Senior brother, this is not appropriate." Taoist Min sneered complacently and said, "Green Staff, you are really muddle-headed. If your disciple has taken a demon cultivator as his disciple, doesn't that mean Yuan Hua sect is also a monster? This will be a great blow to the prestige of Yuan Hua sect. If Huiling sect learns about this, how can we still have the face to compete with them?" Taoist Min was struck dumb by Wu Qi's counterattack. With a trembling body, he stared at Wu Qi and snapped, "How presumptuous! How did I disobey the decree of the Celestial Court?" The Celestial Court was the governmental organization that ruled over Panga continent and many heavenly realms in the universe. It had a great prestige, as well as a very powerful force. It was not something that could be easily shouldered by anyone who disobeyed the decree of the Celestial Court. Taoist Qi's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Immortal Greenstaff said cautiously, "Master, both of them are Jiang Yun's outer sect disciples." She was knocked flying far away by a bamboo stick, and her hammer missed its target. She was about to continue attacking Taoist Min, but was dragged back by Lord Xianxia. Before Taoist Qi could say anything, Taoist Min immediately cried out, Listen! The people from Huiling sect have seen this. How can we ignore something that is damaging to the reputation of Yuan Hua sect? Quickly cripple Jiang Yun and the others' cultivation base and drive them out of Green Cliff Planet." Grinning coldly, Wu Qi turned to Lord Xianxia and said, "Elder brother, your ancestor is from the bloodline of the Dragon King, who was conferred the decree of the Celestial Court." Wu Qi let out 2 loud howls, and tears immediately sprayed out from his eyes. He had learned Lady Dark Goldwater's Dark Een water scripture, which allowed him to freely control the water vapor around him. Therefore, he could freely control the water content in his body. With a thought in his mind, tears immediately burst out from his eyes, and Wu Qi looked as if he had suffered a great grievance. Lord Xianxia suddenly came to his senses. He fished and rummaged in his storage ring for a while, then fished out a large seal that shone with a bright blue gleam. The seal was engraved with a pattern of fishes and shrimps playing in the water, and a vague image of a dragon was seen rolling and rocking in the water. At the bottom of the seal were 8 ancient seal characters, conferred the Lord of Longyuan River by the Celestial Court. It was the certificate of Dragon King of Longyuan River that Lord Xianxia used as a toy when he was young, and he had kept it with him all the time. For generations, the clan of heavenly dragons had maintained a good relationship with the celestial court, and all the water systems under the heaven were under the jurisdiction of the descendants of heavenly dragons. Any dragon king of the flood dragon lineage with the title of dragon king would have been conferred by the heavenly courts. Who said that the dragon king conferred by the celestial court is an evildoer? Wuxia said softly. How dare you? Wuxia's eyes lit up. So this man was Taoist Qi, Immortal Greenstaff's master? He really liked this temperament. It looked like this Taoist Qi was born with a one-track mind, and Wuxia really liked this kind of person. Taoist Qi was struck dumb. He stared blankly for a while, then turned to look at Lord Xianxia. Wuxia's eyes lit up. No wonder Immortal Greenstaff and Taoist Min's clan did not get along with each other, as if they were mortal enemies. So this is the reason? Immortal Greenstaff is an amazing man. He actually managed to snatch Taoist Min's dual cultivation partner. This is a brutal slap on Taoist Min's face. With this, he will never be able to raise his head again for the rest of his life. Taoist Min was struck dumb, and Taoist Qi was also struck dumb. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Taoist Min touched the gash on his face and said in a ferocious voice, Old Qi, just pretend that what happened just now never happened. But since your disciple is recruiting a demon cultivator as his disciple, obviously he is already a top genius. Severe punishment. He must be severely punished. Xianxia and all the disciples he brought here will have their cultivation base crippled, and they will be driven out of Green Cliff Planet. If you don't do it now, don't blame me for complaining to my master. Taoist Qi murmured under his breath. Even outer sect disciples can't do it. Demon cultivators. They're demon cultivators who can't even transform into human forms. Only existences at the realm of Gold Immortal or above could have the qualification to resist the decree of the Celestial Court occasionally. How could an immortal sect like Yunhua sect have the courage to resist the Celestial Court? All the disciples of White Cloud Immortal sect were staring blankly at Immortal Greenstaff as well, marveling in their minds that this ancestral master of theirs was indeed an amazing man. He actually managed to snatch the girl that their uncle master had taken a fancy to. Taoist Min was a wicked man who took advantage of his position to bully others and abduct innocent girls, while Immortal Greenstaff was naturally a hero who saved the people when they were in danger. Noticing that Taoist Min refused to let go of this topic, Wuxia frowned and said in a cold voice, Senior Min, you keep saying that my two brothers and sisters are demon cultivators? How audacious of you! How dare you disobey the decree of the Celestial Court? How dare you? Taoist Qi shook his head as if nothing had happened and said, You are not my match in a fight. According to the sect rules set by my master, if any disciple dares to hurt a fellow disciple, his or her cultivation base will be crippled, and he or she will be expelled from the sect. Junior brother, you see, these disciples of Internal Affairs Palace did not offend you. Why did you hurt them for no reason? Don't tell me it was not your Ocean Dragon Cloudy Sky spell that injured them. Wuxia breathed out a sigh of relief. Now he had one more enemy. Taoist Qi's eyes went wide as he stared at Taoist Min, whose face had turned livid. He sneered and said, Junior brother, how dare you bully my disciples? Isn't it just because Greenstaff snatched the partner you fancied years ago? Greenstaff and Green Grasshopper are in love with each other, and they are willing to become partners. What are you trying to do by meddling in their relationship? You are older, and your cultivation base is higher. Do you think that anyone you fancied must marry you? That is unreasonable. Waving his hand, Taoist Qi pointed at the few executing disciples of Internal Affairs Palace, who had their bones broken by Cloud Dragon, and said, Why are you guys still in a daze? Should we send them to Pill Healing Palace for treatment? Are we going to watch them die in vain? Greenstaff, and it's you, Xianxia. Don't just stand there in a daze. Follow me to pay a visit to the Ancestral Master. He is worrying about the match with Huiling's sect. Immortal Greenstaff murmured in a low voice, I already know. We bumped into people from Huiling's sect on the way. as the most painful scar of his life was abruptly torn open in front of so many juniors. Taoist Min was so angry that he jumped up and down violently, his long hair standing straight up. "Old Chi, are you trying to fight me to the death?" he roared with a stern voice. Chapter 378. Green Cliff Planet was famous for its Green Cliff Mountain. The headquarters of Yuan Hua sect was built amidst the lofty mountains and lofty ridges that stretched over 10,000 miles around Green Cliff Mountain. Countless peaks were like a host of stars surrounding the moon, surrounding and protecting the Green Cliff Mountain that was 50 kilometers tall and over 10 kilometers wide. It was oddly shaped like a sword, and it was completely translucent and dark green in color, and was formed from a pool of green jade. Immortal cultivators were experienced and knowledgeable, and they had seen all kinds of marvelous sights. But they had never seen or heard of a mountain like Green Cliff Mountain, which was entirely made up of green jade. There was a rumor among the immortal cultivators of Puyuo Heavenly Realm and a few surrounding heavenly realms that the Green Cliff Mountain was originally the sword of an ancient almighty being. When he died, the sword fell into the Green Cliff Star, and that was how this marvelous scene was created. No matter what people said, it was an undeniable fact that Green Cliff Mountain was a majestic mountain with a beautiful scenery. The cave abode of Patriarch Yuan Hua, the founding patriarch of Yuan Hua sect, was located right in the middle of Green Cliff Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a platform about 1 acre in circumference, with a crescent-shaped arch at the end. A few young boys were seen standing in front of the arch with their hands hanging down. Together with the purple Ganoderma immortal herbs, white cranes, black deer, and many other plants in the vicinity, it gave off a very immortal atmosphere. Inside the cave abode was a small cave abode that measured nearly 1,000 miles in circumference. It was a small cave abode created by Patriarch Yuan Hua using his own immortal energy. Several hundred energy veins were gathered under the cave abode, transforming the natural energies into immortal energy through an excellent quality, energy condensing, and immortal ascension ball. As a result, this small cave abode was filled with immortal energy, only slightly weaker than Song Ao immortal abode. It was in this small cave abode named Green Cliff Immortal Abode that Wuxia met Patriarch Yuan Hua for the first time in front of an exquisite wooden hut. It was surrounded by towering cypress trees, giving off a quiet and ethereal atmosphere. Apart from a few birds squatting on the branches, and Patriarch Yuan Hua sitting on a hassock in front of the wooden house, there were no other living beings in this place. Taoist Chi strode to the front of the wooden house and roared, "Master, that Xianxia, who was forced to leave the sect because he used a sword to injure a fellow disciple, is back. He brought 110 disciples with him, and each of them is an expert. TSK, just now, Junior Marshall Brother was trying to find trouble with them and was chased away by this disciple with a bamboo stick. Patriarch Yuan Hua was thin as a pine tree, but the right half of his upper body was gone and was now wrapped in a white veil. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a faint stream of purple-green immortal energy sprayed out of his nostrils. He nodded slowly and said in a low voice, "It's Jianyan? Back then, you took the blame for Green Staff. But no matter what, you have to be punished for injuring a fellow disciple." Clearing his throat, Patriarch Yuan Hua said slowly, "As for this, if your disciple can win the match against Huiling's sect, I'll let you return to our sect with this credit. Don't be an outer sect disciple. With your current cultivation, you're qualified to be an inner sect elder." Patriarch Jiangyan dropped to his knees and gave Patriarch Yuan Hua a few kowtows reverently, then answered in a low voice, "Yes." After Immortal Greenstaff brought Wu Qi and the others to greet Patriarch Yuan Hua, Taoist Qi plopped himself down next to Patriarch Yuan Hua and shouted, "But, Master, Junior Marshall Brothers' disciple has also brought a group of disciples with him. Are you really going to let Jiang Yun's disciples participate in the match?" Patriarch Yuan Hua nodded and said with a smile, "Just now Mo Wan brought his disciples to greet me as well. But White Sparrow's disciples are far weaker than Xiangyun's disciples. As I'm the leader of Yinhua's sect, naturally, I have to do everything for the sake of the sect. I'll let whoever has a higher chance of winning go. Patriarch Yuan Hua coughed lightly, and some golden blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Helplessly, he pointed at the missing half of his body and said with a bitter smile, "I've embarrassed myself in front of you, my children. Reverend Huilin, the founding ancestral master of Huiling's sect, has a cultivation base similar to mine. That day, we fought each other with all our might, and as a result, both of us were severely wounded." Wuxia twitched his lips. The injury was indeed a miserable one. 4 heaven immortals, especially those middle and high-tier heaven immortals, their immortal bodies were the result of hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of years of hard work. Ordinary immortal spells could hardly seriously injure them. But once they were wounded, the source of immortal energy would be severely damaged, and the injury would be extremely difficult to heal. For the injury, Patriarch Yuan Hua was suffering right now. Without 2 periods of dedicated cultivation, or without the help of immortal pills of excellent quality, it would be extremely difficult for him to recover. Wuxia, who happened to be standing behind Patriarch Jiangyun, poked Patriarch Jiangyun with his finger and transmitted his voice to him. "Spirit pills, immortal pills." Patriarch Jiangyun was taken aback, and then he suddenly came to his senses. He quickly took 2 steps forward and dropped to his knees once again. "Ancestral Master, over the years, I was lucky enough to find some decent spirit herbs and a few ancient pill formulas. I just concocted a cauldron of 7th grade immortal pills, the Calamity Recovery Pill. It's a pity that I only managed to concoct 2 pills. I wonder if they can be of any help to you, Ancestral Master?" Carefully, he fished out a flat jade box from under his sleeve, held it over his head, and presented it to Patriarch Yuan Hua. A 7th grade immortal pill. Patriarch Yuan Hua was struck dumb with astonishment. He gave Patriarch Jiangyun a look, then turned to look at Wuxia. Nodding, he said with a smile, "If it is really a 7th grade immortal pill, I might be able to fully recover from my injury in a few months. A 7th grade immortal pill is an excellent pill that even first-tier heaven immortals treasure. Who would have thought?" After a brief moment of pondering, Patriarch Yuan Hua grabbed the jade box with his left hand and opened its lid with a shake of his wrist. Inside were 2 immortal pills, each the size of a longan, with countless green mists and golden gleams swirling rapidly inside. They looked like 2 glass pearls. Right after the lid was opened, the 2 immortal pills immediately produced a light, swooshing sound, as the surrounding immortal energies kept being sucked into them like streams of water. They are indeed 7th grade spirit pills of the upper grade. Birth Calamity Restoration Pill? I've never heard of this name before. Patriarch Yuan Hua frowned and said in a deep voice, "Jiang Yuner, can I have a look at the pill formulas?" Patriarch Jiang Yun nodded hastily, then took out all the ancient pill formulas Wuxia gave him in Song Ao, Immortal Abode, and presented them to Patriarch Yuan Hua. Patriarch Yuan Hua was struck dumb. Then he shook his head and said to Taoist Qi with a smile, "Jiang Yuner, you are a simple and kind person, just as you used to be." Patriarch Yuan Hua took over the pill formulas and gave them a brief glance. Then he was taken aback and cried out in surprise, "They are indeed marvelous. The technique of concocting herbs, the technique of controlling fire, and the various hand incantations are completely different from the technique of alchemy nowadays. They are indeed thought-provoking and marvelous." Patriarch Yuan Hua breathed out a long sigh and returned the pill formulas to Patriarch Jiang Yun. After a brief moment of silence, he smiled and said, "Green Staff, you can officially accept Jiang Yun into the sect. These few pill formulas are more than enough to make Yuan Hua sect dominate the entire Puyo heavenly realm." Patriarch Jiang Yun was struck with wild joy. He kept kowtowing and thanking Patriarch Yuan Hua. Patriarch Yuan Hua smiled as he helped Patriarch Jiang Yun to his feet with one hand. After that, he gave Wuxia a deep look and said, "You are Wuxia, right?" Very good, very good." After a brief moment of pondering, Patriarch Yuan Hua waved his left hand. Soundlessly, a pale, blue, flying sword, as thin as a willow leaf and measuring only 2 inches long, flew before Wuxia. Patriarch Yuan Hua smiled and said, "This is a flying sword I found by accident. Its name is Xuanhao. Take it and protect yourself." The Xuanhao sword was an upper-grade spirit item, and it contained a very strong sentience. It kept twisting and turning in the air like a swimming fish. Wuxia gladly kowtowed to Patriarch Yuan Hua and thanked him, then took over the Xuanhao sword. Patriarch Yuan Hua nodded and smiled, then flicked his sleeve. Beams of bright light shot out, transforming into a flying sword and a set of defensive outfits hovering before each of the 110 White Cloud Immortal Sect disciples brought here by Patriarch Xianxia. Patriarch Yuan Hua said in a deep voice, "Since we're going to have the match with Huiling Sect, the defensive treasures must not be too shabby. All the flying swords are mid-grade spirit items, and all the defensive outfits are lower-grade spirit items. Work hard on them. The match will be held in 1 year and 6 months." One after another, Wuxia and the others bowed and thanked Patriarch Yuan Hua for the generous gift. Patriarch Yuan Hua smiled pleasantly. He shoved the jade box containing the 2 spirit pills into a secret pocket in front of his chest, then turned to Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon and said, "Both of you, come out here and let me have a good look at you. Little boy, are you the Dragon King conferred by the Celestial Court?" Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon walked out, then dropped to their knees and bowed to Patriarch Yuan Hua. After that, Lord Xianxia rose to his feet and said respectfully, "My father is the Lord of Longyuan River, which stretches for nearly 100 million miles and can be considered as one of the major rivers. As for me, I have received an official document from my father and am now the Lord of Certain Ocean." Lord Xianxia fished out the seal that originally belonged to Waning Dragon King and handed it over to Patriarch Yuan Hua respectfully. Patriarch Yuan Hua took the seal and gave it a glance, then smiled pleasantly and said, "You are indeed a legitimate Dragon King conferred by the Celestial Court. Also, judging from the rules of this seal, your clan can be considered as a legitimate dragon with a long history." After returning the seal to Lord Xianxia, Patriarch Yuan Hua said, "It is a great news that a Dragon King conferred by the Celestial Court has become my disciple. Xiangyun, you are indeed an excellent disciple of Yuan Hua sect." Patriarch Xiangyun nodded with a smile, not saying a word. Patriarch Yuan Hua turned to look at Catfish Flood Dragon curiously. When he saw the big fish head on her head, he smiled wryly and said, "Don't tell me you can't transform into a human. Your dragon energy and magic power are quite strong. Well, you are a member of the Dragon King's bloodline, and you can be considered as a subordinate of the Celestial Court, even if..." When he said that, Patriarch Yuan Hua shut his mouth. Wuxia could guess what he wanted to say. After all, Catfish Flood Dragon was a subordinate of the Celestial Court. Even if she had an ugly appearance, she was still a subordinate of the Celestial Court. Who would dare to say a word of nonsense? Patriarch Yuan Hua chose a few other disciples from White Cloud Immortal Sect and exchanged a few words with them. Patriarch Yuan Hua's words and actions were like a spring breeze caressing one's face, bringing warmth to one's heart. All the disciples of White Cloud Immortal Sect were very excited, and they could not wait to kill all the disciples chosen by Huiling Sect. Just as everyone was laughing and talking harmoniously, a few streaks of cloud light suddenly approached them at high speed. Taoist Min, who had nearly recovered from the injury on his face, rushed over with a gloomy face. He told Patriarch Yuan Hua in a deep voice, "Master, Reverend Huilin is here." He said that Marshal Nephew Greenstaff ignored Immortal Monarch's mediation and set up an ambush along the way, wounding that mongrel Kuhi. Patriarch Yuan Hua's face darkened instantly. Grinning coldly, he said, "How dare he bully us? My boys, follow me out, and prepare to kill." Patriarch Yuan Hua, who looked like an old grandpa next door a moment ago, suddenly turned into a furious butcher, emanating an astonishing killing intent. Chapter 379. Hovering above Green Cliff Mountain, an old Taoist with one arm and one leg was seen hovering in midair, his face filled with a murderous aura. Missing an arm, this old Taoist priest's left arm and shoulder were chopped off. Missing a leg, this old Taoist priest's right thigh was blown away by the heavenly thunder, and only a small part of the leg bone barely connected his calf to his body. There was also a thin, flat hole in his chest. Obviously, it was caused by a flying sword. The injury was more serious than Patriarch Yuanhua's. Without a few periods of arduous cultivation or the use of powerful immortal pills, it would take a long time for him to fully recover. However, the life force of immortals was extremely strong, and the higher the level of an immortal, the stronger their life force would be. According to the legends, as long as the immortal soul of a first-tier heaven immortal did not dissipate, he would be able to live a good life, even if he only had a head left. That was why this old Taoist could still hover arrogantly on Green Cliff Mountain, provoking Yuan Hua's sect with a stern voice, even though he was severely injured. Yuan Hua, you old fogey, how could you ignore Immortal Chuan's mediation and send your disciples to ambush my disciples? You've gone too far. The old Taoist, Reverend Huilin, the founding ancestral master of Huiling's sect, pointed his finger at Green Cliff Mountain and shouted, "Show yourself. Show yourself now. Today, you and I will fight to the death." Following closely behind Patriarch Yuanhua, Wuxia stepped on a sword beam and shot into the sky. Reverend Huilin was the only disciple from Huiling's sect, while on the side of Yuanhua's sect, a dozen heaven immortals and over 100 nascent divinity cultivators had already deployed a killing formation with the 6 directions of the southern divinity's 6 stars embedded within, trapping Reverend Huilin within. The eye of the formation was Green Cliff Mountain, where 3 heaven immortal elders of Yuan Hua sect were sitting cross-legged, guarding 6 pale red flying swords that were wheeling in the sky. Reverend Huilin was trapped by the formation, and Patriarch Yuan Hua had arrived before him. But he showed no fear, just proudly clasped his hands behind his back and looked up into the sky. Patriarch Yuan Hua could not help but give a cold snort when he saw how calm and composed he looked. Old fogey Huilin, why are you provoking Yuan Hua's sect for no reason? Reverend Huilin glared at Patriarch Yuan Hua and said furiously, "You think I'm stirring up trouble for no reason? Your disciple, Green Staff, injure my disciple, Yanhe. You have to give me an explanation." Patriarch Yuan Hua rolled his eyes. Without wasting any time, he casually waved his hand into the sky. Immediately, all the clouds within 10,000 miles of him began to rustle and quickly gather towards his palm. In just a blink of an eye, a white thunderball the size of a rice bucket appeared in Patriarch Yuan Hua's palm. Without uttering a single word, he threw the thunderball towards Reverend Huilin. Reverend Huilin let out a cold snort as well. His eyes widened, and suddenly, a clear spring appeared in front of him. A lotus quickly sprouted from the spring, and in the blink of an eye, it had become luxuriant with branches and leaves. 3 tender and delicate lotus flowers slowly sprouted from it. The 3 lotus flowers, each about 10 feet in circumference, trembled lightly and firmly blocked the incoming thunderball. With a muffled sound, the surrounding air trembled. The ball of lightning and the lotus were destroyed at the same time. 2 sword cries rang out as a white sword beam shot out from the top of Patriarch Yuan Hua's head, thrusting towards Reverend Huilin's chest. Similarly, a yellow sword beam flew out from behind Reverend Huilin's back, transforming into a cold beam that looked like a great python with scales and claws, thrusting towards Patriarch Yuan Hua's flying sword. 2 sword beams collided like 2 mad bulls. They twisted, tangled, stabbed, and scratched each other and fought fiercely in the air. The jarring noises of friction shook the ears of Wu Qi and the others who were watching the battle from afar, causing them to feel a sharp pain in their ears, forcing them to seal their eardrums. The stalemate lasted for a full 2 hours. Finally, Patriarch Yuan Hua's mastery of the sword-controlling technique became a notch higher, as he unleashed a thin sword beam diagonally, thrusting towards Reverend Huilin like a lightning bolt. On the other hand, the yellow sword beam unleashed by Reverend Huilin had its glow dimmed, losing its initial power. Seeing that the sword beam was about to pierce through Reverend Huilin's body, Reverend Huilin gave a cold snort, performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and cried out indifferently, "Order! Retreat!" The air in front of him trembled, and a thunderclap rang out. The sword beam was shattered to pieces, turning into countless fireflies in the air. Clang! A loud ringing rang out as Reverend Huilin shattered Patriarch Yuan Hua's sword beam. But at the same time, his flying sword had lost all its flame after being twisted by Patriarch Yuan Hua's white sword beam, transforming into a dark yellow flying sword with a strange shape as it staggered backward in a sorry state. A dim airflow rushed out from the top of Reverend Huilin's head, catching his flying sword and hiding it inside his body. Meanwhile, Patriarch Yuan Hua pointed his finger out, causing the flying sword to shine with a blinding light. Then a 1,000 feet long white beam shot towards Reverend Huilin. Reverend Huilin snorted coldly, then put his hand into his mouth and bit his fingertip. Using his pale golden immortal blood, he drew a fist-sized rune in the air. Wuxia recognized the rune. It was none other than the word Awe found in the ancient immortal script, and it possessed an extremely powerful force. As a sonorous incantation rang out, Reverend Huilin shook his wrist, shooting out the golden rune. A loud boom echoed out as the rune exploded, sending a tremendous shockwave that smashed onto Patriarch Yuan Hua's sword beam. The white sword beam dimmed abruptly as it was knocked tens of miles away by the rune. It swayed and struggled for a while and could not get up again. Patriarch Yuan Hua's body trembled slightly, and he was forced to take tens of steps back by an invisible force. Both ancestral masters exchanged a glance, then sneered at the same time. Suddenly, all sorts of immortal techniques emerged one after another, and all sorts of flying swords, magical treasures, talismans, and thunder techniques were unleashed at the same time. For a moment, the void was filled with countless blinking lights, and all sorts of thunderclaps that shook the air and made everyone tremble. No one could see where exactly the two ancestral masters were. For experts at the level of Patriarch Yuan Hua and Reverend Huilin, the power of every attack they unleashed was extremely concentrated, and not too much of it would leak out. Therefore, although they were fighting fiercely, it did not affect Wuxia and his companions at all. At most, they would only feel a strong wind blowing across their faces, but it did not cause any actual harm to them. Both of them fought for a while, and at last, they were both gasping for breath and soaked in sweat. Then, they stopped fighting almost at the same time. Separated by a distance of a few miles, both of them stared at each other for a while. Reverend Huilin did not show any intention to flee, and Patriarch Yuan Hua did not order the formation to be activated either. Relying on the advantage of being their home ground, he could make Reverend Huilin stay here. After panting for a while, both of them began to cough violently at the same time. Both of them had yet to recover from their serious injuries. Now that they had suddenly used up all their strength to fight, the immortal energy in their bodies had already been completely depleted. Furthermore, it had also affected their old injuries, which made them even more injured. They had lost a large amount of blood essence and vitality. When they finally managed to catch their breath, Patriarch Yuan Hua pointed his trembling finger at Reverend Huilin and said with a cold grin, "Huilin, you can't tell right from wrong when it comes to arguing. If you want to talk about reason, we'll have a clear answer in the match hosted by Immortal Monarch 1.5 years later." Knowing Kuhi's character, humph. Patriarch Yuan Hua snorted coldly and turned his head away. It seemed he did not want to continue arguing about Immortal Kuhi's injury, as he looked down on Immortal Kuhi's character. Reverend Huilin gnashed his teeth and said, "Is Green Staff of Yuan Hua sect a humble and courteous gentleman to be able to snatch away my senior uncle's dual cultivation partner? Haha, since the beginning of the world, I've never heard of or seen such a thing." Reverend Huelin's words made Taoist Min's eyes turn green with anger. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, almost wanting to rush forward and fight Reverend Huelin. Meanwhile, Taoist Imo and the few Heaven Immortal elders standing next to him were looking at Wuxia with hostility, fixing their bright eyes on Immortal Green Staff. Taoist Chi's eyes went wide as he stuck out his chest and roared in a low, muffled voice. "What are you guys trying to do? Fight?" Taoist Min panted a few times, clenching his jaws and suppressing the anger and resentment in his heart. With his eyelids drooping, he waved his hand at Taoist Imo and the others. Only then did Taoist Imo and the others slowly bow their heads, not saying another word. Immortal Green Staff tilted his eyes and gave Taoist Imo and the others a glance, then lowered his voice and said, "Take a good look at those few men. They are Imo, Green Pung, Jade Crane, and Shrike. They are the 4 disciples of Uncle Master Min, and all their disciples are named after spirit birds. If you see them in the future, you have to stay away from them. By the same logic, if you see any disciple of theirs whose cultivation base is weaker than yours, feel free to bully them. You have Grand Ancestor Master and I, your Ancestor Master, to back you up." Upon hearing Immortal Greenstaff's words, Wuxia could not help but twitch his lips. The internal division of Yuanhua sect was so obvious. Were they not afraid that a conflict between their disciples would cause a rift in the sect? Why would Patriarch Yuanhua ignore such a matter? Could it be that he had something to pay attention to? In the distance, Patriarch Yuanhua suddenly roared with laughter and said, "Well done, you old fool Huelin. You are trying to sow discord among our disciples." Sure enough, everyone in Huiling's sect is just a bunch of ordinary people who rely on their 2 lips and 1 tongue to make a living. Hee. The reason you came here today is to avenge your disciples. If you had brought your men here, I would have killed all of them. But since you came here alone, I really can't bring myself to attack you alone." After a brief moment of pondering, Patriarch Yuanhua grinned coldly and said, 1.5 years later, when the outcome of the battle between our disciples is determined, you and I will have a one-on-one fight, using our sect as the wager. What do you think? If I lose, Green Cliff Planet will belong to Huiling's sect, and if you lose, you'll have to give Huang Qiao Planet to Yuanhua sect as well. Reverend Huilin rolled his eyes and said with a cold grin, "Yuanhua, do you really think you could defeat me?" Patriarch Yuanhua said disapprovingly, "We'll see whether I can defeat you or not when the time comes. Why waste your breath now?" Reverend Huilin rolled his eyes and said with a cold grin, "All right, Immortal Chuan, please be our witness and sign an official document. Using our sect as the wager, I have the same intention as well." A beam of golden light descended from the sky. Clad in a purple robe, Immortal Chuan descended from the sky with a smile on his face, holding a small and exquisite scroll in his hand. He said, "It is the best that both fellow immortals have the same intention. Using our own sect as the wager, such a grand bet is really TSK. Patriarch Yuanhua was taken aback. Staring at Reverend Huilin, he smiled and said, "So, it seems like you are here for a reason, old fart?" Immortal Chuan nodded and said with a smile, "Patriarch Yuanhua, I've been waiting for you up there for more than half a day. Hee. It is true that Reverend Huilin has asked me to be the witness of the wager in advance." Patriarch Yuanhua and Reverend Huilin exchanged a glance, then burst out laughing at the same time. However, there was no warmth in their laughter. With Immortal Chuan as the witness, Patriarch Yuanhua and Reverend Huilin signed the official document at the same time. 1.5 years later, the disciples of both sects would fight to decide the ownership of the planet with the energy stone vein. 1.5 years later, the ancestral masters of both sects would fight to decide the allegiance of both sections. Promoted by some people with ulterior motives, the news of the wager was immediately spread across Puluo Heavenly Realm. Chapter 380. Reverend Hualin must have something to rely on. Otherwise, he would not come here alone and challenge Ancestral Master with such an excuse. Princess Zhang Lu said with a frown as she stood on a cloud, flying gracefully like a heaven immortal. Wuxia was sitting lazily next to her, flying forward on Princess Zhang Li's cloud. He was also thinking about the same matter. 3 days had passed since Reverend Hualin attacked Green Cliff Planet. During this period, both Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu were pondering about the meaning of Reverend Hualin's actions. Obviously, if Immortal Yuan Hua had not proposed such a bet, Reverend Hualin would have proposed a bet that was almost the same. However, Patriarch Yuan Hua had 2 7th-grade spirit pills to rely on, which would allow him to fully recover his cultivation base in a few months. Reverend Hualin was also severely wounded, and his overall strength had dropped from 28th tier Heaven Immortal to 30th tier. So, what could he rely on to challenge Reverend Hualin? Princess Zhang Lu and Wuxia were pondering the question with a frown on their faces as they flew forward. After a long moment of pondering, Wuxia shook his head and said, "Let's not think too much about it. Let's take care of ourselves first. Today, we're going to the Immortal Market on Green Cliff Planet for a stroll. As for the matters of Yuan Hua sect, they will be handled by those elders and Heaven Immortals. What does it have to do with us?" Shaking his head indifferently, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "Even if Yuan Hua sect is completely wiped out, it has nothing to do with us." Princess Zhang Lu nodded and gave up on the troublesome question. Her brows smoothed out as she sat happily next to Wuxia, half of her body poking out of the cloud as she enjoyed the scenery of Green Cliff Planet with a smile on her face. Green Cliff Star was filled with towering mountains and lofty ridges. This was a planet where mountainous terrain occupied most of the landscape. Therefore, the secular countries here were very small, and the cities here were also small and exquisite. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the small, exquisite cities were embedded in the green mountains and clear waters, like bonsai made by expert craftsmen. It was extremely pleasing to the eye. Flying 2,000 miles to the west from Greenwood Peak, where Immortal Greenstaff's cave abode was located, there was an immortal market built by Yuan Hua sect. It was also the only place on Green Cliff Planet where immortal cultivators could exchange and trade. Because of Yuan Hua sect's reputation and overall strength in Puluo Heavenly Realm, this Green Cliff Immortal Market was very large in scale. Over 100,000 disciples from various immortal sects were stationed here all year round, and over 1 million mortals served them. Wuxia had brought Princess Zhang Lu to Green Cliff Immortal Market for a reason. He wanted to try his luck and see if he could find some rare treasures that could be useful to him. Myriad Immortals Planet was very rich in resources, but its production was limited, and it could not contain all the rare treasures found in the entire universe. Therefore, this immortal market was very useful to a cultivator like Wuxia. Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon were flying a few miles behind them on a dark cloud. They were smart enough not to be the third wheel, but to let Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu enjoy their private space. After flying slowly for nearly an hour, an immortal market surrounded by mountains came into their sight. Along a few majestic green mountains, rows of streets and shops were built one after another. Vaguely, one could see that the streets were bustling with activity, and a large number of cultivators were flying through the air on clouds. The rule of Green Cliff Immortal Market, no, all the immortal markets in the entire universe, was the same. Cultivators could only fly on clouds and not on swords. Because the lethality of sword beams was very strong, the sword energy and sword intent it carried might accidentally hurt the mortal servants in the immortal market. On the other hand, flying on clouds did not have such a problem. Unless one deliberately gathered water clouds to summon a thunderstorm, it would not threaten the safety of the immortal market. Wuxia and his company randomly picked a street and landed. The passers-by gave them a glance as if they were used to it, then went back to their own business. There were thousands of immortal sects in Puluo Heavenly Realm, and each of them had their own shops and trading places. There were more than 100,000 cultivators and disciples stationed here, and the sky was filled with cultivators flying on clouds. The mortals were used to seeing people suddenly landing from the sky. Wuxia greeted Lord Xianxia and said, "Big brother, Xian and I will go and find the shops that sell spirit birds and demon pets. You and Catfish Flood Dragon can go shopping." Lord Xianxia nodded and said to Wuxia with a smile, "Just go ahead, brother and sister-in-law. I know what to do." He pulled the sleeve of Catfish Flood Dragon, who was looking around, and brought her along the street with saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu exchanged a glance and smiled. Arm in arm, they strolled slowly down the street. Green Cliff Immortal Market was well equipped, and there were eye-catching road signs on both sides. Following the signs, Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu soon came to the shops that sold all kinds of rare spirit birds and demon beasts as demon pets. For immortal cultivators, their own cultivation base, magic power, divine abilities, mystic techniques, spirit pills, and magical treasures were very important. But the function of demon pets should not be underestimated. A demon beast with a good bloodline and an innate divine ability was of great help to a cultivator. If a cultivator could adopt a good demon pet from a young age and treat it well, he would undoubtedly have a loyal and high-grade fighter. When he was just a little nascent soul cultivator, Reverend Yun, the founding ancestral master of Eminent Cloud Sect, the strongest immortal sect in Kulyuo Heavenly Realm, had unintentionally adopted a severely wounded little white snake. When he became a heaven immortal, the little white snake had transcended its thunder tribulation and become an immortal as well. When Reverend Yun became a 27th tier heaven immortal, the little white snake grew a pair of wings and transformed into an ancient snake, the snow-armored heaven-devouring python. On top of that, it possessed the overall strength of a 25th tier heaven immortal. Relying on this snow-armored heaven-devouring python, who treated Reverend Yun as his parent, Eminent Cloud Sect was able to sit firmly on the position of the number 1 immortal sect in Kulyuo Heavenly Realm. A snow-armored heaven-devouring python with the overall strength of a 25th tier heaven immortal was not a match for a dozen immortals like Patriarch Yuanhua, even if they joined forces. Most of the reason why Eminent Cloud Sect was able to gain the reputation of being the number 1 immortal sect in Kulyuo Heavenly Realm was because of this extraordinary python. When Wuxia refined immortal Xianyang on Shui Yuan planet, he obtained the bloodline of a fire element divine bird, the phoenix or luan. He had never used this bloodline, as he wanted to find a good spirit bird for Princess Zhang Lu to raise, then fuse the bloodline into the bird's body. With the power of the few ancient pill formulas in Wuxi's hand, he could concoct some spirit herbs that could stimulate the bloodline, turning the spirit bird into an innate divine bird. Although Princess Zhang Li's cultivation base was progressing at an incredible speed, the world of cultivators was a dangerous place, and people's hearts were unpredictable. As a result, Wuxia was worried about Princess Zhang Li's safety. Only with the protection of a divine bird could Wuxia feel at ease. After strolling along the street for a while, Wuxia chose a demon pet shop named Flapping Feather Pavilion, then brought Princess Zhang Lu into the shop. Upon entering the pavilion, they were immediately greeted by the chirping of countless birds. On the other side, Princess Zhang Lu gave a loud cry. Happily, she came before a few bird cages made from gold-threaded Phoebe wood and whistled softly, teasing a few nestlings who were huddled together in the cages and had yet to open their eyes. The shopkeeper of the shop, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s and only had a cultivation base of early-stage Gene Dan, came forward to greet them attentively. His gaze swept across the waist medallions of Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu, which indicated that they were disciples of Glorious Cloud Sect. Then he bowed respectfully and said, "Seniors, may I know what you would like to choose?" Princess Zhang Lu tilted her head, completely ignoring the shopkeeper. With a smile on her face, she reached out her fingers through the gaps between the cages and gently stroked the few baby birds that were huddled together. She gently whistled, and the pleasant sound of the whistle made the tens of thousands of baby birds and adult demon birds in nearly 1,000 bird cages of various sizes in the Flapping Feather Pavilion shop, which was nearly 1,000 feet in circumference, let out crisp chirps at the same time. With both hands clasped behind his back, Wuxia looked at the shopkeeper and said in a straightforward manner, "For fire elemental demon birds, the purer and higher the grade of their bloodline, the better. It is best if they are baby birds or eggs. Adult ones, I don't want them." It was extremely difficult to tame an adult demon bird, and Wuxia did not want to waste his time on it. With the bloodline of an innate divine bird, Wuxia could easily make the baby bird grow at a very fast speed. So, why should he waste his time on it? The baby bird that was raised from a very young age would have feelings for Princess Zhonglu, just like a parent. A demon pet like this would be the most loyal. Wuqi's words startled the shopkeeper. Then he hurriedly bowed and said, "You're an expert. Please come this way. We happen to have a flaming feather sparrow that had just hatched 2 days ago. It's a true fire elemental spirit bird. Among all the 9th grade spirit birds, it's very rare for a flaming feather sparrow to be ranked in the 3rd grade." Wuxia followed the shopkeeper and came to a bird cage made from fire elemental energy stones located in the middle of the shop. A chubby baby bird, about the size of a hen and covered in fine red feathers, was seen curling up in a nest made from a few pieces of mid-grade fire elemental energy stones, squinting its eyes and chirping. Using the mystic eyes of universe, Wuxia gave the baby bird a glance. It was indeed a fire elemental spirit bird, and its bloodline was not bad. It had a very faint bloodline of the lower-grade immortal bird, Brahma red sparrow. With such a spirit bird with the bloodline of an immortal bird, it was much easier for Wuxia to fuse with the bloodline in his hand. Without bargaining, Wuxia took out his storage bag and paid 500,000 lower-grade energy stones for the flaming feather sparrow. Then, he paid an additional 100,000 lower-grade energy stones for a spirit breeding ring, which only had the internal space of a house. Only now did Wuxia realize that Puluo Heavenly Realm was actually very poor. There were 10,000 long bone men squatting in his spirit breeding ring, and the ordinary spirit breeding ring here only had the internal space of a house. Fortunately, before he left Myriad Immortals' planet, he had plundered a great amount of natural treasures from the Great Eastern Ocean, which allowed him to expand the spirit breeding ring to his heart's content. Otherwise, Wuxia was really worried that the flaming feather sparrow would suffer in such a small space. Right after the transaction was completed, Wuxia shoved the flaming feather sparrow into the spirit breeding ring he bought. All of a sudden, he heard a commotion coming from outside. Good heavens! She swallowed it without making a sound. That fish-headed demon is so fierce. How dare she swallow a living man in the street? Looks like we have a good show to watch. The man she swallowed is the grandnephew of the chief elder of Eminent Cloud Sect's Luo Spirit Palace. A fish-headed demon swallowed a human? The human she swallowed was someone from Eminent Cloud Sect? Wuxia felt dizzy. Without hesitation, he grabbed Princess Zhonglu and ran out of the shop. Chapter 381. 3 streets away from Flapping Feather Pavilion, Catfish Flooddragon and Lord Xianxia were surrounded by a crowd in front of a 9-story pavilion that was nearly 1,000 feet wide, with each story being 90 feet tall. Countless onlookers were pointing their fingers and talking, whispering to those who came from behind, describing how Catfish Flooddragon opened her mouth and swallowed Yun Wuxia, the disciple of Eminent Cloud Sect who was stationed on Green Cliff Planet. Yun Wuxia, an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, was swallowed alive by Catfish Flooddragon without being able to put up any resistance. In the eyes of the onlookers, Catfish Flooddragon was simply a ferocious great demon, an evildoer who came out of nowhere to stir up trouble. And, on top of that, there was a medallion of Yunhua Sect's disciple hanging on her belt, which surprised all the onlookers. When Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu arrived, nearly 100 cultivators, whose cultivation base ranged from early-stage nascent divinity realm to peak-stage Xiantian realm, were surrounding Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flooddragon with their swords drawn. The only early-stage nascent divinity cultivator was gnashing his teeth and roaring furiously with bloodshot eyes. "I don't care who you are. You've killed young Master Yun. and that's a capital crime. 10,000 deaths are not enough to atone for your great crime." Lord Xianxia's face was gloomy, and he did not say a word. He spread his arms and shielded the pair of tiny girls who were shivering behind him. Catfish Flood Dragon was shaking her big head, giggling at the early-stage nascent divinity disciple from Eminent Cloud sect, and said, "I didn't kill him, I ate him. Blood must be shed when killing someone, but I didn't see any blood when eating someone. So, I didn't kill him, I ate him." Catfish Flood Dragon opened her mouth and clasped her hands behind her back as she said, "That young master of yours is not a good man. Not only did he steal the spirit herb from the little girl, he even wanted to use her as a cultivation vessel. I don't think I'm a fool. What good would it be to use a little girl as a cultivation vessel? She would still be turned into a dried corpse after a few days of torment. That's not going to work." She lightly patted the two girls, who were shivering and hiding behind Lord Xianxia, and said smilingly, "Look, how could such a good little girl be harmed by that rascal young master of yours?" Wuxia pushed the crowd aside violently, and happened to hear Catfish Flood Dragon's words. Abruptly, those onlookers were pushed aside by Wuxia. A few angry Jin Dan cultivators opened their mouths and cursed. "Where did this stupid bird come from? Why are you pushing me?" These few human immortals of Jin Dan were cursing viciously. Wu Qi glared at them, but before he could say anything, Princess Zhang Lu had already picked up a burly man and gave him a series of slaps. After that, Princess Zhang Lu casually tossed him to the side, using a forbidden technique she inherited from her mother's bloodline, throwing him tens of miles away. Lightly clapping her hands, Princess Zhonglu rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. Who else is not convinced? This empress can convince him wholeheartedly. A five-colored auspicious gleam could be seen wheeling faintly in her eyes. A tremendous spiritual pressure was exerted on all the onlookers, making them bow their heads and not dare to make a sound. Wu Qi gave Princess Zhonglu a thumbs up and praised. "Well done." Princess Zhonglu smiled sweetly. She pulled out a white silk handkerchief and wiped her hands, then threw it to the ground. After that, she followed Wu Qi and walked into the crowd, standing next to Catfish Flood Dragon. Wu Qi gave the surrounding disciples of Eminent Cloud sect a glance and said coldly, "What is going on? What is Eminent Cloud sect, Luo Ling Pavilion trying to do? Are you trying to kill a disciple of Yuanhua sect?" The early-stage nascent divinity cultivator from Eminent Cloud sect cried out sternly, "Junior, your disciple has killed young Master Yin. You." With a blink, a shadow darted out from behind Wu Qi's back. It was a celestial fiend puppet that shot out and gave the early-stage nascent divinity cultivator a fierce slap on the face. Slap! Half of the cultivator's face was smashed, and he fell heavily to the ground while howling miserably. Nascent divinity puppets were precious treasures created by ancient almighty experts, used to guard the sect. After being painstakingly trained by Wu Qi, these puppets had cultivated the celestial fiend battle the heaven script to the peak stage of nascent soul realm, which was equal to Wu Qi's false nascent realm. On top of that, they were nourished by the innate earth element energy essence, and had devoured countless rare metals and materials in Great Yin Dynasty's secret vault. As a result, their fleshly body was at least 100 times stronger than Wu Qi's, which was strengthened by the dark Yin true water, let alone an ordinary early-stage nascent divinity cultivator. The slap was like smashing a piece of tofu with an iron hammer. Of course, the iron hammer would be fine, but the tofu would be smashed into pieces. The nascent divinity cultivator, whose face was smashed and smashed, pointed his finger at Wu Qi and cried out with a trembling voice, How dare you?" Wu Qi stared coldly at the nascent divinity cultivator. With a thought in his mind, the celestial fiend puppet suddenly dashed out, grabbed the nascent divinity cultivator's neck, and twisted it into a dough twist. A bloody nascent divinity flew up into the sky while howling miserably. Suddenly, a large tongue came rolling over from the side. Catfish Flood Dragon stuck out the tongue and pulled the cultivator's nascent divinity into her mouth, then swallowed it back into her stomach. Patting her belly, Catfish Flood Dragon said with a silly voice, "Not bad, the taste is not bad. It tastes better than that Yun Wuxia who had his body emptied." After allowing Catfish Flood Dragon to swallow a nascent divinity cultivator from Eminent Cloud sect in front of so many people, Wuxia squeezed out a smile. With hands clasped behind his back, he turned to look at those Eminent Cloud sect cultivators, who were dumbfounded and trembling with fear, and said, "Actually, what I want to say is that this is a misunderstanding." A nascent divinity cultivator from Eminent Cloud sect sprung to his feet and roared furiously. "It is not a misunderstanding." Another celestial fiend puppet sprung out from behind Wuqi's back. Like a lightning bolt, it came before the nascent divinity cultivator punched through his heart and pulled out his nascent soul. Catfish Flood Dragon did not hesitate and swallowed the nascent soul into her stomach as well. With a smile on his face, Wuqi nodded and said, "I've told you, this is a fucking misunderstanding." A cold gleam flashed in Wuqi's eyes as he said in a cold voice, "I've told you, this is a misunderstanding. Does anyone have any other opinion?" With a twitch of his finger, 100 Jindan grade, long bowmen rushed out from the spirit breeding ring, roaring furiously as they strode towards the surrounding streets and completely sealed off the entire street. One after another, shadows flashed out from behind Wuqi's back, followed by the rest of the celestial fiend puppets. They transformed into Taoists with different appearances, riding on clouds and patrolling in the sky. Wuqi spread his divine will and enveloped the nearby streets in a flash, keeping track of everyone's every move. A bright gleam flickered in Princess Zhongli's eyes as she began to recite an incantation under her breath. Immediately, a vast dark mist rose from the ground, and countless faintly discernible ghosts soared into the sky with shrill cries, completely surrounding the nearby streets. The people from Eminent Cloud Sect and Luoling Pavilion were struck dumb. They stared in horror at Wuqi, who had sealed off the entire street, and cried out sternly, "What? What are you trying to do? This is Greencliff Immortal Market. What? What are you trying to do? There's so many fellow Taoists here, and they won't let you go." Wuqi snorted coldly, shook his head helplessly, and said with a sigh, "There are always some rascals under the heaven. They did some rascals, and in the end, they were killed by someone, and then they provoked even more rascals. My friend has eaten your young master Yun, and Eminent Cloud Sect will definitely not let this go. What else can I do? Eminent Cloud Sect, I really don't have the strength to fight against them now." A chill ran down the spines of the surrounding cultivators. They suddenly began to regret why they came so quickly to watch the show. What was Wuqi trying to do by sealing off the entire street? Was he trying to silence them? But this was Greencliff Immortal Market, and he could not possibly kill all the witnesses. Unless he bathed Greencliff Immortal Market in blood and killed everyone, he would never be able to escape from the revenge of Eminent Cloud Sect. Wuqi bowed his head and pondered for a brief moment. Then he fished out a large amount of writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from Black Dragon Spirit Ring. "Those who do not want to die," he said with a deep voice, "write down everything that happened, including how Yun Wuqi bullied the innocent, and how Catfish Flood Dragon tried to protect the victim, but was forced to defend herself by Yun Wuqi. I'll recite it verbally, and you will write it down. If you make a single mistake, I'll kill you." All the surrounding cultivators rolled their eyes at the same time. "If you recite it verbally, we will write it down. Doesn't that mean whatever you say will happen?" Suddenly, an Eminent Cloud Sect disciple from Luo Ling Pavilion cried out, "Everyone, run in different directions." Before his words could fade away, with a thought from Wuqi, a tremendous magnetic force rushed whistling out from under the ground and tightly trapped the disciple's body. A tremendous pressure that was over 1,000 times stronger than the initial stage Jindan cultivator could only let out a miserable howl as his body collapsed abruptly, turning into a meat patty that spread out on the ground. blood splattered in all directions, as his Jean Dan was crushed into a thin piece of meat patty by the tremendous magnetic force. Wuxia looked at these eminent cloud sect disciples with a gentle expression, smiled, and said, "Your great young master Yin has robbed the spirit herbs and abducted innocent girls. You are just a bunch of rascals who help the evildoer do evil. I've killed all of you, and I don't feel guilty at all. Either you write down the details of what happened according to what I told you, or all of you will die here." All the cultivators of Luo Ling Pavilion looked at each other. While they were still in a daze, Wuxia moved his fingertip and unleashed another sword beam, chopping off the heads of 3 peak stage Xianxia cultivators. Blood sprayed out from their necks and sprayed into the air. No one dared to say another word. Nearly 1,000 cultivators lay flat on their stomachs on the ground, holding brush and ink in their hands. Following Wuxia's words, they began to write down the details of what happened, stroke by stroke. According to Wuxia's description, Yin Wuxia had robbed the spirit herbs and abducted innocent girls. He was truly an unforgivable villain. When he was killed, all the onlookers applauded and cheered loudly. It was especially true for those eminent cloud sect disciples from Luo Ling Pavilion. Under Wuxia's coercion, they wrote down all the similar filthy deeds that Yin Wuxia had done in the past in great detail. On the other side, Princess Zhonglu was holding a pair of twin girls who looked to be in their early teens and comforting them with kind words. She pulled out a handkerchief and wiped the cheeks of the 2 girls. They were a pair of beautiful, adorable, and lively girls with a pair of dewy pearls. Their cultivation base was very shallow, roughly at the level of Qi refining realm. Their little hands were covered with calluses and wounds, which were obviously the marks of climbing over cliffs in the forest while grabbing wild grasses and vines. Wuxia looked at the 2 young girls, who were too frightened to move, holding Princess Zhang Li's little hands. He threw his head back and roared furiously into the sky. "Yin Wuxia, you are not a fucking human. How could you harm a little girl like this? A deranged scum like you should have been killed long ago." Wuxia's roar was filled with righteousness and righteousness. On the other hand, those cultivators who were writing their testimonies on the ground nearly burst into tears. If Wuxia used their testimonies as evidence and stamped them with a bloody handprint, he would have completely offended eminent cloud sect. Right when these cultivators were about to cry and wish they could commit suicide, several hundred sword beams came shooting over from a distance. Taoist White Sparrow's voice rang out from afar. "Who dares to stir up trouble in Green Cliff Immortal Market?" A few muffled snorts rang out as the long bowmen Wuxia sent outside were forced back by the sword beams. Their leader, Long Yuan, was covered in blood from the sword beams. Wuxia's face turned cold. With a wave of his hand, over 1,000 testimonies fell into his palm. Chapter 382. White Sparrow was in an extremely bad mood, not to mention the old grudge between him and Patriarch Jiangyun from 100,000 years ago. After all, it involved the face of his patriarch. If he brought it up again and again, it would be like slapping his patriarch in the face. That would make priest men hold a grudge against him. But this time, there were new and old grudges. Taoist White Sparrow still remembered that when he left Yuanhua sect, he had a cultivation base of peak-stage nascent divinity realm, just like Patriarch Jiangyun. After losing the care of his sect, he wandered around the world alone. It was not easy for him to come across an immortal fortuitous encounter and obtain 2 immortal artifacts left behind by ancient immortals. He successfully overcame the lightning tribulation and became a heavenly immortal. After that, he founded his own sect and became the master of a sect. After 100,000 years of hard work, he had trained a group of elite disciples and dominated a remote small planet. His days were very comfortable. Then, his master, Imo Luan, suddenly came to him and told him that Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect had agreed on a life-and-death match. It was a great opportunity for him to earn some merits. White Sparrow immediately led 110 carefully selected disciples and followed Imo Luan to the Green Cliff planet. He had originally hoped to make a great contribution so that he could return to the sect smoothly and receive the teachings of the returning in action scripture. However, that damned enemy, Patriarch Xianxia, had brought 100 peak stage nascent soul realm experts and 10 peak stage nascent divinity realm experts with him. On the other hand, he only had 3 to 5 peak stage nascent divinity disciples and over 70 peak stage nascent soul disciples. However, compared to Patriarch Xianxia, the gap between their overall strength was too huge, and his own cultivation base was not as strong as Patriarch Xianxia. Therefore, the opportunity to represent Yuan Hua sect in the match was given to Patriarch Xianxia. Although Bai Ke was also an outer sect elder like Patriarch Xianxia, Patriarch Xianxia was able to lead his disciples to perform meritorious deeds and receive rewards, while Bai Ke was sent to Greencliff Immortal Market to be a manager. Of course, this was a very lucrative position. If it wasn't for his master's care, Bai Ke wouldn't have had the chance to become the managing elder of Greencliff Immortal Market. He was furious no matter how he thought about it. Xianxia was going to perform meritorious deeds and be rewarded, while he was squatting here, dealing with a bunch of cultivators. For the past 3 days, Bai Ke had been in a terrible mood. Therefore, when he heard that there was a fish-headed demon eating people in the street, he immediately thought of Patriarch Xianxia's disciple, the catfish flood dragon. What kind of demon dared to stir up trouble on Greencliff Planet? The native fiendish demons of Greencliff Planet had all been killed in the past millions of years. Which fiendish demon would dare to cause trouble in Greencliff Immortal Market? It must be that disciple of Patriarch Xianxia. Xianxia, you've hit the edge of a knife. With a complacent, ferocious smile on his face, White Sparrow excitedly summoned all the disciples he brought to Greencliff Planet. Together with several hundred Yuan Hua sect disciples who were stationed in Greencliff Immortal Market, they stepped on their flying swords and rushed towards the scene of the incident. When he was still 2 to 3 miles away from the Luo Ling Pavilion, a few tall and sturdy men, who were more than 30 feet tall, suddenly rushed out from the street below, holding lightning bolts in their hands and striking down at his head. No matter what, White Sparrow had the cultivation base of a heaven immortal. Facing the thunderous attack from the longbowman, he only gave a cold laugh and casually thrust out his sword beam, shattering the thunderbolts. The sword beam whistled through the air, and Long Yuan and his companions were knocked flying backward in a sorry state, with blood spraying out of their bodies. White Sparrow was surprised that his sword beam failed to kill Long Yuan and his companions, who only had the cultivation base of Jindan. His mood immediately turned worse. He gave a furious roar and thrust out his sword beam, intending to behead Long Yuan and his companions. But suddenly, a white light came sweeping over from behind, and Long Yuan and the other burly men suddenly disappeared without a trace. A middle-aged Taoist, clad in a green Taoist robe, his face expressionless and his facial features ordinary, stood before White Sparrow and blocked his way. "My master is dealing with some private affairs. Stop right there." The green-clothed Taoist was none other than one of Wuxia's celestial fiend puppets. He stood before White Sparrow with a cold and lifeless expression. The puppet pointed his right hand out at a slanted angle, and a 3 feet long, bronze, ancient-looking sword hovered a few feet in front of his fingertip. Its sharp edge was gleaming with a hazy gleam under the sunlight. White Sparrow gave the puppet a cold glance. How could a mere peak-stage nascent soul cultivator be so presumptuous in front of him? He even disdained to attack the puppet. "Kill him," he cried out sternly, then pointed his finger at the puppet. An early-stage nascent divinity cultivator standing behind White Sparrow snorted coldly. Disdainfully, he waved his hand and unleashed a spinning beam of water beam. The crescent-shaped beam of water beam tore through the air with an ear-splitting whistling noise, hitting accurately on the puppet's chest. However, the puppet did not budge even a little bit, despite sending out a large number of sparks. White Sparrow and the group of disciples were taken aback. But before they could cry out, the puppet's body flashed and came before the nascent divinity cultivator. Crack! The puppet stretched out his left arm and grabbed the neck of the dumbfounded early-stage nascent divinity cultivator, then casually squeezed and crushed his neck as if he was pinching a chicken. Before the cultivator's nascent divinity could escape from his body, the puppet swung his right arm and thrust the sword beam into the cultivator's forehead, piercing through his spiritual ocean and stabbing into his nascent divinity. A dark green gleam emerged in the cultivator's spiritual ocean, sucking his nascent divinity and all his blood essence into the puppet's body. After being replenished by the early-stage nascent divinity cultivator's blood essence and nascent divinity, the puppet's ferocious aura rose to a higher level. Vaguely, it showed a sign of breaking through peak-stage nascent soul realm and stepping into nascent divinity realm. He let out a long cry and shook his left arm, shooting out another ancient-looking green flying sword. Then he controlled the two flying swords with both hands, and his body began to spin rapidly. Amidst a series of hissing noises, like a huge wheel made of blades, the puppet plunged into the crowd of White Sparrow's disciples, leaving behind a large sheet of cold gleam. The sound of blades cutting bodies kept echoing out, while miserable howls towered into the sky. In just a blink of an eye, a dozen of White Sparrow's disciples had their arms and legs chopped off, while howling and retreating hastily. White Sparrow's body was trembling with rage. He roared furiously and did not have the time to rush to the scene to investigate the incident of the fish-headed demon eating humans. Instead, a colorful cloud soared up into the sky from the top of his head, amidst which came a strangely shaped banner pieced together with countless bone-shaped jade slips. As the banner fluttered, the surrounding void trembled, and the eyes of all the cultivators who were hovering in midair to watch the show suddenly turned dark. Their souls were thrown into confusion, and they fell backward to the ground. Like dumplings falling into a pot, several thousand cultivators fell to the ground with their arms and legs broken. Some had their arms and legs broken, while some were unlucky enough to have their necks broken. Although the injuries were not fatal, they did not feel good at all. The banner was one of the two immortal items White Sparrow was lucky enough to obtain, the Jade Bones soul-searching banner. As long as it was a creature with a soul, once it was fluttered, its soul would be shaken, and no matter how profound the creature's cultivation base was, it would still make him dizzy. If it was a cultivator whose cultivation base was not as strong as Taoist White Sparrow, it would capture every single one of them, and no one could escape from it. However, the celestial fiend puppet just gave the banner a glance, as if nothing had happened, then stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the Jade Bones soul-searching banner. Clang! The celestial fiend puppet grabbed the long handle of the Jade Bones soul-searching banner, which was carved out of a dark green jade and shaped like a spine. Then he activated the celestial fiend battle, the heaven script, a bizarre force that came with a very strong and murderous aura of fiend, as well as a very strong primitive aura, filled the puppet's body. Abruptly, his strength grew to a frightening level. With a grab and a shake, a large sheet of bright light shone from the Jade Bones soul-searching banner, which was about to break away from the colorful cloud transformed from White Sparrow's immortal soul, and was nearly snatched away by the celestial fiend puppet. White Sparrow cried out in shock. A cloud rose from the top of his head, and without any hesitation, he transformed his immortal soul into a dense cloud and rushed out, wrapping the Jade Bones soul-searching banner tightly. The long banner was a treasure left behind by an ancient immortal. Its grade was very high. White Sparrow did not have a chance to truly refine it, but by relying on the fact that he had been living with it for 100,000 years, he had reached a tacit understanding with the sleeping item spirit in it, allowing him to borrow a tiny bit of its insignificant power. If the celestial fiend puppet snatched it away, the sleeping item spirit in the banner would never come back to find Taoist White Sparrow after traveling for thousands of miles. Damned evildoer, let go of me. White Sparrow opened his mouth and shot out a large sheet of bright light. A strange-shaped wheel, about 3 feet in diameter and shaped like a wheel, with its edges densely packed with razor-sharp blades, shot out. For a moment, The sky was filled with countless white blades that shot in all directions. The countless blades transformed into a tornado that stood 100 miles tall and 1,000 feet wide, wrapping around the celestial fiend puppet. Loud clanging noises rang out as countless sparks burst out from the puppet's body, while countless deep and shallow cuts were left on its body by the wheel. But no matter how the wheel sliced and sliced, after flying several hundred feet away, those body parts would immediately turn into liquid droplets that looked like mercury, then quickly flew back to the puppet and fused back into its body. The puppet let out an unpleasant laughter, while green ghost flames burst out from its eyes, stretching nearly 10 feet away as it stared at White Sparrow, baring its teeth and staring at him. Wuxia, who was collecting the confessions, laughed with surprise. After absorbing countless strange metals from Great Yin Dynasty's secret vault, the power of these celestial fiend puppets had gone beyond his expectation. Not only did they possess the cultivation base of peak-stage nascent soul realm, but the strength of their fleshly body could actually withstand the attack of an immortal item. The ancient almighty experts who crafted these celestial fiend puppets were indeed extraordinary, and they truly deserve to be the extraordinary treasures used to safeguard the fate of their sex. Grinning coldly, the 17 celestial fiend puppets stationed in the 4 directions shot toward White Sparrow at the same time, leaving numerous afterimages in the air. Sword beams pierced through the air, while fist winds shook and shook the void. The sudden attack of 18 celestial fiend puppets had caught White Sparrow unprepared. Hastily, he produced a small purple-gold pagoda and unleashed a light barrier to protect himself. However, as he was only focused on defending, 3 of the celestial fiend puppets grabbed the Jade Bone's soul-searching flag, and together with the first puppet, they pulled the flag up and broke free from the control of White Sparrow's immortal soul. The strength of these celestial fiend puppets could uproot mountains, and they possessed an immense divine strength. How could White Sparrow resist their tremendous strength with the power of his immortal soul? Amidst jarring and strange howls, the 18 celestial fiend puppets suddenly merged together, transforming into a blurry green figure that shot out and disappeared in just a blink of an eye. The Jade Bone's soul-searching flag was taken away by the puppets, and White Sparrow could no longer sense its existence. Taoist White Sparrow threw his head back and roared furiously, jumping and leaping madly in the sky. His heart was convulsing and cramping, and he nearly burst into tears because of the heartache. Years ago, it was with the help of the Jade Bone's soul-searching flag that he managed to transcend his heaven immortal thunder tribulation. He knew very well that the flag had an immense power, and it was not an ordinary immortal item. But now, it was forcibly taken away by someone. On top of that, it was a group of freaks with the cultivation base of peak-stage nascent soul realm. Taoist White Sparrow let out a long cry. While he was about to teleport away and chase after the celestial fiend puppets, Wuxia came shooting over and stood in front of him. Wuxia grabbed White Sparrow's sleeve and roared, "Uncle Master, you have to uphold justice for me. Those people from Eminent Cloud Sect have abused their power to bully others and dominate the market. They must be severely punished. You have to be our witness. We were forced to defend ourselves, and that's why we killed those people from Eminent Cloud Sect." Taoist White Sparrow was so angry that his vision turned dark. "You actually killed those people from Eminent Cloud Sect." Chapter 383. On the 9th floor of Green Cliff Immortal Market, Eminent Cloud Sect's Luo Ling Pavilion. The furnishings in this place were elegant and dignified. A few low shelves made of spirit jade were placed on top of them, on which were placed a dozen treasures that looked rather crude and inconspicuous at first glance. These treasures were all protected by talismans, and even the weakest one was a lower-grade spirit item. Placed right in the middle of the room was a 3 feet and 6 inches long red damask silk, which was protected by numerous restrictive talismans and talismans. It was even a lower-grade immortal item. Sitting upright on a large chair in Luo Ling Pavilion, Wuxia narrowed his eyes and glanced around. Eminent Cloud Sect was indeed worthy of being the #1 sect in Puluo Heavenly Realm, as they could actually sell lower-grade immortal items in their shops. And this was under the circumstance that the resources in Puluo Heavenly Realm were far less abundant than those in Myriad Immortals Planet. Despite that, they were still able to display lower-grade immortal items on their counters. At the very least, it meant that Eminent Cloud Sect was able to gather a great amount of precious materials to craft immortal items, and they must have a Grandmaster Craftsman, or else they would not be able to craft qualified immortal items. Some itinerant heaven immortals in Puluo Heavenly Realm who did not have any powerful backers were still using ordinary spirit items. Not every heaven immortal could own an immortal item. In the spacious parlor on the 9th floor of Luo Ling Pavilion, Wu Qi and Princess Zhang Lu were sitting side by side. Opposite them were a few executing disciples of Luo Ling Pavilion with unsightly faces. However, they were all frightened by Wu Qi's brutal and violent means, and dared not to look into Wu Qi's eyes. Taoist White Sparrow, whose face was very unsightly, alternating between pale, green, and red, was sitting on the upper hand of Wu Qi, whose face was very unsightly. His most important treasure, the Jade Bones soul-searching flag, was snatched away by those celestial fiend puppets. His mind was in a mess, and he had long lost his composure. His mind was blank, and he did not know what to do next. He could not figure out why the Jade Bones soul-searching flag could not deal with those few celestial fiend puppets. Wu Qi stole a glance at White Sparrow. Of course, he would not tell White Sparrow that celestial fiend puppets were just puppets and did not have their own souls. So, how could they be restrained by the Jade Bones soul-searching flag? He was laughing in his mind. According to the information given to him by the puppets, the Jade Bones soul-searching flag was an incredible immortal item, and Wu Qi had obtained another powerful treasure. However, Wu Qi was a little worried at the same time. Just now, many people in the neighborhood saw the scene of celestial fiend puppets rushing out from his body. I hope no one is stupid enough to tell White Sparrow about this. Or else, don't blame me for killing them. Perhaps it would not be a bad idea to kill White Sparrow, as he had just fused his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls with his innate gold cores of 5 elements, and was preparing to break through this realm with the help of a vast amount of immortal energy, forming his innate nascent soul of 5 elements. Subconsciously, he touched the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, which was now filled with several tens of thousands of kilograms of drunken dragon incense. He did not have to worry about a 36-tier heaven immortal like White Sparrow. As long as he did not let Mo Luan know the cause and effect of the matter, Wu Qi was not afraid of them. A little further up, Patriarch Xianxia was sitting right next to White Sparrow with a straight face, while Greenstaff and Mo Luan, the pair of old foes, were sitting right above them, followed by Taoist Min and Taoist Qi, who were staring at each other. Patriarch Yuan Hua was seen sitting cross-legged calmly on a bed in the middle of a room, with a few elders with the cultivation base of heaven immortals standing around him. After a moment of silence, Patriarch Yuan Hua asked in a deep voice, "Where are the fellow Taoists from Luo Ling Pavilion?" A Eminent Cloud Sect's disciple rose to his feet, his body trembling. He pointed at Wu Qi and stammered, All of them were killed by this fellow Taoist. The chief supervisor of Luo Ling Pavilion, Uncle Master Yin Wu Qi, and the chief manager, Uncle Master Fan Shi, were killed by this fellow Taoist. Patriarch Yuan Hua sighed faintly, then nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Fan Shi has a cultivation base of early-stage nascent divinity realm. Wu Qi, your cultivation base is only at peak-stage nascent soul realm, isn't it? The gap between nascent divinity realm and nascent soul realm is like the gap between an adult and a baby. How did you kill him? After a brief moment of silence, Wu Qi rose to his feet and transmitted his voice to Patriarch Yuan Hua and all the seniors of Yuan Hua sect. I had a fortuitous encounter, and my fleshly body was once tempered by the heavenly Yin true water. Although my cultivation base is only at nascent soul realm, my energy, magic power, and the strength of my fleshly body are comparable to peak stage nascent divinity cultivators. For the first time, Wuxia made a comprehensive evaluation of his overall strength. If he did not rely on all kinds of bizarre divine abilities and mystic techniques, powerful magical treasures and immortal items, and even some evil tricks like drunken dragon incense, judging purely from the strength of his energy and fleshly body, he was truly equal to a peak stage nascent divinity cultivator. Another name for peak stage nascent divinity cultivators was half immortal. That was to say, a peak stage nascent divinity cultivator was no different from a 36-tier heaven immortal, except that he lacked the thunder tribulation to transform his energy into immortal energy. Patriarch Yuanhua stared at Wu Qi in shock, while Patriarch Zhang Yun and the others turned to look at him in horror. Wu Qi touched the black dragon spirit ring with his finger, and a 3-feet-tall white jade bottle appeared in his palm. This was the advantage of the black dragon spirit ring. As long as there was something in the ring, the black dragon soul could fill and store it according to Wu Qi's will. Just now, the black dragon soul took out several tens of kilograms of heavenly true water from the spirit bottle, pouring it into the 3-feet-tall white jade bottle. The heavenly true water was transformed from the ice element energy stones that Wu Qi stored in the bottle during the past few days. Each drop of the heavenly true water was heavier than mercury and shone brightly and dazzlingly. Right after Wu Qi took out the white jade bottle, the temperature in the room dropped by a large margin. Respectfully, he handed the white jade bottle to Patriarch Yuanhua. Then Wu Qi said through voice transmission, "I still have some heavenly true water left, and I hereby present it to Ancestral Master. With it, Ancestral Master can temper your immortal body. When you fight Reverend Huilin in the future, Ancestral Master will have a greater chance of winning." When he handed the white jade bottle to Patriarch Yuanhua, Wu Qi stared at it without blinking, his eyes filled with reluctance to part with it. Patriarch Yuanhua received the white jade bottle, and his heart was filled with wild joy. Tempering one's body with heavenly true water could make one's fleshly body stronger, more flexible, and able to contain more and purer immortal energy. Once all the several tens of kilograms of heavenly true water were absorbed by his fleshly body, Patriarch Yuanhua was confident that he could elevate his overall strength by 1 or 2 tiers. Although his cultivation base would not improve, his actual combat strength would definitely be equivalent to a 26-tier heaven immortal. With the immortal pills that could heal wounds, and the heavenly true water that could temper one's body, Reverend Huilin would be nothing to him. Patriarch Yuanhua happily shoved the white jade bottle into his storage ring. He noticed the reluctance in Wu Qi's eyes. Instantly, he felt guilty and ashamed. As an old man and an ancestral master, he still had to rob something from his juniors? After a brief moment of pondering, Patriarch Yuanhua smiled at Immortal Greenstaff and said, "From tomorrow onwards, I'll teach Wu Qi, Zixian, Xianxia, and see you the scripture of unity of inaction. Zhang Yun, listen to me as well. You are only one step away from 35th tier heaven immortal realm." Upon hearing Patriarch Yuanhua's words, Wu Qi was overjoyed. It seemed these several tens of kilograms of heavenly true water were really valuable. Joyfully, he dropped to his knees and bowed to Patriarch Yuanhua, while Patriarch Zhangyan also dropped his knees and bowed happily. Taoist White Sparrow was so angry that his face turned pale, and his lips turned red like pig's blood sausages. Wu Qi sat back on the big chair. Princess Zhangla held his palm, and only then did he hear Patriarch Yuanhua say with a smile, "It's great that we have such an excellent disciple in our sect. 1 year and 6 months later, we will have a greater chance of winning the life-and-death match with Huiling's sect." Patriarch Yuanhua was smiling happily, and even Taoist Min's eyes were filled with a hint of joy when he looked at Wu Qi. No matter what, the life-and-death match between Yuanhua's sect and Huiling sect was closely related to the future of both sections. Although Wuxia was a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator, his overall strength was actually comparable to a peak-stage nascent divinity cultivator. That was a great advantage for both sects. As long as Wuxia was a little bit more ruthless, he could work together with other nascent divinity cultivators and kill 3 to 5 nascent divinity cultivators from Huiling's sect all of a sudden. With that, they would definitely win a match. Even though there was a huge conflict between Taoist Min and Immortal Green Staff, as it was related to the future of both sects, Taoist Min still had a higher appreciation for Wuxia. While the people of Yuan Hua sect were chatting among themselves, a few prominent disciples of Luo Ling Pavilion were sitting on their chairs, shivering. Their hearts were in a mess, and no one knew what they were thinking. All of a sudden, light footsteps were heard coming from outside. Very soon, an old man clad in a pale, golden robe, tall and burly, with a dignified appearance, walked into the hall, escorted by several dozens of cultivators. From a corner of his eyes, Wuxia gave these cultivators a glance. Obviously, the old man clad in a pale golden robe was a heaven immortal, while the weakest among the rest were peak-stage nascent soul cultivators. About 15 to 16 of them had the cultivation base of nascent divinity realm. The old man walked into the hall, cupped his fist, and bowed to Patriarch Yuan Hua without saying a word. Patriarch Yuan Hua nodded slowly and said, "You're welcome, Elder Yun. There is some misunderstanding between the disciples of Yuan Hua sect and Eminent Cloud sect, and the reason I'm here is to discuss it with Elder Yun." However, the old man, Yun Tianao, the chief elder of Luo Ling Palace and Eminent Cloud sect, the grand uncle of Yun Wuqi, said with a sullen face, "Patriarch Yuan Hua, there is no need to say anything. It is my fault. I did not teach my son well." How could Yun Wuqi commit such a despicable act? He has tarnished the reputation of Eminent Cloud sect. Yun Tianao sighed faintly, then said in a deep voice, "Our ancestral master has asked about this matter, and he has learned all the details of the incident. This is indeed the fault of our disciples. In a few days, we'll send a new reliable disciple to take over all the affairs in Luo Ling Pavilion, and all the disciples here will be sent back to Eminent Cloud sect for a severe punishment. They have really tarnished the reputation of our sect, and we can't tolerate such villains." Yun Tianao's words sounded righteous, but Wuqi had a feeling that there were too many things hidden behind Yun Tianao's dignified appearance. His own grandnephew was eaten in front of everyone, and yet he did not care about it at all? Was he not angry at all? Were all the members of Eminent Cloud sect saints? Impossible. Wuqi shook his head lightly, but he noticed that Taoist Qi was doing the same thing as him. Wuqi gave Taoist Qi a look. Taoist Qi narrowed his eyes and gave Wuqi a faint smile. Upon hearing what Yun Tianao said, Patriarch Yuan Hua sighed faintly. He nodded and said, "Elder Yun, please apologize to Reverend Yun. Once I'm done dealing with the miscellaneous affairs in the future, I'll definitely pay you a visit and apologize to Reverend Yun." He gave Wuqi a look, then said angrily, "Wuqi, even if you are in the right, killing an innocent disciple of Eminent Cloud sect is still a serious crime. Eminent Cloud sect has a good relationship with Yuan Hua sect, and you're being too reckless." After a brief moment of pondering, Patriarch Yuan Hua said sternly, "I'll punish you by sending you to the heart-cleaning pool behind the mountain and face the wall." Chapter 384. The back mountain of Green Cliff Mountain was a vast, primitive jungle with no signs of human habitation. There were countless exotic flowers and trees here, and 90% of the various fresh fruits and flowers enjoyed by Yuan Hua sect's cultivators, as well as the ingredients needed to brew various spirit wines, came from here. In order to protect the environment here, Yuan Hua sect's disciples were not allowed to enter the back mountain, let alone cultivate here. Once a cultivator began cultivating, he or she would have to breathe in and out natural energies. If a heaven immortal were to cultivate in the back mountain, he or she might consume nearly half of the natural energy stored in the back mountain with just one breath. Therefore, Yuan Hua sect's disciples were not allowed to enter the back mountain, as it was so that the exotic flowers and trees could receive sufficient nourishment from the underground energy veins. At the same time, as the heart cleaning pool was located right in the back mountain, no one was allowed to get close to it. Amidst the ocean of trees, there was a clearing several acres in circumference, surrounded by several dozens of towering trees. A dark green pool was seen reflecting the faint sunlight. Dozens of big and small jade blocks were laid on the edge of the pool, each of which was clearly marked with the marks of buttocks being grinded by the flesh of buttocks. On one of the blocks, there was a mark of buttocks that was about an inch deep. The heart cleaning pool was the most mysterious, yet also the most useless place in Yuan Hua sect. When rewarding disciples, they would be sent here to face the wall, and when punishing disciples who had committed mistakes, they would be sent here to face the wall as well. The only difference was the set of hand incantation used to control the pool. If punishing disciples, they just needed to change the position of the celestial star corresponding to the heart cleaning pool, and at noon every day, the pool would spray out a bone-piercing cold air and a heat wave strong enough to cook a man. This was the principle behind the so-called tempering of the mind. If punishing disciples, they just needed to lock the few natural energy veins beneath the pool to another celestial star, and at noon every day, illusions of white mist would appear above the pool, showing the movement of celestial stars, the rise and fall of the sun and moon, the blooming and withering of flowers and four seasons, and the birth and death of humans. According to Patriarch Yuan Hua's experience, these illusions could increase the probability of a cultivator entering the realm of Tao enlightenment by 50%. In the realm of Tao enlightenment, the supreme Tao of the heaven and earth obtained in one day and one night was comparable to the result of 100 years or even 1,000 years of laborious cultivation. With such a miraculous effect, the heart cleaning pool had naturally become the most important place in Yuan Hua sect. Naturally, those disciples who were sent here for a secluded cultivation were the most outstanding elites of Yuan Hua sect, and they were here to receive the rewards. Whether it was punishment or reward, Patriarch Yuan Hua just needed to change the incantation gesture. To the outside world, everyone knew that the heart cleansing pool was a place where Yuan Hua sect punished its disciples severely. But only a handful of Yuan Hua sect elders knew the exact function of the pool. Wuxia sat cross-legged on a white jade block, frowning as he pinched the flaming feather sparrow, who had its eyes closed and was chirping nonstop. But as every blade of grass and every tree here was personally arranged by Patriarch Yuan Hua, Wuxia could not simply change the facilities here. Therefore, he had no choice but to bear with it. Patting the bird, Wuxia poured a bowl of soup which he had concocted in the past 2 days into the bird's mouth. It could improve the purity of bloodline and temper the fleshly body of demon beasts. After that, he fished out the tiny thread of divine bird bloodline. The fire feather sparrow, which was constantly twisting like a flood dragon, gave off a faint heat. As soon as the fire feather sparrow felt this heat, it immediately began to struggle violently. It flapped its wings, which had yet to fully form, and tried to pounce on the blood vein. Wuxia gave the bird to Princess Zhonglu and cried out softly, "Feed it 3 drops of your blood essence. Quick!" Princess Zhonglu took over the bird. A tiny cut opened up on her fingertip, from which 3 drops of blood glinting with a 5-colored luster flew out and entered the bird's mouth. Wuxia held the divine bird bloodline in both hands and recited a few incantations. Abruptly, a great amount of red light and heat burst out of the tiny blood, and a long cry of phoenix could be vaguely heard coming out from it. It is indeed the bloodline of the phoenix. Although it is only a tiny thread, I can still spend some time feeding this little thing some soup, and it will eventually transform into a descendant of the phoenix. Xianxia, if you continue to temper it with your energy every day, this little guy's future achievements will be extraordinary. Wuxia chuckled, then pointed his finger at the flaming winged sparrow's chest, leaving behind a tiny blood mark, and shoved the blood into its body. A bird cry echoed for several tens of miles, and a red light flickered all over the bird's body. It suddenly expanded to twice its size, and at the same time, pale golden feathers sprouted from its body. A red phoenix coronet feather grew out of its head, and a long tail feather extended from its tail. Each tail feather was shining with a dazzling light, and the patterns on them formed a faintly discernible primordial character. The fire feathers bird let out a few joyful cries, then opened its eyes and saw Princess Xianxia. A wisp of the bloodline aura that was very close to Princess Xianxia was emanating from its body, and it happily jumped on Princess Xianxia's shoulder. Then it tilted its neck and curled up on Princess Xianxia's body, falling into a deep sleep. It would take at least a few days for it to absorb and melt this bloodline, as well as the bowl of soup that Wuxia fed it just now. Wuxia handed a 1-foot-tall jade bottle to Princess Xianxia and said, "Every 7 days, feed it 3 kilograms of soup. This is the ancestral awakening and body-tempering soup I brewed to purify its bloodline and strengthen its fleshly body. It's specially made for demon birds. Feed it 21 times, and it will reach the limit of its current fleshly body. When its cultivation base improves in the future, you can feed it more soup." Princess Xianxia happily took over the jade bottle, stroked the fire feathers bird, and said smilingly, "What should it be called? What should it be called?" Wuxia knitted his brows and said in a low voice, "How about we call it Little Sparrow or Little Sparrow?" When it came to naming these little pets, Wuxia had to admit that he was a little stupid. Princess Xianxia murmured the names of Little Sparrow and Little Sparrow, then nodded and said, "Let's call it Little Sparrow. It sounds similar to Bai Zhuer and Bai Zhuer." Princess Xianxia happily kissed Wuxia on the cheek, then found a white jade block and sat cross-legged on it. Immediately, she fell into a state of enlightenment. Her aura suddenly became hazy and indistinct, as if she had disappeared from this world. Sitting next to her, Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon gave Princess Xianxia a look of horror, then shook their heads helplessly. It had been 7 to 8 days since they came to the heart-cleansing pool to reflect on their mistakes. Even with the guidance of the heart-cleansing pool and the phenomenon in the white fog that surged out at noon, they still had not succeeded in entering the Tao comprehension realm. But during these 7 to 8 days, Princess Xianxia could enter the state of enlightenment easily, anytime and anywhere, as long as she wanted to. This was a great blow to Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon. She breathed out a heavy sigh, tilted her big head, and said, "Didn't he just eat a human? That Yin Tianao seems to be quite reasonable. But since he has admitted his mistake, why did that old man Yuan Hua still ask us to sit here like fools?" Lord Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said with a cold grin, "Yin Tianao? Reasonable? What do you think, brother?" At noon, Wuxia fished out several dozens of blood crystals and soul crystals from Black Dragon Spirit Ring and threw them to Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon. Face is the most important thing for immortal cultivators, he said coolly. Eminent Cloud Sec bowed and admitted their mistake after CU8 Yin Wuxia. "There must be something fishy going on. Just you wait and see. This matter will not end so easily. Perhaps something has happened in Eminent Cloud Sect, and they can't spare anyone to seek revenge on us for the time being. Or perhaps they are waiting for us and Huiling Sect to suffer a great loss before they strike. In any case, Yin Tianao is a reasonable man. In that case, I'm the reasonable ancestor." A strange howl was heard coming from the bottom of the heart-cleansing pool. A large sheet of white mist soared into the sky, and amidst it, a pitch-black wasteland was revealed. It was a barren wasteland, and rainwater was drizzling down. After that, the grass sprouted, birds flew, and the grasses grew tall. It was a place full of vitality. Lord Xianxia quickly swallowed a blood crystal and a soul crystal. While absorbing the enormous energy contained in them, he fixed his eyes on the strange phenomenon amidst the white mist, focusing all his attention on it. Meanwhile, Catfish Flood Dragon swallowed all the blood and soul crystals that Wuxia threw to her, then stared blankly at the white mist for a moment. After that, her body tilted to one side, and her snores shook the sky as she fell asleep. In her sleep, Catfish Flood Dragon licked her lips a few times and said, "Yin Tianao, it looks delicious. Ugh, I'm the reasonable ancestor. TSK, don't tell me those two little girls were bullied by those people from Yuanhua sect?" Wuxia narrowed his eyes as he recalled the two little girls who were rescued by Catfish Flood Dragon. He did not expect that Catfish Flood Dragon had a very strong sense of justice despite her silly appearance. As for the two little girls who were being fostered in Greenwood Peak, they also had a very good aptitude in cultivation. The only question now was whether they could join Yuanhua sect to cultivate. If Yuanhua sect did not want them, he would ask Zhang Lu to take them as his serving ladies. After sorting out what had happened in the past few days, Wuxia exercised the mystic eyes of universe and focused all his attention on the strange phenomenon amidst the white mist. Princess Zhang Lu had an amazing innate talent, as she could enter the state of enlightenment at any time. It was as if she was a drop of water, and the heavenly Tao was a vast ocean. It was only natural for a drop of water to fuse with the ocean. But Wuxia did not have such an incredible innate talent. He had to focus all his attention on the white mist, and only then could he sense some vague traces of the heavenly Tao from it. One blood and soul crystal after another kept entering Wuxia's body from the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, and were gradually digested and absorbed by him. His 10 innate spirit embryos were crazily absorbing the enormous energy contained in the blood and soul crystals, growing up gradually. With a single inhalation and exhalation, a large amount of natural energy around Wuxia disappeared, and all the natural energies in the back of Greencliff Mountain began to gather towards Wuxia. Even the natural energies in the underground energy veins began to flow towards him. The speed at which Wuxia absorbed the natural energies was simply too fast. The heavenly Tao and cultivation experiences from Immortal Changwu, Vagabond Qing Yi, Immortal Xianxia, and Lady Dark Goldwater inside his two fake nascent souls were being absorbed by the innate spirit embryos like tidewater. The 10 innate Jin Dan innate spirit embryos that merged with Wuxia's 3 separated spiritual souls and 7 physical souls were growing and growing stronger. Gradually, each of them was glinting with a golden gleam, and the light was faintly spreading out from Wuxia's body. A strange fragrance was wafting around Wuxia. All of a sudden, a large patch of dark clouds began to form in the sky. The dark clouds took a very long time to form. Time passed day after day, and it was 36 days after Wuxia entered the state of enlightenment that the dark clouds finally took shape. All of a sudden, the void trembled, and a loud cracking noise rang out. A purple thunderbolt as thick as a thumb struck down from the dark clouds. Chapter 385. The purple heavenly thunderbolts came crashing down. Catfish Flood Dragon, who was sleeping soundly, opened her eyes abruptly, cried out, and spun to flee. She was a demon dragon, and although she could control wind, rain, and lightning, she was most afraid of the thunderbolts of the heavenly tribulation. The thunderbolts produced by the great Tao of heaven and earth could cause at least 100 times more damage to any demon with an evil background. Lord Xianxia raised his head in horror. A beam of water rushed out of his palm, and the seal of the Dragon King, which was given to the Lord of Longyuan River by the Celestial Court, emerged and hovered above the water. A mighty aura rushed out, and Lord Xianxia, who was also locked down by the heavenly thunderbolts, was no longer affected by the thunderbolts. This was the special privilege of the immortal officials appointed by the Celestial Court. Unless the heavenly tribulation was specifically targeted at the immortal officials, as long as they produced their own seal, even if they were watching someone transcending the heavenly tribulation at a close distance, they would not be harmed by the heavenly thunderbolts. At the moment, Princess Zhonglu and Wuxia were also enveloped by the heavenly thunderbolts. Wuxia was meditating with his eyes closed. A strange five-colored light was emanating from his body, and a fragrant aroma was assailing the nostrils. White fluid that looked like butter was oozing out of his pores. The fluid flowed out from his body and flowed along the white jade mound to the ground. After absorbing the fluid, the tiny grasses around the white jade mound began to swell and grow, turning from an ordinary weed into a plump Ganoderma grass. Although it was only the lowest grade Ganoderma, the mushroom-like Ganoderma, used by mortals as medicine, it had transformed from a weed into a Ganoderma, which showed how miraculous the effect of the white fluid was. Meanwhile, Wuxia seemed to have fallen into a state that he could not extricate himself from. He did not sense the arrival of the heavenly thunderbolts at all. It was Princess Zhonglu who suddenly opened her eyes. A five-colored divine light flickered rapidly in them as she casually beckoned at the heavenly thunderbolt. The purple thunderbolt obediently transformed into a stream of light and fell into Princess Zhonglu's palm. Under the horrified gazes of Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon, the purple thunderbolt was completely absorbed by Princess Zhonglu, and the mysterious and unfathomable aura emanating from Princess Zhonglu's body grew stronger. Smiling cheerfully, Princess Zhonglu cried out, "Isn't it just a thunder tribulation? Why is it so strong?" Dozens of thunderbolts came smashing down in a row. Princess Zhonglu twitched her little mouth and sprung up into the air indifferently, hovering above Wuxia. All the thunderbolts hit Princess Zhonglu's body, but they were all absorbed into her body. The five-color divine ray behind her transformed into a misty cloud and wheeled around her, while her nascent soul flew out of her body and stared at the thunderbolts that kept falling from the sky with its eyes wide open. All of a sudden, Princess Zhonglu's nascent soul flew out of her body and stared at the thunderbolts that kept falling from the sky. Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon cried out in shock at the same time. Using a nascent soul to fight against a thunderbolt? That was something that even a heaven immortal would not dare to do. If you asked a heaven immortal to release his immortal soul, which he had painstakingly cultivated, to fight against the thunderbolt, he would definitely use an immortal item and destroy your soul first. Nascent soul, nascent divinity, and immortal soul were all the condensation of one's own soul, just at different levels. As long as one was a soul, he or she would be afraid of thunderbolts, unless one had cultivated the great Tao of Gold Immortal, and his or her immortal soul had completely merged with his or her fleshly body, making his or her immortal body faintly discernible. While his or her immortal soul had become pure and condensed, he or she would not be afraid of ordinary thunderbolts, astral winds, Xian Bing, heavenly flame, and many other things. How could Princess Zhonglu, with her cultivation base of peak stage nascent soul realm, use her nascent soul to provoke a thunderbolt? If she used her fleshly body to absorb the thunderbolt, it could be said that her innate talent was extraordinary, or that she had learned some unique thunder-controlling technique. But using her nascent soul to fight against the thunderbolt? Had she gone mad, or had she suddenly become stupid? Under Lord Xianxing's horrified gaze, a strong five-colored light suddenly burst out from Princess Zhonglu's nascent soul. Not only was it not turned into a wisp of smoke by the thunderbolt, but it had also become stronger and more condensed. The complexion of a nascent soul had become much better, as it flew and danced around Princess Zhonglu, then waved its hand at the dark clouds in the sky, causing another thunderbolt to strike down. Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon were struck dumb. They exchanged a glance and shook their heads at the same time. Catfish Flood Dragon said in a low voice, "Brother Wuxia is a monster, and Princess Zixian is also a monster, using her nascent soul to fight against the thunderbolt. Xianxia, why don't you give it a try?" Lord Xianxia gnashed his teeth in anger. He gave Catfish Flood Dragon a fierce glare and scolded in a low voice, "Why don't you give it a try?" Catfish Flood Dragon shook her big catfish head and murmured, "I'm afraid of death. Why don't you give it a try?" Lord Xianxia was speechless. He turned his head angrily to look at Wuxia, no longer paying attention to the silly catfish flood dragon. "Do you think I, Lord Xianxia, am not afraid of death?" The white fluid flowing out of Wuxia's body gradually dried up, and his body slowly shriveled and collapsed, as if all his blood essence was being absorbed by some strange existence. Very soon, he had become a skeleton that was all skin and bones. But his skeleton was shrouded in a five-colored auspicious light, and there were even wisps of strong golden light faintly shining from within, nourished by an enormous amount of blood and soul crystals of heaven immortals. The 10 innate spirit embryos in Wuqi's 7 stealing heaven meridians in his arms were growing stronger and stronger. Like the embryos in an egg that had received sufficient nutrition, they were growing stronger and stronger. He had even entered the state of enlightenment of Tao. In just 36 days, he had gradually fused the enlightenment of the heavenly Tao obtained by immortal Chang Wu and the others into his own innate spirit embryos, just like an ordinary cultivator who had cultivated for thousands or tens of thousands of years. If Wuqi were to study the heavenly Tao by himself, even if he entered the state of enlightenment of Tao, 36 days would be equivalent to thousands or tens of thousands of years of laborious cultivation for ordinary cultivators, and what he could gain would still be limited, as he would have to start from scratch, searching for and capturing the heavenly Tao by himself. But with Lady Dark Goldwater's memory and the heavenly Tao epigraph found in the immortal souls of immortal Chang Wu and the others, Wuqi was basically standing on the shoulders of these immortals, and all he needed to do was to fully comprehend the profound principles of the heavenly Tao they had obtained. The 36 days of enlightenment of Tao had given Wuqi's innate spirit embryos everything he needed to improve his cultivation base. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, countless cracks appeared on Wuqi's innate spirit embryos, and vaguely, a strong five-colored light burst out from them. As the spirit embryos broke apart, some useless spirit fluid oozed out from them, flowing out from Wuqi's body and out of his body. They were the white fluid that was emitting a fragrant aroma. As the fluid flowed out from Wuqi's body, it brought away some impurities in his body and purified his fleshly body. 10 sesame-sized nascent souls hovered quietly in Wuqi's 7 stealing heaven meridians. Some of them were crying, some were laughing, some were dancing, and some were sitting cross-legged. They came in all shapes and sizes, and their expressions were constantly changing. 10 innate Jin Dan corresponded to Wuqi's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Naturally, 10 innate nascent souls were born from the innate spirit embryos. Once the innate nascent souls were formed, the heaven and earth sensed it immediately. The heaven tribulation came roaring down, but it was stopped by Princess Zhonglu and could not cause any harm to Wuqi. However, Wuqi's crisis came one after another. The formation of 10 innate nascent souls immediately unleashed a violent suction force that could frighten an ordinary immortal cultivator to death. Everything inside Wuqi's body was sucked into the 10 innate nascent souls. Within a blink of an eye, all his power was sucked out, and the energies contained in the 2 fake nascent souls were also sucked dry, nearly causing the 2 fake nascent souls to disintegrate. When Wuqi's energies were sucked dry, the innate nascent souls immediately began to absorb his blood and energy essence, as well as his life force. Conveniently, it also sucked the nascent divinity that was formed in his spiritual ocean using a mystic technique into the nascent souls. The sudden shriveling and collapse of Wuqi's body was the result of the nascent souls absorbing his life force and energy essence. Seeing that Wuqi's bones and marrow were about to be sucked dry by the 10 innate nascent souls, he moved his finger, and all the blood crystals and souls of heaven immortals stored in the black dragon spirit ring fused into his body. At that very moment, All the blood crystals refined from Immortal Changwu, Vagabond Qing, Immortal Xianxia, and the 3 heaven immortals who died in the tunnel of Heavenly Waterdar Palace had fused into his body. A loud rumble was heard coming out from Wuxi's body. It sounded like the collapse of a mountain or the breaking of an ocean. Several thousand blood crystals and soul crystals crumbled, and all their energies were sucked into the 10 innate nascent souls at the same time. The nascent souls, which were as small as a sesame seed, suddenly expanded to about 1 foot tall. They laughed joyfully together, opened their mouths at the same time, and sprayed out 10 streams of extremely pure, innate energies that belong to the 5 elements: red flame, green wood, white gold, black water, and yellow earth. They enveloped and filled up Wuxi's entire body in an instant. On top of that, a great amount of blood and energy essence, which was 100 times greater than the life force absorbed just now, was fed back to Wuxi, filling up his shriveled body in an instant. Cracking noises were heard coming from Wuxi's body, as his skin cracked inch by inch. 9 layers of skin, which were thicker than the hide of an old cow, fell off from Wuxi's body, revealing his newly born skin, which was a few times smoother and smoother than the suet jade. The innate energies kept crashing crazily inside Wuxi's body, as if countless heavy hammers were hammering Wuxi's body from the inside out, dispersing all the impurities in his body, leaving behind the purest innate flesh and blood, without any acquired impurities. At this moment, Wuxi's Tao heart was brightly lit. Every thought of the 10 nascent souls, which had been divided into 10 parts, could resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that he seemed to possess the same magical power as Princess Zhonglu, which allowed him to enter the state of enlightenment with ease. As the innate nascent souls continued to grow, Wuxi reached out his hand and grabbed towards the Black Dragon spirit ring. Countless energy stones rushed out like a tide, and the energies contained in them transformed into a blinding white beam and rushed into Wuxi's palm. An enormous amount of energies kept rushing into Wuxi's body and were quickly absorbed and digested by the innate nascent souls, transforming into the innate purple mist within them. After that, they were spat out a huge amount of energies and deposited into all the meridians in Wuxi's body. The endless mysteries of the heavenly Tao were flying and dancing in Wuxi's mind. Wuxi was fully absorbing the mysteries of the heavenly Tao epigraphs from the heaven immortals he killed. His cultivation base and magic power were improving at an incredible rate, and in just a blink of an eye, all 10 of his innate nascent souls were brought to peak stage nascent soul realm. After that, the rapid advancement of Wuxi's cultivation base came to an abrupt halt, as his corporeal body could no longer withstand the drastic improvement of energies. If he continued to improve, his corporeal body would definitely disintegrate on the spot. The energies contained in each of his innate nascent souls were 10 times more than that of an ordinary peak stage nascent divinity cultivator. Therefore, the energies contained in 10 innate nascent souls were at least 100 times more than that of an ordinary peak stage nascent divinity cultivator. Putting aside the quality of the energies, the amount of energies in Wuxi's body was more than enough to fight against 3 to 5 ordinary heaven immortals. The purity of the innate energies of peak stage nascent soul realm was only slightly weaker than the immortal energy. Now, Wuxi truly had the overall strength to fight against heaven immortals. But all of a sudden, Wuxi heard a whistling noise coming from a distance. He sprung to his feet immediately and thrust his palm backward, shooting out a stream of flame that burned everything around him, including the wild grasses that had absorbed the liquid form of his spirit embryo mother into Ganoderma grass, into ashes. The cultivators from Yuanhua sect had noticed the commotion and had finally arrived. Chapter 386. In a flurry, Wuxi destroyed everything around him. At this moment, He could not care less that everything here was personally arranged by Patriarch Yuanhua. He wanted to erase all the traces that could expose that he was different from ordinary people. However, looking at the tribulation clouds above him, Wuxia could not help but feel a headache. How was he going to explain the origin of this heavenly tribulation? Why would the heavens send down a thunder tribulation to strike him for no reason? That did not make sense. On top of that, this heavenly tribulation was extraordinarily powerful. Although the power of each tribulation thunder was only equivalent to the minor heavenly tribulation of an ordinary nascent divinity cultivator, where he transformed his nascent soul into his nascent divinity, the number was simply too huge. From the first thunderbolt until now, at least 300 of them had struck down. Even the unlucky long bow people did not have such an abnormal thunder tribulation. What kind of excuse could he come up with to fool them? For a moment, Wuxia was troubled. Princess Zhonglu was hovering in midair, her nascent soul happily absorbing one thunderbolt after another. Clouds and sword beams kept approaching from all directions. Patriarch Yuanhua, 33 heaven immortals, and several dozens of nascent divinity cultivators who were in charge of the actual affairs of the sect had arrived. When they saw Princess Zhongli's nascent soul absorbing the thunderbolts as if it was just for fun, they were all struck dumb. With a blink, Patriarch Yuanhua brought Taoist Qi, Taoist men, and a group of elders and came next to Wuxia. He grabbed Wuqi's arm and asked, "What exactly is going on? Why are there thunderbolts striking down all of a sudden? Are any of you transcending the nascent divinity tribulation? Or was there some other reason? But this thunder tribulation, something is not right. Something is not right. How much sin did he commit to attract so many thunderbolts?" Patriarch Yuanhua stared at Wuxia with his bright eyes, a look that said he would not stop until he found out the truth. Wuxia spread his arms helplessly and said with a wry smile, "I really have no idea." Indeed, he had no idea that things would turn out like this. The shadowy figure who passed him the scroll of stealing did not mention anything about this. He did not mention that when the 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls fused with the innate Jin Dan, gave birth to the innate spirit embryo, and finally transformed into the innate nascent soul, there would be such a shocking thunder tribulation. Hundreds of heavenly lightning bolts struck down continuously. If an ordinary cultivator were to be targeted by such a lightning tribulation, they would have long been turned into ashes. How could they be like Princess Zhonglu? All the elders of Yuanhua sect stared at the tribulation cloud in the sky, with their heads filled with confusion, then looked at Princess Zhonglu, who was absorbing the tribulation thunder under the cloud in an indifferent manner. What kind of abnormal talent did he have to be to treat tribulation lightning as a game? All the elders of Yuanhua sect narrowed their eyes, their minds filled with all kinds of thoughts. Suddenly, Wuxia sensed a pair of hostile eyes staring at him stealthily. After attaining the innate 5 elements nascent souls, Wuqi's 6 senses had become dozens of times sharper. Even when an ordinary person's gaze fell on him, it felt like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, and he could sense it like a ripple. Wuxia followed the gaze and looked over, and saw a white sparrow turning his head away with a gloomy face. So this guy still suspects me after all? He suspects that I'm the one who snatched his jade bones, soul-searching flag? His fingers twitched unnaturally. The jade bones, soul-searching flag was now lying in the black dragon spirit ring. Wuxia blinked his eyes at Taoist White Sparrow and could not help but find it funny in his mind. Even if you know I'm the one who snatched your jade bones, soul-searching flag, what can you do to me? Where's the proof? Where's the proof? You are a heaven immortal, and your immortal item was snatched away by a nascent soul junior. No matter how shameless you are, do you really have the guts to tell others about this? Wuxia could not help being targeted by Taoist White Sparrow. There were many witnesses in Green Cliff Immortal Market that day, and it was impossible for Wuxia to kill all of them. However, Wuqi's thought was, even if I snatched it from you, what can you do to me? If they were in Yuanhua sect, You would never lower your face and say that you were robbed by Wuxia. So, outside of Yuanhua sect, why would Wuxia be afraid of you, White Sparrow? Grinning coldly, Wuxia revealed a row of white teeth at Taoist White Sparrow. Taoist White Sparrow's face turned unsightly, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off from his gloomy face. The tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. The fact that Wuxia had formed his innate nascent soul was something that the heaven and earth hated out of jealousy. Innate nascent soul was a miraculous existence. Although it followed the orthodox path of Qi cultivators, it was not something that ordinary nascent souls, nascent divinities, or immortal souls could compare with. Innate nascent souls were in perfect harmony with the Tao of heaven and earth. Once they were formed, they would be like cancer cells, constantly absorbing all sorts of principles from the heaven and earth, gathering the essence of the heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. The heavenly Tao had sent a thunder tribulation to attack Wuxia, and it was just an instinctive precaution. Now that Wuxia had formed his innate nascent soul, the mystic technique of Scroll of Stealing had automatically retracted his aura. As the tribulation clouds could no longer sense Wuxia's existence, they dispersed on their own. Just when everyone thought that this was the end of the incident, all of a sudden, the tribulation clouds gathered in the sky once again. But this time, the tribulation clouds were actually dark green. Amidst the green thunderclouds that came rolling and rolling from all directions, countless silvery thunderbolts were flashing and flashing soundlessly. A frightening, suffocating pressure came pressing down from above. Patriarch Yuanhua and all the elders of Yuanhua sect were struck dumb. Is this the legendary green, immortal, destroying thunder? Patriarch Yuanhua tilted his head, uncertain. I think so. This is the legendary green, immortal, destroying thunder that the heaven and earth sent down when a heaven immortal cultivates the great Tao of gold immortal. Taoist Qi murmured to himself, "This doesn't make sense. Someone on Green Cliff Planet has become a gold immortal? Ha ha ha. Don't tell me it's one of our disciples." Taoist Qi seemed to be losing his mind. He let out a few dry and emotionless laughs, then continued laughing foolishly. The other Yuanhua sect elders did not say anything. Almost instinctively, they sprung into the sky and fled as far as they could. This was the legendary green, immortal, destroying thunder that could help one break through the realm of heaven immortals and become a gold immortal. According to the legends, out of 10 peak stage heaven immortals, only 1 or 2 lucky ones could transcend this calamity and become a gold immortal. Even peak stage heaven immortals could not withstand this thunder tribulation, let alone them, who were merely lower tier heaven immortals. Patriarch Yuanhua grabbed Wuxia and was about to flee. But Wuxia flicked his sleeve and shook off Patriarch Yuanhua. "Something is not right," he cried out in a deep voice. "The thunder tribulation is coming for Xianxia. Although it is the green immortal destroying thunder, its power does not seem to be enough." Patriarch Yuanhua was taken aback. Hastily, he raised his head and sensed the target of the tribulation cloud. Sure enough, it was coming for Princess Xianxia. But Princess Xianxia was perfectly fine, so why would a thunder tribulation suddenly attack her? Patriarch Yuanhua glanced around and cried out in a low voice, "Heed my order, elders! Seal off the back of the mountain. No disciples are allowed to enter or leave. Everything that happened today is our sect's secret, and no one is allowed to leak it out." Taoist Qi, Taoist Min, and Chi took the order from their leader, bringing all the heaven immortal elders and several dozens of nascent divinity cultivators who held the real power in the sect, spreading out in all directions. Numerous restrictive spells were deployed, completely sealing off the back of Green Cliff Mountain, preventing any disciples from approaching. Squatting on Princess Zhongli's shoulder, little Kayer suddenly flapped her wings and flew up into the sky, wheeling around Princess Zhongli for a while. Princess Zhongli's nascent soul exploded in midair, turning into a clump of 5-colored cloud and mist. The crowd was struck with great shock. Didn't that mean her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls had completely dispersed? It was a sign that her soul was about to disperse. However, as soon as Princess Zhang Li's nascent soul disappeared, the green tribulation cloud in the sky suddenly sank down like a provoked bull. A deafening rumble of thunder that sounded like the beating of a drum exploded out from the cloud. The deafening rumble shook the crowd and made their blood and qi shiver violently. Even Wuxia felt dizzy and was pushed tens of miles back. Meanwhile, Princess Zhang Lu was hovering in midair, with a faint smile on her face as she quietly watched the tribulation cloud approaching slowly. The 5-colored cloud that had dispersed from the nascent soul transformed into tiny streams of light and rushed into Princess Zhang Li's forehead. Suddenly, the surrounding natural energies began to fluctuate violently. Like soldiers who had just received an order, all the natural energies in the entire Green Cliff Mountain turned into airflows that could be seen with naked eyes, glowing brightly and rushing into Princess Zhang Li's body. The more natural energies Princess Zhang Lu absorbed, the thinner her aura became. Gradually, she became one with the natural energies and could no longer be sensed by anyone. Wuxia looked at Princess Zhang Lu thoughtfully. This method of hiding one's aura in the natural energies was quite similar to a few techniques in Scroll of Stealing, which could conceal one's aura and hide one's tracks. Many of the techniques found in the Scroll of Stealing were either stolen or obtained along the way. Could it be that the root of these few mystic techniques was related to Princess Zhang Li's bloodline? All of a sudden, the sky lit up as a green thunderbolt came smashing down from the sky with a frightening rumble. The entire Green Cliff Mountain shook violently, and the underground energy veins were nearly shattered by the thunderbolt. Even though the power of the Green Immortal destroying thunderbolt had been reduced by many times, just a tiny thread of destructive aura contained in it was enough to make all the Heaven Immortals present find it hard to bear. Suddenly, Chi-Chi fell from the sky and landed on his back. Princess Zhang Lu waved her hand, and a human figure shrouded in a faint 5-colored gleam flew out from her body. The human figure let out a soft song, and immediately the mountain ridges within 100 miles in circumference trembled. Countless tiny wisterias sprouted from the towering ancient trees on the back of Green Cliff Mountain, transforming into layers upon layers of wooden shields that greeted the thunderbolts falling from the sky. The thunderbolt was incredibly powerful, shattering layer after layer of wooden shields. But no matter how many wooden shields were shattered, there was still an endless stream of wooden shields coming up to greet it. Initially, the thunderbolt was less than 30 feet away from Princess Zhang Lu, but by the time the 3,000th wooden shield was shattered, it was already 10,000 feet away from her. Not only had the 3,000 wooden shields neutralized the thunderbolt, they had also forced the thunderbolt back 30,000 feet. Since the ancient times, when a heavenly tribulation came, one could either dodge it or resist it with brute force. No one had ever seen or heard of someone being forced back like this. All the Heaven Immortals who witnessed this were struck dumb. Only Patriarch Yuan Hua looked thoughtfully at Princess Zhang Lu, his face filled with an unconcealable joy. She did not form her nascent divinity, but transformed into an innate divine soul. I can't believe this little girl actually possesses the bloodline of the ancient gods. Excellent. Yuan Hua sect has a bright future. Patriarch Yuan Hua murmured to himself with a smile on his face. But Wuxia heard everything loud and clear. Innate divine soul? Ancient gods? All the knowledge related to this in Lady Dark Goldwater's memories flooded into his mind. The barbarian tribes on Myriad Immortals' planet are really painstakingly arranged. Chapter 387. The Ancient Gods. Wuxia sighed softly. The bloodline in Princess Zhang Li's body was indeed extraordinary, and the fact that she was able to activate it at such a young age and form an innate divine soul must have something to do with the innate energy that Wuxia had injected into her body. Ever since the great Saint Pangu created the heaven and earth, broke through the void, and transformed his body into Panga continent, all the laws and principles of the great Tao between the heaven and earth had attached themselves to various natural energies, transforming them into gods. This was the origin of the ancient gods. They had no parents and were immortal. Born between the heaven and earth, they mastered all the great Tao between the heaven and earth, such as the earth, water, fire, wind, rain, dew, cloud, mist, rise and fall of the sun, gale and drought, and even the withering of plants, the vicissitudes of the world. They were the first group of intelligent creatures between the heaven and earth. It was because of the ancient gods that there were all kinds of living beings in the world, as well as the endless magical creatures. In Lady Dark Goldwater's memory, even the emergence of the human race, who were blessed by the great Tao of heaven and earth and enjoyed the status of the spirit of all living beings, was due to the ancient gods. In the early days of the human race, the ancient gods were worshipped by the human race. They protected the human race and taught the human race the skills and knowledge to survive on Panga continent in the ancient times. At that time, the ancient gods sat high above the altar, while the human race knelt devoutly at the foot of the altar. However, as the number of human experts increased, especially the cultivators, and then the immortals, and finally, some of them overcame difficulties and became gold immortals, primordial immortals, and those legendary almighty experts. Something that Wuxia was very familiar with happened. In order to fight for the right to speak in control of the heaven and earth, the human immortals joined hands with other powers and launched endless attacks against the ancient gods. It was a terrible war that lasted for thousands of eons. It was in that war that the Panga continent was shattered for the first time, and for the first time, all the heavenly realms that revolve around the continent were created. Countless experts fell like rain, and the result of the war was that the ancient gods completely withdrew from the stage, while the human race stood tall on Panga continent and became the masters of this universe. From the few memories Lady Dar Goldwater had about the ancient god race, Wuxia discovered that the ancient god race loved to mix their blood with humans the most. As a result, the children they gave birth to with humans would become demigods, possessing a long lifespan and magical powers. As the bloodline gradually thinned out, the descendants of these gods became weaker and weaker, but they still retained some magical powers, such as the ability to predict disasters, the power to communicate with all living beings in the world, and the ability to communicate with the spirits of the dead, heal all kinds of injuries, expel plagues, drive away beasts that threaten humans, and so on. Therefore, these descendants of the primal god race, even though they no longer had the powerful divine power to call the wind and summon the rain, they still occupied high positions within the human tribes. They became the high priests of the tribe and guided the development and advancement of the tribe. At the same time, they were also the symbol of the tribe's spiritual belief. Nowadays, unless a descendant of the ancient gods was lucky enough to find a spirit item that contained an innate aura, and the aura had to match the attribute of his or her bloodline, he or she would be able to absorb the innate energy, stimulate his or her bloodline, and form an innate divine soul, inheriting the tremendous divine power of his or her ancestors. But innate treasures were extremely rare. Whenever an innate treasure was occasionally found in the world of cultivators, it would immediately trigger a great war. It was impossible for those descendants of the ancient gods to succeed. Princess Zhonglu was the only one who managed to successfully awaken the bloodline of the ancient gods in her, after receiving the innate 5 elements energies that Wuxia had unreservedly channeled into her. After a period of arduous cultivation, as well as a great amount of blood and soul crystals of heaven immortals to replenish her strength, and after spending dozens of days meditating in the heart-cleansing pool, she had finally awakened the miraculous power that she inherited from the ancient times. Once the innate divine soul was formed, she would possess the power of the ancient gods. Even though this power was relatively weak now, as Princess Zhonglu continued to cultivate, her overall strength would only grow stronger and stronger. The most wonderful thing was that, unlike the immortal cultivators who acted in defiance of the heavens, the ancient gods themselves were the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Every move they made was in line with the heavenly Tao. As long as Princess Zhang Lu did not kill the innocent and accumulate too much negative karma, no matter how much she improved her overall strength, she would never have to face the heavenly tribulation again. The green immortal destroying thunder tribulation that struck down just now was merely because Princess Zhang Lu had transformed her mortal body into a divine body. After this thunder tribulation, as long as she did not massacre an entire city, destroy an entire country, or slaughter hundreds of millions of living beings, all kinds of thunder tribulations would not strike her again. Wuxia breathed out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed to Patriarch Yuan Hua as he said, "Ancestral Master, please ask all the elders and fellow disciples present to swear in prime oath that they will never tell anyone about Xianxia's origin. Otherwise, she will be in big trouble in the future." Patriarch Yuan Hua nodded and said, "Of course. Don't worry, Ancestral Master has his own plans. The little girl's identity will not be leaked out." A smile bloomed on Patriarch Yuan Hua's face like a blooming chrysanthemum. His heart was filled with joy and contentment. The mystery of the ancient gods lay not only in their enormous power, but also in the various magical abilities they possessed. The formation of energy veins, the production of earth energy, and all kinds of magical abilities were of great significance to the current immortal sections. With the formation of earth energy veins, the tiny energy veins that were originally lacking in innate power could gradually grow and grow stronger with the help of the divine energy. From a low-grade, inferior energy vein, it was possible that it could be transformed into an upper-grade energy vein in the end. When all the energy veins under Green Cliff Planet were transformed into the upper-grade energy veins, the planet would become a first-class blessed land, and there would be no need to worry about the lack of natural energy anymore. The production of earth energy was to turn an ordinary barren land into a fertile spirit soil. On such a spirit soil, all kinds of spirit herbs would grow better and stronger, and their medicinal strength would be stronger. On a barren land like this, a Ganoderma could only be used as a medicine after growing for 1,000 years. But on a spirit soil like this, which was strengthened by divine energy, a Ganoderma could be used as a medicine in 10 years, improve its grade in 100 years, and transform into a Ganoderma immortal that could roam freely in the universe. Divine energy was in line with the great Tao of heaven and earth, and therefore, it had endless magical effects, as it could affect the environment in the universe. On the other hand, immortal energy was just a product of extreme compression and condensation of natural energy, and could only affect heaven immortals. Cultivating immortal energy could only make a mortal immortal live forever, and possess a tremendous power that could destroy the world. On the other hand, cultivating immortal energy could make the surrounding world have good weather and abundant natural resources. As the divine energy grew stronger, all living beings within the area controlled by the divine energy would be influenced by it, becoming stronger and healthier, free from diseases and disasters. Even a number of people suitable for cultivation would be much higher than in other places. Now that Princess Zhang Lu had formed her innate divine soul, the future of Yuan Hua sect would certainly be immeasurable. Little Conqueror, who had golden feathers all over her body except for the feathers on the top of her head, landed happily on Princess Zhang Li's shoulder and pecked Princess Zhang Li's ear with her beak. Princess Zhang Lu had dispelled the tribulation cloud and fused her divine soul into her body. Stepping on a pale, colorful cloud, she slowly descended before Wuxia. Upon seeing her, Wuxia was taken aback. Princess Zhang Lu looked the same as before, but there was a faint layer of colorful glow on her cheeks, which made her look even more beautiful. Her once crafty and quick-witted eyes had now become as clear as water, quiet and graceful. Only when she rolled her eyes occasionally did she regain her usual unruly and willful look. On top of that, the aura emanating from her body was like a warm spring breeze that caressed one's face, making one feel peaceful and peaceful instinctively. Intuitively, Wuxia discovered that Princess Xianxia seemed to have transformed from a crystal shard with thorns all over its body, and had turned into a jade ball that had been carved by an expert craftsman, glistening and shining brightly. Some fundamental changes had taken place, causing her to become completely different from before. Instinctively, Wuxia sensed an aura that belonged to wisdom from her clear eyes, which were as clear as water, quiet and graceful. It was an ancient wisdom, like the wisdom that came from the beginning of time. It was the wisdom that was hidden in the bloodline of those ancient gods, inherited from generation to generation. It was the wisdom that was the most basic and original wisdom of this universe, this heaven and earth and this world. Compared to such wisdom, the heavenly Tao of heaven immortals and the marvelous theories of gold immortals were as shallow and pale as a kindergarten kid showing off the knowledge that 1 + 1 = 2. Gently and gently, Princess Xianxia nodded at Wuxia with a smile, then said in a soft voice, "It seems that I've slept for a long time, and I finally woke up today." Wuxia's heart sank slightly. "So, Zixian, are you still Zixian?" he asked in a low voice. He kept nagging in his mind, "Please don't play any tricks like reincarnating in someone else's body, seizing the bloodline of the body to be reborn. If that is the case, even if the person standing in front of me is some ancient god, Wuxia will crush his bones and scatter his ashes, shattering his soul." Frowning slightly, Princess Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "Of course Zixian is still Zixian. It's just that." Tilting her head, Princess Xianxia chuckled and said, "It's just that I seem to have grown up all of a sudden. Looking back at the Zixian from a quarter of an hour ago, and the Zixian from over 10 years ago, I feel like I'm a child who hasn't grown up yet. But now, I seem to have learned a lot. It's just that there are many things that are too profound for me to understand." Gently holding Wuxia's shoulder, Princess Xianxia naturally rested her head on Wuxia's shoulder. Although she was doing such an intimate action in front of Patriarch Yuanhua, it was so natural that no one thought that Princess Xiangli's action was too ambiguous. Everyone felt that this was how Princess Xianxia should be doing. Every move she made, every word she said, every movement she made, every sound she made, they were all so natural, as if this was how it should be since the creation of the world. This was the magical thing about the ancient gods. Currently, Princess Xiangli's cultivation base was still weak, so there were not too many strange signs happening to her. When she truly possessed the power of an ancient god, every move she made would be able to change the color of the wind and clouds, and make the sun and moon lose their luster. Even the so-called law of words will be nothing more than a trivial skill. Wuxia put his arm around Princess Xiangli's waist, and both of them stood side by side in perfect harmony and natural harmony. It was like two great trees growing from the same root in a great mountain, and were supposed to stand together like this. When Wuxia put his arm around Princess Xiangli's waist, he felt a sense of comfort and warmth in his heart, as if all the flaws he had in this world were suddenly filled up. Patriarch Yuanhua looked at Wuxia and Princess Xianxia gladly, then said in a deep voice, "All disciples present swear in prime oath that nothing that happened today will be leaked to anyone. Just tell them that I've successfully broken through to the first-tier immortal realm, and that my overall strength has been improved." All the surrounding elders and nascent divinity disciples cupped their fists and answered. Chapter 388. In just a blink of an eye, Wuxia and his companions have been cultivating in the heart-cleansing pool at the back of Green Cliff Mountain for 1 year and 5 months. Of course, what they told the public was that they had spent 17 months in the heart-cleansing pool because they had damaged the friendly relationship with Eminent Cloud Sect. During the 17 months of hard cultivation, Princess Xianxia, Lord Xianxia, and Catfish Flood Dragon had made great progress in their cultivation base. Princess Xianxia had formed her innate divine soul, but it was not the same as nascent soul and nascent divinity. No one could sense her actual overall strength. After Wuxia taught her the false nascent soul technique from Scroll of Stealing, Princess Zhonglu had formed a dozen of them with great interest, basically including the natural forces of earth, water, fire, wind, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, thunder, cloud, mist, rainstorm, and many others. Naturally, her aura was at the level of peak stage nascent soul realm. Meanwhile, with the help of the heart-cleansing pool, Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon had entered the state of enlightenment for a few times. Although it only lasted for 3 to 5 days each time, the benefits they gained were tremendous. Their nascent souls had become hazy, and they could communicate with the natural forces at any time to temper them and form their indestructible nascent divinity. However, in order to participate in the match, they had controlled their cultivation base, maintaining it at the realm of nascent soul. As for Wuxia, he had not done anything for the past 1 year, but kept tempering his fleshly body and pushing his dragon transformation script to another level. The dragon transformation script was a body-tempering technique specially created by dragons for their descendants. The highest level was the 9 transformations of Divine Dragon, followed by the 18 transformations of Heavenly Dragon and the 36 transformations of True Dragon, which corresponded to the tiers of Primordial Immortals, Gold Immortals, and Heaven Immortals. However, there was an even lower level technique in the Dragon Transformation script, which was the 3 transformations of Flood Dragon below the True Dragon transformation. The 3 transformations of Flood Dragon was a technique that could allow those low-grade flood dragons, such as serpents and fishes, to improve the purity of their bloodline and strengthen their bodies, so that they could transcend the heavenly tribulation and transcend into True Dragon. The first transformation of the Flood Dragon corresponded to the cultivators of the Hotian, Xiantian, and Jindan realms. The second transformation of the Flood Dragon corresponded to the cultivators of the nascent soul realm. The third transformation of the Flood Dragon corresponded to the cultivators of the nascent soul realm, all the way until they transcended the tribulation and ascended. After over a year of laborious cultivation, he had completed all the cultivation techniques of the third transformation of Flood Dragon for his fleshly body. Dragons were not considered real dragons. They were often referred to as demonic dragons by pure-blooded dragons. They were even referred to as demonic beasts by proud dragons. Therefore, the body cultivated by the WRM transformation was covered in knots of muscles, revealing its sharpness. It was like a treasured sword that had just been refined, and it was filled with an oppressive might. Each and every one of his movements was accompanied by a tremendous force, and a gentle palm strike could topple a mountain. The fleshly body of the dragons was one of the strongest fleshly bodies in the domain. After cultivating the third transformation of the Flood Dragon, the strength of Wuxia's fleshly body was several times stronger than those nascent divinity cultivators who specialized in body tempering. His muscles were truly as tough as iron. If ordinary Qi refining cultivators were careless and let him get close to them, he could easily break their bones and tear their tendons with just a casual strike. If they did not have a good spirit item to protect themselves, it was not impossible for them to die on the spot. A deep breathing sound that sounded like the roar of thunder rang out. Suddenly, a piece of ground near the heart-cleansing pool protruded. With his upper body naked, Wuxia pushed away the thick rock layer with brute force and drilled out from the ground. Princess Zhonglu was already standing at the side. In front of her floated a few feet wide clump of clear water, and in her hand was a snow-white towel. When Wuxia took a deep breath and retracted his cultivation technique, Princess Zhonglu had already gently dipped the towel in the clear water and wiped away the dirt and dust on Wuxia's body. While wiping Wuxia's body, Princess Zhonglu smiled and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, "Look at you now. You look so scary." Wuxia retracted his cultivation technique and helplessly looked at his body, which had become so angular and bulging with muscles. He smiled helplessly and said, "When I transcend the heavenly tribulation and start cultivating the true dragon transformation, I won't look like this anymore." The shape of a true dragon is like the wind, rain, mist, and lightning. It can devour the heaven and earth, and can hide in a mustard seed. It has endless divine abilities and magical powers, and will never look like this. She poked Wuxi's chest muscles with her finger, twitching her lips. Then, she waved her hand and forcefully threw the ball of water onto Wuxi's body. Wuxi was drenched by the water, but within a blink of an eye, the water kept spinning and leaving Wuxi's body, bringing away all the dust on his body. Wuxi stretched his body and let out a series of creaking noises from all the joints in his body. He took out a long robe and put it on, then gave a loud and sonorous whistle. On top of a parasol tree, little Conqueror, who was standing on the treetop in a daze, suddenly fell down from the treetop, landing on the ground with all four limbs spread out. After a long while, little Conqueror finally realized that Wuxi was whistling. She lazily flapped her wings and flew up into the sky, weakly holding her fat belly and landing on top of Wuxi's head. After that, she fiercely scratched Wuxi's hair. Wuxi sighed helplessly as he stroked little Conqueror's plump body. Perhaps this was the fattest descendant of a phoenix in history. She did not look like a phoenix at all. Instead, she looked more like a piglet. Princess Xianxia had been spoiling her way too much. During the past 1 year, she had been feeding her a huge amount of fire element energy stones, all kinds of energy spring water, and countless fresh fruits. Little Conqueror, who could never digest so much energy and food, had turned into this fat and sluggish appearance. Well, people will mistake you for a fat hen and will never think that you actually have the phoenix bloodline. Wuxi shook his head and sighed at Princess Xianxia, who had a big smile on her face, and said, "This is good. No one will guard against her." Really, no one will guard against her. Little Sparrow chirped lazily for a few times, then opened its beak and spat out a large amount of grape seeds, which landed on a towering tree far away. After that, it let out an unsightly burp. If those noble, sacred, pure-blooded phoenixes saw little Conqueror right now, they would most likely immediately kill her and conveniently kill Wuxi and the others to silence them. That would be a great disgrace to the Phoenix clan. After waking up Lord Xianxia, who was immersed in the state of enlightenment with an incantation, the four of them gathered together and discussed for a while. Suddenly, a cloud flew over from afar, on which stood a little Taoist boy. Uncle Master's ancestral grandpa has decreed that you can leave the heart cleansing pool now to prepare for the match in a month's time. Uncle Masters, please leave the back of the mountain as soon as possible and do not stay any longer. While shouting, the little Taoist boy fished out his spirit talisman and shook it casually. The talisman turned into ashes, and a bright light shot out from it. Instantly, the heart-cleansing pool was filled with smoke and clouds, while the starlight reflected from the water changed abruptly. Now, the heart-cleansing pool no longer had the miraculous effect of helping one gain enlightenment, and only had the effect of emitting cold air and raging flame at noon to help one cleanse one's heart and face the wall. Cupping his fist at the little Taoist boy, Wuxi fished out a storage bag and threw it casually. The bag flew over 1 mile away amidst a breeze and fell into the little Taoist boy's hand. The little Taoist boy was taken aback. He sent his divine will into the bag and was immediately taken aback by the 100 upper-grade energy stones inside. Without hesitation, he cupped his fist and thanked Wuxi. "Thank you for the generous gift, Uncle Master. I'll take my leave now." The little Taoist boy left happily, while Wuxi and the others stepped onto the cloud and flew leisurely towards Greenwood Peak. Right after they left the back of Green Cliff Mountain, Catfish Flood Dragon cried out, "Aren't you hungry? We haven't eaten a single grain of rice for over a year, and I'm very hungry." Catfish Flood Dragon's eyes darted quickly. She raised her right hand and gestured while saying, "Over the past year, I've been traveling with my nascent soul. 5,000 miles east of Greenwood Peak, there is a very large valley. There are many demon beasts raised there, and all of them are fat and delicious." Lord Xianxia gave Catfish Flood Dragon a glare, then rubbed his belly and said with a dry smile, "I've been strolling around that place for a few times these days. Yes, they are fat and delicious, but it is a place where Yuan Hua sect raises demon beasts as demon pets or mount for their disciples. Our tolerance is not small." Wuxia held Princess Zhongli's hand and did not pay any attention to them. Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon's true forms were enormous, and they could easily devour over 100 demon beasts in one meal. As for the demon pets and mounts raised by Yuan Hua sect, they were too embarrassed to eat them. Princess Zhongli chuckled and said, "Well, we'll just find a mortal city and buy a few thousand livestock." Those longbow people in Wuqi's tribe are also fond of blood and flesh. Haven't they been complaining about wanting to eat meat and drink wine every day lately? Wuqi nodded and flicked his finger, causing the spirit breeding ring to emit a large sheet of white light. While the four of them were chatting and laughing along the way, Princess Zhongli's ears suddenly twitched, and she turned to look down with a cold face. Following Princess Zhongli's gaze, Wuqi looked down as well. What he saw made him feel a surge of anger rushing up to his head. Before Wuqi could react, Princess Zhongli's body flickered and reappeared on top of a small hill several tens of miles away. She raised her little hand and gave a series of slaps. On top of the hill, two young Taoists clad in green Taoist robes rolled and fell to the ground, their teeth spraying out like popcorn and their faces smeared with blood. While the two young Taoists were still rolling on the ground, Princess Zhongli rushed over and stomped hard on their heads. Dozens of clanging noises rang out in a row, and the heads of the two young Taoists sank about a foot deep into the fertile soil, smearing their faces with mud. In the herb field off to the side, the two young girls whom Catfish Flood Dragon and Lord Xianxia saved from Yin Wuqi of Luo Ling sect over a year ago were kneeling pitifully on the ground. Their coarse Taoist robes were torn and ragged, exposing large patches of fair and tender skin, and a few glaring whip marks were left on their skin. Princess Zhongli stomped hard on the heads of the two young Taoists and snapped furiously. "I've ordered my men to take good care of them, but how dare you torture them? Damn bastards! Who gave you the courage to do that?" Upon seeing Princess Zhongli, the two young girls burst into tears at the same time. They rose to their feet, grabbed Princess Zhongli's sleeves tightly, and refused to let go. Wuqi flew down with a dark face, looking coldly at the two unconscious young Taoists who were stomped by Princess Zhongli. He snorted coldly and said, "What a bunch of fools! What are you doing? Are you bullying a new disciple?" Right at that moment, a furious roar was heard coming from a distance. "How dare you bully my disciple? This immortal master is the manager of this 1,000-li herb mountain. You dare to beat up this immortal master's disciple in front of this immortal master?" Amidst the furious roar, a beam of green light shot over. It was a white-faced Taoist with a cultivation base of mid-stage nascent soul realm, riding on a sword and charging over angrily. "Gone too far?" Wuqi rolled his eyes and snapped. "Lao Tzu, I'll let you know what it means to go too far. Catfish Flood Dragon, eat them." Saliva was dripping down from the corner of Catfish Flood Dragon's mouth as she flew over while roaring happily, grabbing one of the Taoists and swallowing him whole. Before she could swallow the second Taoist, Lord Xianxia had arrived on a cloud, his head transforming into the shape of a flood dragon as he swallowed the other young Taoist. The white-faced Taoist, who was riding on a sword and charging over, roared furiously. With a shake of his hand, dozens of thumb-sized thunderbolt beads shrouded in purple mist fell down from above, enveloping Wuqi and his company. Chapter 389. Each of the thunderbolts was about the size of a thumb. They were condensed by Yuan Hua sect's heaven immortals using a mystic technique found in the unity scripture of inaction, which allowed them to gather the remaining energy of thunderbolts amidst the raging storm. The thunderbolts produced naturally by the heaven and earth were especially fierce and overbearing at the very moment when they were about to vanish. The power of one thunderbolt was more than enough to flatten a small hill, and if a nascent soul cultivator was careless, his fleshly body would be severely wounded. Grinning coldly, Wuxia casually extended his hand and grabbed the air. Several dozens of thunderbolts were wrapped up by the powerful whirlpool unleashed by the hand of Webb, then shot down like birds flying into the forest, and were caught in his palm. Then he clasped his palms together and exerted a tremendous force to firmly suppress the thunderbolts. Although these thunderbolts were powerful enough to severely wound a nascent soul cultivator, they could not explode and were forcibly suppressed and subdued by Wuxia with the strength of his fleshly body. The white-faced Taoist was taken aback. The unity thunder he unleashed could be ranked in the top 5 among all the thunder techniques of various immortal sects in Puluo Heavenly Realm, and its power was extremely astonishing. If not for the fact that he was the chief supervisor of this herb mountain, which measured 1,000 miles in circumference, and had secretly collected some spirit herbs to exchange with his fellow sect members. With his cultivation base and status, he would not have been able to obtain such a large number of thunderbolts. Today, it was Catfish Flooddragon and Lord Xianxia who had devoured his beloved disciples one after another. That had made him extremely angry, and that was why he had thrown out several dozens of thunderbolts at the same time regardless of the consequences. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Wuxia could forcibly subdue and suppress all these thunderbolts with just his bare palms. Oh heaven, this was something that not even a nascent divinity cultivator could do. In Yuan Hua sect, only those heaven immortal elders could subdue the explosive thunderbolts with mighty divine abilities using immortal energy. Yet this young man in front of him could actually do it? The white-faced Taoist howled miserably. He no longer dared to fight with Wuxia and his companions. With a spin of his sword, he spun and fled. However, right after he turned around, Princess Zhang Lu pointed her finger at him angrily and cried out sternly, "Disperse." Following Princess Zhang Li's shout, the natural powers surrounding the white-faced priest suddenly dispersed. Along with a loud clang, his sword light dimmed and turned into a 3-feet-long sword, falling on the ground. With a cold snort, Princess Zhang Lu waved her hand, rolled up her sleeves, and shouted, "Wind!" Along with a shrill roar, a fierce gust of wind rose from the ground, as if the gate of hell had truly been opened. From the netherworld, a black, dragon-like hurricane roared out and shredded all herbs on this mountaintop. The white-faced priest didn't even have the power to fight back. Deep in the eye of the hurricane, he howled in pain as he was rolled up into the air by the hurricane. His body spun swiftly in the hurricane like a windmill. Spinning at a high speed, the white-faced priest was like a piece of cloth in a flail machine. His blood slowly crushed his blood vessels and muscles, causing large amounts of blood to spurt out of his body. Squatting on Princess Zhang Li's shoulder, little Conqueror, who was as fat as a piglet, flapped her wings with great difficulty, staring fiercely at the white-faced Taoist, who was spinning rapidly in the air about 1 mile above the ground. She opened her mouth and let out a clear chirp. The surrounding area suddenly became hot, and along with a thunderous boom, the black hurricane around the white-faced priest suddenly turned into a raging red flame. The black wind condensed into a raging flame. The huge ball of wind and fire exploded, and the white-faced Taoist fell from the sky with a miserable howl. All the bones and flesh in his body were blown into pieces, and only the upper half of his body was barely intact. With such a serious injury, without top-grade magic medicines, his body would be destroyed for 3 to 5 years. Princess Zhang Lu gave the white-faced priest a sideways glance, then gently stroked the heads of the 2 girls standing next to her and said softly, "Peppermint, Angelica, come with me. Let's see who dares to bully you again." Even as she spoke, Princess Zhang Li's anger didn't dissipate. With a hint of anger, she asked, "I asked you to stay in Greenwood Peak, so why did you come here and get whipped?" Peppermint and Angelica were the 2 girls saved by Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flooddragon in Greencliff Immortal Market. Their parents were ordinary herb gatherers in the mortal world, who usually went deep into the mountains and forests to collect herbs. They would sell ordinary herbs to the herb shops in the mortal world, and if they found some rare spirit herbs, they would send them to Greencliff Immortal Market in exchange for 1 or 2 energy stones. Relying on this method, their parents managed to save some money, which they used to exchange for a basic energy refinement technique for the sisters. With the help of the Qi refinement technique, the 2 sisters managed to cultivate a meager amount of inner force. On the other hand, as their parents had been traveling through the mountains and forests all year round, they had inhaled a large amount of poisonous miasma, causing their bodies to deteriorate day by day. In the end, the sisters could only go deep into the mountains to collect herbs, using them to support their family and accumulate energy stones for their cultivation. If not for Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon's help in Luo Ling Pavilion, the sisters would have been taken away and used as cultivation vessels. However, Wuxia and Princess Zhang Lu had taken a fancy to their excellent cultivation aptitude. Therefore, they brought them back to Greenwood Peak and asked them to stay in Yuanhua sect, preparing to let them join the ranks of Yuanhua sect's outer sect disciples. However, they did not expect that after 1 year and 5 months of facing the wall and heart cleansing pool, when they came out, they saw them being brutally beaten in Herb Mountain. How could they not be filled with anger? As the elder sister, Bo, he was a little braver. Clutching tightly onto Princess Zhang Li's sleeve, she stammered and told them what had happened during the past 1 year. With Immortal Greenstaff's help, the sisters had successfully passed the aptitude test and joined Yuanhua sect, temporarily being listed as outer sect disciples. However, outer sect disciples did not have the right to stay in Greenwood Peak, as they were under the unified management and distribution of the sect. Every disciple of Yuanhua sect had to go through an uncapped probation period of at least 3 years, during which they would have to serve Yuanhua sect on their own. They were either chopping firewood, planting trees, cultivating herbs, or building new buildings and houses. In short, all the menial work in Yuanhua sect was done by these outer sect disciples who had just joined the sect. Those who performed well, were loyal and diligent, will be taught the most basic energy refinement technique after 3 to 5 years. With that, they would be freed from all the menial work and be able to focus on their cultivation. If they did not perform well, or did not please their masters, they would have to work hard until they died. After all, there were countless mortals on Greencliff Planet, and there were countless mortals who were suitable for cultivation. Therefore, it was not easy to find a 3-legged frog. Therefore, as long as Yuanhua sect spread the word that they were short of outer sect disciples, countless people would cry and scream, trying to squeeze into the sect. Since Immortal Greenstaff was taking care of Peppermint and Angelica, they were assigned to her mountain, which was the most relaxing place among the outer sect disciples. Every day, they would have to loosen the soil and water the herbs that were assigned to them. Their days went by very easily. On top of that, her mountain was filled with abundant natural energies. When they were free, they could cultivate on their own. In just a few months, their cultivation base had increased by a few years. However, ever since Immortal Greenstaff brought all the disciples of Greenwood Peak into a secluded cultivation, preparing for the match with Huiling's sect, a nightmare suddenly befell the sisters. Taoist White Sparrow became the elder of Spirit Herb's palace, who was in charge of all the affairs in Yuanhua sect's Herb Mountain. Suddenly, the workload of the sisters increased by 30 times. Despite their young age, they were asked to take care of all the spirit herbs in the herb fields on the 5 Great Mountains. Once they failed to complete their daily tasks, they would be punished by having their food and water cut, whipped, and scolded rudely by some supervisors who were also outer sect disciples. Fortunately, the sisters were used to suffering hardships since they were young, or they would have been tortured to death by these people in just a few days. While sobbing, Bowie told Princess Zhang Lu everything that had happened. Angelica just kept grabbing Princess Zhang Li's sleeve, staring nervously at Princess Zhang Lu with her pale little face. Both sisters' bodies were trembling slightly. Obviously, they were terrified. Lord Xianxia burped, then walked slowly before the pale-faced Taoist, who was at his last gasp. Laughing strangely, he said, Actually, when I was in Longyuan River, I would occasionally catch a handful of cultivators and have them as a sumptuous meal. After all, I have the body of a demon dragon, and it is perfectly justified for me to eat humans. Catfish Flood Dragon, who had just been swallowed by the young Taoist, strode over to the pale-faced Taoist. She reached out her hands to pinch and stroke the body of the pale-faced Taoist, and suddenly saliva began to gush out of her mouth. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then said smilingly, "The higher the cultivation base, the tastier they are. Humans are just like spirit herbs in the woods. The older they are, the better their taste will be, and the richer their flavor will be." The two evil dragons stared at the pale-faced Taoist from both sides, sizing him up from head to toe. It frightened him so much that his face turned blue, and he cried out hysterically, "Help! Help! This has nothing to do with me. It was Uncle Master Huan Yi who asked me to do this. You can't kill me. You can't eat me. I'm the disciple of Immortal Taiyu from Tsangmu Peak. You can't kill me. You can't kill me." Tsangmu Peak was the third peak in Yuanhua sect after Green Cliff Mountain. Immortal Taiyu was the elder of Yuanhua sect's inner sect, in charge of all the affairs in the sect. He was the third person after Taoist Min and Taoist Qi. In fact, Immortal Taiyu's cultivation base was slightly stronger than Taoist Min and Taoist Qi. If not for the fact that he was not Patriarch Yuan Hua's direct disciple, and only merged his entire clan into Yuan Hua sect after Yuan Hua sect was established, after wiping out all the powers on Greencliff Planet, his status would be even higher than Taoist Min and Taoist Qi. Obviously, all the affairs in Spirit Herb's palace were managed by Immortal Taiyu, and naturally, the chief supervisor of the 1,000 miles wide Herb Mountain was his disciple. Usually, Immortal Taiyu formed his own branch in Yuan Hua sect, and he was supported by a few elders of Heaven Immortal Realm. Vaguely, he was the third strongest power in Yuan Hua sect, after Taoist Min and Taoist Qi. If Wuxia were to hurt his disciple, it might arouse Immortal Taiyu's dissatisfaction toward Taoist Qi's branch. Once that happened, the implications would be too great. The white-faced Taoist let out a few cries, then looked at Wuxia with a pitiful expression and said, "Those two damned good-for-nothings are just outer sect stewards. So what if they're dead? As for me, I've already acknowledged Patriarch Taiyu's ninth disciple as my master, and I'm really the successor of Tsangmu Peak. Senior brothers, please spare me." Wuxia looked at the white-faced Taoist and could not help but shake his head. Immortal Taiyu's grand disciple? If that was the case, this man's seniority was equal to that of Patriarch Xianxia, and he was the uncle master of Wuxia and his companions. But he was a little too spineless. Grinning coldly, Wuxia was about to deal with this white-faced Taoist when a red light flashed across the sky. Soundlessly, a handsome Taoist with a ruddy complexion and white hair appeared before everyone. A faintly discernible immortal pressure forced Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon to retreat. The Taoist frowned and asked in a cold voice, "What happened?" Wuxia gave the Taoist a look. He had a youthful face, white hair, and a beardless face. Who else could he be but Immortal Taiyu? Trouble was knocking on his door. Wuxia sighed inwardly. Chapter 390. However, it was a pity that the person he bumped into was not one of those moral cultivators who follow the rules, but Wuxia. Bam! Wuxia and Immortal Taiyu collided head-on with each other. Not even a single bit of energy leaked out from their clash. Neither of them used any divine abilities or magical powers, and it was just a clash of pure physical strength. Wuxia's body trembled, and his Taoist robe suddenly turned into a puff of dust that drifted away in the air. On the other side, Immortal Taiyu's pale face turned as red as blood. His body swayed, and he took 1, 2, 3 steps back uncontrollably. Looking at Peppermint's badly mutilated back in horror, Immortal Taiyu glared fiercely at the white-faced Taoist, then swung his hand and gave him a slap on the face. Slap! A powerful force exploded inside the white-faced Taoist body, shattering all his bones and flesh and splattering blood in all directions. The white-faced Taoist was now in the same state as the white-faced Taoist, and his injuries were even more severe, making him look even more miserable. He had done the right thing by displaying his overall strength appropriately. From today onwards, Wuxia was the strongest man in Yuanhua sect below the Heaven Immortals. After absorbing the blood crystals of so many Heaven Immortals, the strength of Wuxia's fleshly body could no longer be measured with common sense. Princess Zhang Li's words rendered Immortal Taiyu speechless. After a full 15 minutes, Immortal Taiyu smiled bitterly and said with an unsightly expression, "You juniors are really... Hee, aren't you afraid that I'll use my strength to suppress you? Wuxia, Zixian, Xianxia, see you, even if you join hands, you won't be able to withstand a single strike from me. If I kill you with the crime of deceiving your master and betraying your sect." Upon hearing Wuxia's words, Immortal Taiyu's brows twitched. Suddenly, he roared with laughter and said, "Excellent, excellent. I can't believe I've been taught a lesson by you today." Amidst his wild laughter, he suddenly raised his right palm and thrust it forcefully towards Wuxia. There were no astral winds or lightning. Immortal Taiyu did not use any divine abilities or magic powers. He simply relied on his fleshly body to send a palm strike towards Wuxia. From today onwards, Wuxia, Zixian, Xianxia, and Ciyu, the disciples of Greenwood Peak, will be Yuanhua sect's 5th-generation first-seat disciples and will have a right to supervise their fellow disciples. All the disciples of Yuanhua sect are not allowed to disobey. Dozens of streams of divine sense retreated gracefully like swimming fishes. Only one, which belonged to Patriarch Yuanhua, suddenly spread out in all directions. After that, all the disciples of Yuanhua sect heard his voice at the same time. Moreover, Wuxia cultivated a Xiantian cultivation technique, and the Zhen Yuan in his body was composed of Xiantian qi. The innate qi could nourish the foundation and stabilize the source. The innate earth qi could strengthen the fleshly body. The innate wood qi could strengthen the life force. The innate water qi could make the fleshly body extremely flexible. The innate fire qi could increase the explosive force of the fleshly body, and the innate metal qi could increase the lethality of the fleshly body. As Wu Qi possessed the innate aura of 5 elements, although he still had the fleshly body of a cultivator, it was more than enough to fight against the immortal body of a heaven immortal. On Immortal Taiyu's palm, which was as fair as jade, was a crimson fist mark that had sunk half an inch deep into his palm, nearly piercing through it. Without showing any sign of weakness, Wu Qi took a step forward and said with a stern voice, "This is Yuanhua sect's headquarters. I don't think Ancestral Uncle Master has the ability to cover the sky with one hand, right? Moreover, although Ancestral Uncle Master is a 30th tier heaven immortal, he is severely wounded and currently only has the overall strength of a 35th tier heaven immortal. If I may be so bold, a heaven immortal with such a cultivation base is nothing in my eyes." With a flick of his sleeve, a cloud rushed out from under Immortal Taiyu's feet. Stepping on the cloud, he flew straight towards Taoist Qi's humble peak. Upon seeing that his grand disciple was severely wounded, Immortal Taiyu simply separated a thread of his prime energy essence and injected it into his body, helping him to recover. A thread of prime energy essence of a 30th tier heaven immortal was almost equal to all the life force of this pale-faced immortal. Naturally, his injuries were quickly healed, and very soon, he returned to his peak condition. In fact, his condition was much better than before he was wounded. After forcing Immortal Taiyu back with a punch, Wu Qi patted the Black Dragon spirit ring. The Black Dragon's soul flew out abruptly, opened its mouth, and gave a furious roar at Immortal Taiyu. Wu Qi said coolly, "I'm lucky. There is a heavenly dragon soul in this ring, and what I'm cultivating is the dragon transformation script." Wuxia breathed out a long breath. Loud, creaking noises came from all the joints in his body, and only then did he retract the dragon transformation script. Cracking noises could be heard coming from the joints of Wuqi's right arm. Slowly, he stretched out his swollen and sore palm and pointed a finger at the pale-faced Taoist. The Taoist's body, which was badly mutilated by the explosion of wind and fire, healed quickly, and all the broken bones, flesh, and meridians were quickly regenerated. Immortal Tai used cultivation technique focused on the balance of yin and yang, nurturing a thread of life force in one's body. Although it was not suitable for fighting and killing, it was a top-notch technique when used to nurse one's fleshly body, heal illnesses, and cure people. Immortal Tai Yu waved his right hand, shattering the pale-faced Taoist's nascent soul on the ground. Then he grabbed the pale-faced Taoist and threw him several thousand miles away, out of Yuan Hua Sec's mountain gate. After that, Immortal Tai Yu cried out sternly, "Yuan Yu, you have failed to teach your disciple properly, allowing him to bully new disciples in the sect. You will be punished by facing the wall in the heart-cleansing pool behind the mountain for 3 years." Wuqia smiled faintly and did not offer any explanation. He had cultivated the dragon transformation script and had completed the 3 transformations of Flood Dragon. As a result, his fleshly body was a few times stronger than peak-stage nascent divinity cultivators who specialized in body cultivation, allowing him to fight head-on against a 36-tier heaven immortal who specialized in body cultivation. What Immortal Tai Yu focused on was the tempering of the immortal soul and the cultivation of Tao, magic, and divine abilities. Although his immortal body was very strong, how could it be compared to the current Wuqia? Wuqia pulled Bohi's little hand and asked her to take 2 steps forward. Then he spun her around, exposing her back that was riddled with scars to Immortal Tai Yu. Grinning coldly, he said, "Grand Uncle Master, please take a look. If we're talking about disciples from the same sect killing each other, who was the one who struck first?" Wuqia rolled his eyes and said with a cold grin, "What's so strange about that? Bohi and Angelica have an excellent latent talent. Compared to them, the 2 repulsive disciples who were devoured are worse than pigs and dogs. 2 excellent disciples were whipped for no reason, and naturally, those 2 rascals should pay with their lives. Do jade artifacts and rubble really have the same value?" Taking in a deep breath, Immortal Tai Yu said in shock, "The dragon's body cultivation technique? Wuqia, you are actually a dual cultivator of life and death. Moreover, the strength of your fleshly body is actually comparable to the immortal body that this poor Taoist painstakingly cultivated for millions of years. Even though this poor Taoist only cultivates the primordial spirit and doesn't focus on cultivating the fleshly body, after so many years of tempering with immortal energy, this poor Taoist fleshly body is strong enough to carry mountains and overturn seas. Your fleshly body is actually comparable to a heavenly immortal?" Immortal Tai Yu was stunned for a long time. Then, he pointed at the white-faced Taoist and said coldly that, after a slight pause, Immortal Tai Yu said coldly, "Senior Brother Tai, White Sparrow is not suitable to be the spiritual medicine hall master. Tai Yu cannot discipline him. Please find someone else." The moment the white-faced Taoist's injuries were healed, he immediately jumped up and hugged Immortal Tai Yu's thigh. "Grandmaster, please seek justice for this disciple. They swallowed my 2 disciples alive. They ate them. They swallowed them in one gulp. They even injured me and are planning to eat me as well." Raising her head arrogantly, Princess Zhang Lu said coldly, "Zixian and Wuqia only seek fairness in their actions. If Grand Ancestral Uncle can be fair, Zixian and Wuqia will do as you say. If you can't, then don't blame us for not giving Grand Ancestral Uncle any face." Sighing lightly, Immortal Tai Yu nodded and said, "It is Tai Yu's fault for not teaching them properly, allowing them to do such a shameful thing. However, since they were innocent and punished their fellow disciples, they will naturally be punished according to the rules of the sect. You guys were too ruthless. 2 of your disciples were actually swallowed alive. You guys are too daring. First, he injured his own disciples to show that he was fair and decisive. Then, he punished Wuxia for being too ruthless. Immortal Taiyu's methods were indeed extraordinary. A wild roar rang out. Suddenly, golden dragon scale-shaped veins flashed across his skin, and muffled noises rang out from all his joints like thunderclaps. His body grew taller by over a foot, and his muscles expanded by about 2 times. He circulated the 3rd transformation of the Flood Dragon transformation art. Godly power rumbled within his body like thunder. With a deep roar, he punched towards Immortal Taiyu's palm. Taiyu nodded subconsciously. Just as he was about to say something, Wuxia interrupted. Disciple is bold enough to say that all the outstanding disciples of your clan will die prematurely. Even if they don't die prematurely, they won't be able to cultivate to great heights in the future. Even if they manage to cultivate a few nascent souls, they will still be killed by others. Sooner or later, they will die a horrible death. Wuxia laughed coldly. He paused for a moment, then turned to Immortal Taiyu, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and said, Disciple, are you happy with what Disciple has said? Immortal Taiyu narrowed his blurry eyes, which were not big to begin with. His youthful face and white hair now had a hint of haziness in them. He snorted coldly. However, his cold snort, together with his blurry eyes, did not have any deterrence. He gave Wuxia a glance, then turned to look at Princess Zhonglu, who stood behind Wuxia, and said coldly, Yuanhua sect forbids the killing of fellow disciples. This is the most serious offense according to the sect rules. After a moment of silence, Immortal Taiyu shook his head with a wry smile on his face. He pointed at the timid Peppermint and Angelica and said, Although both of them have excellent latent talents, it does not mean they will be able to cultivate to great heights in the future. On the contrary, Jade, Ware, and Rubble, are they worth the same price? Once again, Wuxia rudely interrupted Immortal Taiyu. He took a step forward, casually pulled out a folding fan from Black Dragon's spirit ring, opened it, and waved it a few times. Grand Uncle Master Taiyu, are there any outstanding disciples in your clan? He asked coldly. Grinning coldly, Wuxia interrupted Immortal Taiyu and said, They are merely clay pots. How could they be compared with pearls and precious gems? It was a declaration of his stance. Immortal Taiyu did not show any respect to Taoist men. He had sided with Taoist Qi and even struck the iron while it was hot by paying a visit to Dateo Peak. It was a blatant show of goodwill and declaration of his stance. By punishing his own disciple and paying a visit to Taoist Qi, it proved that Immortal Taiyu had chosen to be close to Taoist Qi's clan and had given up on Taoist Min's clan. Immortal Taiyu opened his narrowed eyes, and the blurry look in them vanished. Slowly, he straightened his back, and like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, he shone with a cold gleam that made one shudder. Wuxia, oh Wuxia, you have gone too far with your words. There is no enmity between you and Taiyu, so why must you curse his juniors like this? Immortal Taiyu had a blurry look in his eyes. It meant that he had just woken up from a deep sleep, and his eyes were still covered with the gunk, and he had no idea who he was. Feebly, he gave Wuxia a look, then asked again with a cold voice, What happened? Princess Zhonglu took a step forward, pulling Peppermint and Angelica along with her, and said with a sneer, If that is the case, why must Grand Uncle Master curse Peppermint and Angelica, 2 innocent young girls? Could it be that just because Grand Uncle Master's juniors are human beings, Peppermint and Angelica should die? Chapter 391. Greenwood Peak towered into the clouds, shaped like a towering tree. The mountain was densely covered with a type of broad-leaved trees, each of which stood 1,000 feet tall and were extremely thick. When a strong wind blew past, it seemed as if the mountain was shaking along with the wind, producing loud noises of waves. That was why it was named Greenwood Peak. There were 4 huge underground energy veins, which converged at the foot of Greenwood Peak according to the 4 cardinal directions. A small energy-condensing immortal ascension ball was connected to the 4 energy veins, transforming 70% of the energy in them into immortal energy that contained a slight element of greenwood. All the immortal energies were gathered at the top of the peak, where immortal green staff usually cultivated in seclusion, while the rest of the energies were drifting in the surroundings, nourishing Greenwood Peak with rich earth energy and making all sorts of exotic flowers and grasses look extraordinarily beautiful. Apart from Patriarch Xianxia, there were tens of other intersect disciples serving immortal green staff. However, apart from Taoist Li, who had attained the 36th tier Heaven Immortal Realm, none of the other intersect disciples had made any significant progress. On the contrary, Patriarch Xianxia, an outer sect disciple who was forced to leave Yuan Hua sect 100,000 years ago, had attained the righteous fruit of Heaven Immortal. As a result, apart from the abode on the peak where immortal green staff usually stayed and cultivated, there were 2 other abodes on the left and right side of Greenwood Peak. One belonged to Taoist Li, and the other newly built abode belonged to Patriarch Xianxia. In Patriarch Xianxia's abode, Peppermint and Angelica were lying on a bamboo bed. With a cold face, Princess Zhang Lu was smearing a medicinal ointment on their backs, which were covered in layers of scars, both new and old. The medicinal ointment was personally prepared by Wuxia, but, just like the medicinal ointment he used to treat Yin Bugue, Wuxia only pursued a strong and outstanding medicinal effect, and never paid attention to the method of administering medicine. Therefore, although the medicinal ointment was very strong, it was also very irritating. Every time the medicinal ointment touched the bloody wounds, Peppermint and Angelica felt as if they were being heavily slashed by someone. Even though the medicinal ointment concocted by Wuxia was a life-saving spirit medicine, it was no different from being tortured. But Peppermint and Angelica, who had a petite body and a childish face, did not even let out a snort. Their tiny bodies were trembling violently, but their hands were holding tightly onto Princess Zhang Li's skirt. Wuxia stood by the bamboo bed and frowned as he looked at the 2 girls who were in so much pain that their foreheads were dripping with cold sweat. After a long time, he said, "Xian, these 2 girls are not bad. You should accept them as your disciples. Their aptitudes are extremely good. I've checked them, and they all have top-grade water spirit veins." As for the supreme-grade water element root, Wuxia happened to have the Darkeen water scripture he obtained from Lady Dark Goldwater. It was a supreme scripture that could allow him to cultivate all the way to the 1st tier of Gold Immortal Realm safely. On top of that, he also had the Darkeen energy vase, which could absorb water element energies and turn them into various acquired water to aid his cultivation. With the aptitudes of Peppermint and Angelica, they were the perfect candidates to inherit the cultivation technique Wuxia obtained. Naturally, Princess Zhang Lu would do whatever Wuxia said. She nodded her head and said in a cold voice, "Peppermint, Angelica, from now on, you're my disciples. Don't ever be bullied by anyone again. If anyone dares to bully you, just go ahead and kill them. Those who provoke my disciples will have their entire family wiped out." Wuxia cleared his throat and interrupted Princess Zhang Li's words. They were not in Great Yin Dynasty, and it was not so easy to have someone's entire family wiped out. Princess Zhang Li's face blushed slightly. She gave Wuxia a fierce glare, and only then did she continue to apply the ointment on the backs of the 2 girls. Upon hearing Princess Zhang Li's words, the 2 sisters, who had been enduring the pain from the ointment and refusing to make a sound, suddenly burst into tears. They hugged Princess Zhang Li's waist tightly with both hands and kept calling out Master. Wuxia felt sad at the sight and kept frowning. Standing next to him, Lord Xianxia and Catfish Flood Dragon shook their heads. They did not have the rich emotions of human beings. Standing next to them, Immortal Greenstaff and Patriarch Xianxia snorted angrily at the same time. Immortal Greenstaff clenched his jaws and said, "I can't believe someone dares to hurt the disciples that Lao Tzu has asked to be sent to Palace of Spirit Herbs. We'll settle this score with White Sparrow later." Damn it, don't let Lao Tzu find out who sent White Sparrow to Palace of Spirit Herbs. Sooner or later, Lao Tzu will break White Sparrow's legs. With a gloomy face, Patriarch Xianxia snorted coldly and said, Master, let me handle this. How could they hurt two obedient little girls? How shameless, despicable, and obscene. Do they still deserve to be Yuan Hua sect's disciples? Taoist Li was in the room as well. He stood 5 feet tall, had a lean face, and was in high spirits. Clad in a long brown robe made of linen, Taoist Li squeezed the wrought tan staff in his hand, clenched his jaws, and said, Master, junior brother, this is easy to handle. Many of Uncle Master Kuang's disciples are working in the pill workshop, and I'm in charge of them. I'll find some time to give them some mistakes, then punish them severely according to the sect rules. Taoist Li's pair of green eyes darted back and forth like a cat's. He clenched his jaws and said, As long as we give them a slight accident when they are concocting pills, causing the pill cauldron to explode, they will be severely wounded even if they don't die from the explosion. Then, we'll charge them with carelessness in concocting pills and extravagance. The heart cleaning pool at the back of the mountain will be waiting for them. Immortal Green Staff slapped Taoist Li's head forcefully and said with a smile, That's what we'll do. Next month, you'll ask those rascals to concoct the Trigold Flaming Dragon Tiger Energy Explosion Pill. This is the pill that will cause the most serious explosion if something goes wrong. If we're going to explode, we'll make sure to do it with more force. What's the big deal if they're seriously wounded? Immortal Green Staff clenched his teeth and said ferociously, They can do it, but we can't. Lao Tzu has been holding back his anger for 100,000 years. Now, let's have a good competition with them, and let's see who can't beat the other. Standing off to his side with his hands clasped behind his back, Wuxia raised his head and gave Immortal Green Staff and Taoist Li a look. He suddenly fell in love with these two old Taoists. Clearing his throat, Wuxia lowered his voice and said hypocritically, But, Ancestral Master, Uncle Master, didn't the sect rules say that Yuan Hua sect disciples are strictly forbidden to do that to each other? Immortal Green Staff and Taoist Li gave Wuxia a glare at the same time, then cursed at the same time, Sect rule my ass. They were taken aback at the same time. Immortal Green Staff cleared his throat and clasped his hands behind his back, putting on a dignified look. Taoist Li's eyes went wide as he pointed his finger at Patriarch Xianxia and said, Sect rule is dead, but people are alive. If the sect rule is always effective, junior brother Xianxia would have become an inner sect disciple 100,000 years ago. Why would he be chased out of Yuan Hua sect? Stroking his beard, Taoist Li smiled reservedly and said, In short, the application of sect rule depends on your heart. It all depends on how you use it. Clang! The door of the house was kicked open with a loud thud. A tall and slender lady clad in a green palace dress walked into the house. Her face was veiled with a light veil, and her face could not be seen clearly. Every step she took was filled with an alluring charm. Immediately after that, the lady's voice, which sounded a little hollow and hoarse, rang out. What? Are those people stirring up trouble on purpose? It has been 100,000 years. Are they done with it? Taoist men, that old pig, doesn't he care about his face anymore? I can marry whoever I want to marry. Is he still going to pester me? She stomped her foot forcefully. Rumble. Greenwood Peak began to tremble violently. It was as if a large patch of forest near the foot of the mountain was struck by a thunderbolt. Several thousand towering trees were uprooted, and countless tree barks and wood chips were blasted tens of miles away. All the birds and beasts in the forest fled in panic, not daring to stay any longer near Greenwood Peak. Immortal Green Staff and Taoist Li bent their bodies at the same time in a nearly servile manner, carefully stepping forward to greet the lady. Immortal Green Staff called her wife with a flattering smile, while Taoist Li kept bowing and calling her master's wife with a flattering smile on his face. The green-clothed lady did not pay any attention to Immortal Green Staff and Taoist Li. Instead, She went straight before Patriarch Xianxia and gave him an appraising look. Suddenly, she sighed heavily and said, Xianxia, you did live up to my expectations in those years. You've chopped off White Sparrow's arm with just one sword strike. But I made things difficult for you, as you were chased out of the sect because of this. Here are a few immortal items that I've bought for you over the years. Take them and refine them. The green-clothed lady flipped her palm, and 3 lower-grade immortal items appeared before Patriarch Xianxia, glinting faintly. They were a sword, a shield, and a Taoist crown. Judging from the runes flashing and blinking on them from time to time, although they were only lower-grade immortal items, they were the best among all lower-grade immortal items. At least, the person who crafted them must have put in a lot of effort. Trembling, Patriarch Xianxia dropped to his knees and received the 3 immortal items respectfully. Disciple Xianxia thanks Master's wife for the generous gift. Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu followed Patriarch Xianxia and dropped to their knees as well. This fiery and shrewish lady was none other than Immortal Greenstaff's dual cultivation partner, Goddess Greenmelon. Many years ago, Taoist men had taken a fancy to her and had forced her to marry him. In the end, Goddess Greenmelon ran away with Immortal Greenstaff, slept with him, and succeeded in dual cultivation. It was a heavy slap on Taoist men's face. The conflict between Taoist Qi and Taoist men, and even Patriarch Xianxia's departure from Yuanhua sect, all started from this incident. But he did not expect that Goddess Greenmelon was still thinking about Patriarch Xianxia and had even bought him 3 lower-grade immortal items. What Wuxia saw in Eminent Cloud Sect's Luo Ling Pavilion was only a lower-grade immortal item, which proved that not everyone in Puluo Heavenly Realm could easily get their hands on an immortal item. Yet, Goddess Greenmelon had been thinking about Patriarch Xianxia and had prepared 3 immortal items for him over the past 100,000 years. It was a good thing to have a senior in the sect. Wuxia took a deep breath. Suddenly, he found the feeling he had when he was with Wu Wang in those years. It was the warm feeling of being watched over and protected, and having someone to shelter him from the wind and rain. It was a good thing to have a senior in the sect. Wu Qi's pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. He swore to himself that no matter who tried to destroy this warm feeling that he missed so much, no matter who it was, he would have to kill them. He bowed respectfully at Goddess Greenmelon and said in a deep voice, Disciple Wuxia offers greeting, Grand Mistress. Goddess Greenmelon hurried forward and pulled Patriarch Xianxia up, then helped Wuxia and Princess Zhonglu to their feet. She gave Wuxia a look, nodded her head, and praised him. After that, she focused all her attention on Princess Zhonglu and said, Zixian, this little girl is indeed a peerlessly beautiful girl. She is truly like a celestial being. Wuxia is not a good match for you. But as long as you like him, it's fine. Wuxia was depressed by Goddess Greenmelon's words, while Princess Zhonglu gave him a complacent glance and chuckled softly. Goddess Greenmelon's movement was a little too big and brought up a gust of wind. The veil covering her face fluttered a little, and as he stood aside, Wuxia happened to see half of Goddess Greenmelon's face. Her facial bones were broken, and her face was full of bumps and hollows, like the sand in a river that had been hit by raindrops. It was a very ferocious look. Wuxia gasped. Immortal Greenstaff had told him that Goddess Greenmelon's face was injured, and now that he saw it, it was indeed a very serious injury. No wonder this was the first time Goddess Greenmelon came to see Patriarch Xianxia after he came to Greenwood Peak for so long. All girls cared a lot about their appearance. Presumably, Goddess Greenmelon had been in a secluded cultivation these days, trying to heal the injury on her face. However, the injury was too serious, and unless she had an excellent healing spirit pill, it would be very difficult for her to fully recover. As for the 2 7th-grade immortal pills concocted by Patriarch Xianxia, he had given them to Patriarch Yuanhua. Chapter 392. After setting up the restrictive spell, Wuxia fished out the dark Yin energy vase and cast a few incantation gestures into it, changing the restrictive spell in the vase. As long as it could absorb enough water element energy, it would be able to produce the Ling Yi True Water. As soon as Wuxia activated the vase, its pale green body flickered with a bright light and gradually turned silver-white, with a few images of swaying daffodils emerging on its surface. As soon as Goddess Green Melon appeared, she dominated the atmosphere in the room. Immortal Green Staff bowed his head. Taoistly dared not to raise his head. Patriarch Zhang Yun bowed his head respectfully, and Princess Zhang could do nothing but listen. As Peppermint and Angelica were too young, they dared not to make a sound. There was no need to explain the importance girls attached to their appearance. After waiting on the tree for a few hours, the dark Yin energy vase trembled slightly, and a stream of silver-white liquid filled with cold air and abundant energy rushed out. Hastily, Wuxia used a jade vase to store the liquid. There were over 50 kilograms of Ling Yi True Water in the vase, enough to turn 80 to 100 ugly girls into stunning beauties. Although dragon pythons of fire and ice had a strong fleshly body like heavenly dragons, they were much more brutal and brutal. If dragons were the emperors of the scale clans, then dragon pythons of fire and ice were the heroes of the scale clans. If real dragons were to fight with dragon pythons of fire and ice, it would usually be the true dragons who would be defeated. Fairy Green Melon's face was injured by the starlight orb. Apart from using spirit pills and miraculous medicines to heal her injuries as soon as possible, he had another way to restore her appearance. The dark Yin energy vase could absorb water element energy and transform it into 99 types of acquired water. Among these acquired waters, there was a type of Ling Yi True Water, which could especially nourish the Yin blood energy of a girl. It could maintain one's appearance, harmonize one's qi and blood, and provide a great support to female cultivators. Fairy Green Melon spoke very quickly. She sounded like a heavy machine gun, and there was a fiery crispness to her words. She gave Patriarch Zhang Yun 3 immortal items, then pulled Princess Zhang Lu aside and chatted for a while. At last, she rested her attention on Peppermint and Angelica. Apparently, she had learned about what happened to Peppermint and Angelica from other disciples. She comforted the two girls with a few words, then began cursing Priest Yun's disciples. Silverhorn stuck out his long tongue and licked one of his eyeballs, then murmured, "But for the delicious, sweet, and intoxicating human flesh, brother, we have to cultivate hard. 10 days, just 10 days, and we will be able to digest the food in our stomachs." Our cultivation should be able to reach the primordial spirit realm. Once we form our nascent divinities, we'll be able to inherit the secret arts of the dragon pythons of fire and ice in our bloodlines and begin our real cultivation. After Goldhorn and Silverhorn brothers were assigned, Wuxia grabbed Long Yuan and whispered with him for a while. According to Long Yuan, the space in the spirit breeding ring was getting more and more limited as the cultivation base of Long Bow people was getting higher and higher, and their bodies were getting bigger and bigger. They needed more space. As Wuxia was not a heaven immortal now, he did not have the power to create his own world, so he could only keep expanding the spirit breeding ring. The clan of dragon pythons had their own divine abilities and mystic arts inherited from their bloodlines, and they were definitely not weaker than the body-tempering techniques of the dragons. Only now did Wuxia understand why Goldhorn and Silverhorn had only asked him about the cultivation of the dragon transformation script, but the brothers had never cultivated it. Goddess Green Melon was stunned for a moment, then she gave a cry of surprise, grabbed the jade bottle, and rushed out of the door. Perhaps Goldhorn and Silverhorn were the last pair of dragon pythons of fire and ice in all the worlds, and the heavy responsibility of breeding and strengthening the clan of dragon pythons fell on their shoulders. Dragon pythons of fire and ice? Only now did Wuxia understand the origin of Goldhorn and Silverhorn. They were actually the legendary creatures, for dragon claws had grown out from under their stomachs, and 2 tumors the size of a human head had grown out from their backs. Wuxia tried to use his divine sense to see what was inside the tumors, but a pliable force blocked Wuxia's divine sense, preventing him from seeing through the mysteries inside. Goldhorn and Silverhorn's big heads were still in the shape of pythons, but they had dragon horns growing out from the top of their heads. Dragon pythons were strange creatures that resembled dragons and pythons, and their bloodlines were inextricably linked to dragons, but they were definitely not dragons. They could mate with any dragon or snake of the opposite sex, and every time they gave birth to 2, 4, 6, or 8 eggs, they would hatch into pairs of dragon pythons of fire and ice. Fortunately, Wuxia had brought countless materials with him, so it was not difficult for him to expand the spirit breeding ring. Therefore, he agreed to it without hesitation. The dark Yin energy vase was indeed magical. Along with the changes of the restrictive spells inside, the surface of the vase would change accordingly. If it were not for the fact that it did not have an item spirit, it could be ranked as a spirit treasure. Even a peerlessly ugly girl, like Mother Wu Yin, could turn into a peerless beauty like Diao Chan or Shi Shi by using Spirit Ripple True Water to clean her face. Not to mention that Fairy Green Melon was not ugly at all, and she was just wounded. With the Spirit Ripple True Water, she could forcibly adjust the position of the muscles and bones on her face, restoring her appearance to its original state. Therefore, Fairy Green Melon's criticism toward all the disciples of Daoist Min's clan was very sharp, and every word she said pointed to the key points, instead of some groundless nonsense. After scolding them for a while, Fairy Green Melon pulled Peppermint in Angelica's little hands, forcing Immortal Green Staff to quickly think of a way to vent his anger, and he had to do it cleanly, venting all the anger that he had accumulated over the years. Wuxia gave his Grandmaster and Grandmaster Grandmother a look, who were deeply immersed in their schemes, then secretly gave Princess Zhonglu a wink, then sneaked out of the room. Wuxia liked Fairy Green Melon's personality very much, and he could feel the care and love she had for her disciples. Therefore, he had to find a way to restore her appearance to its original state. If such a bold and passionate girl could never show her true face to others, wouldn't it be a very cruel thing? Starting from Daoist Min, who was a disrespectful old man, to Daoist Green Peng, who was greedy and lustful, Daoist Yuhi, who was cowardly and afraid of death, Daoist Bolao, who was wretched and immoral, and Daoist Demowan, who forsook morality at the sight of profit, Fairy Green Melon had scolded every single disciple of Daoist Min's clan. However, her scolding was not without reason, but with reason and evidence. She seemed to know all the shameful things these people had done in a certain year, month, and day, and nothing could be hidden from her. Wuxia smiled bitterly. He reached out his hand and injected a stream of pure blood energy into each of the 2 big fellows, helping them digest the burden in their stomachs. After that, he said, "There is 1 month left until the life-and-death match between Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect. If you can join the match at that time, there will be 110 people waiting for you to eat. If you don't want to join the match, then forget it." Grand Mistress, I suddenly remembered that I found this spirit item in Shui Yuan planet, and I've specially presented it to you. Just like when they walked out of Great Yan's secret vault, the 2 brothers still had their stomachs bulging up, and wisps of flame and cold air could be seen coming out from the corners of their mouths as they stared straight at Wuxia. Over the past 1 year, the 2 brothers had been eating and drinking in Great Yan's secret vault, and until today, they had not completely digested the demon cores and blood essences in their stomachs. With great difficulty, Goldhorn and Silverhorn raised their heads and said together, "We will cultivate diligently. 1 month later, we will definitely be able to join the match." Fairy Green Melon clapped her hands and laughed out loud. Pulling Immortal Green Staff's hand, she began to carefully calculate with him. Wuxia gave her the jade bottle, which was brimming with natural energy and emanated a cold air, then explained the effect of the Ling Yi True Water. However, their horns were different from the normal dragon horns. They had many forks, and each fork was extremely sharp like a sharp blade. Wisps of flame coiled around the gold horn's horn, emanating a scorching heat, while the silver horn's horn was surrounded by a silver cold wind, which made even Wuxia feel a little uncomfortable. However, the reproduction rate of dragon pythons of fire and ice was many times weaker than that of dragons. On top of that, since the ancient times, dragons have been granted the title of dragon kings by the celestial court, which made them the rulers of all the water veins in all the worlds. Therefore, no one dared to attack dragons recklessly. On the other hand, the proud and unyielding dragon pythons of fire and ice did not give a second thought to the celestial court's attempts to recruit them. The immortals in the universe were more than happy to capture and kill them to craft magical treasures, capture them as mounts, or simply make them into delicious food. As a result, the dragons grew stronger day by day, while the dragon pythons of fire and ice had nearly gone extinct. However, the two brothers had undergone earth-shaking changes. Their bodies had doubled in length, and they were now nearly 200 feet long. The scales on their bodies had become much thicker, and each scale was in the shape of a hexagon. On the corner of each scale, there was a tiny rune that was faintly discernible. It was obvious that the ancestral bloodline in their bodies had been stimulated and was gradually transforming their bodies. Burping, Goldhorn said in a disheveled manner, "It's been a long time since we felt so full. It's just that we don't want to digest the food in our stomachs so quickly. It's not that we can't digest them. It feels great to have a full stomach." "Are you still looking down on the dragon transformation script?" Wuxia murmured vaguely, then shoved the brothers back into the spirit breeding ring and said, "Cultivate carefully. 10 days later, I'll help you transcend your thunder tribulation." Are my demon pets allowed to participate in this match? I still have 10,000 long bow people here. Immortal Greenstaff quickly stepped forward and carefully told them the plan he came up with Taoist Li just now. All the houses here were densely covered with various restrictive spells, so they did not have to worry that someone might eavesdrop on them. As the people in the house were his own people, Immortal Greenstaff did not have to worry that someone might leak the secret. Therefore, he told them the plan he came up with just now, as well as all the detailed steps. From the Black Dragon Spirit Ring, Wuxia took out a great amount of water element energy stones and shoved them into the vase. After that, he placed the vase on the branch in front of him and paid no attention to it. He touched the spirit breeding ring, and a beam of white light shot out from it. Goldhorn and Silverhorn fell down from the white light lazily, hanging themselves on the branch like dead snakes. After walking out from Patriarch Xianxia's abode, Wuxia took a detour and came to a patch of woods at the back. He chose a tree that stood 1,000 feet tall, then flew up and sat down on one of the leafy branches. After that, he waved his hand, unleashing thousands of primordial runes that locked down the surrounding void. Unless it was a formidable expert who was proficient in the Tao of primordial runes like him. Even if Patriarch Yuanhua were to peep at them with his divine will, it would definitely alert Wuxia. Chuckling, Wuxia put away the vase and released the surrounding restrictive spells, then strode back into the abode. Chapter 393. After that, Patriarch Yuanhua said, after the life and death match, it will be a life and death match between Patriarch and Reverend Huilin. The life and death match is related to the ownership of both Yuanhua sect and Huiling sect, and it will decide the rise and fall of both great immortal sections. Therefore, Patriarch has to fight with all his might, even at the cost of his own life. Therefore, if Patriarch is unfortunately killed, cheer, you will take charge of Yuanhua mortal sect. The rest of you must cooperate with us wholeheartedly to strengthen Yuanhua sect. There is only one day left before the life and death match between our sect and Huiling sect. If our sect wins, we will be able to occupy the planet with the energy vein, and our overall strength will be further enhanced. For the next few days, all the disciples who will participate in the life and death match will stop their secluded cultivation and take a rest. It was only at this moment that Goddess Green Melon realized that she was still holding Wuqi's ear. she let go abruptly, and in the next moment, she transformed from a raging mad woman into a dignified lady who was as quiet as still water. She nodded gently at Wuxia, smiled, and said, "It is all thanks to the spirit water that Wuxia has given me that my ancestral master's visage can be restored. In the future, if anyone dares to offend you in the sect, even if it is Uncle Master Min, Ancestral Master will definitely not let him off." Taoist Min openly tried to recruit Immortal Taiyu, but Immortal Taiyu straightforwardly rejected Taoist Min's invitation. Taoist Min's face turned dark. With a flick of his sleeve, he led his disciples into Patriarch Yuan Hua's Green Cliff cave abode. Not even greeting Taoist Qi, Immortal Greenstaff waved his hand and sprinkled a few layers of immortal light, adding tens of layers of restrictive spells on the inside and outside of the house. Wuxia, Patriarch Xianxia, and Taoist Li came before Immortal Greenstaff. 4 of them sat around a small square table, putting their heads together and murmuring in low voices with gloomy faces. They looked like a group of robbers in a marketplace, planning where to do business. Naturally, the target of their plan was none other than the disciples from Taoist Min's sect. Taoist Li stroked his beard and laughed as he said, "Junior nephew Wuxia, it's good that you've gotten used to it. We need to come up with a good plan to teach them a lesson." When the plan was settled, Wuxia lightly knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, "I need to send the parents of Peppermint and Angelica to Greenwood Peak." Wuxia cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "Zixian's birth mother died suddenly during childbirth." Goddess Green Melon was taken aback. She put her arms around Princess Zhonglu and said with a smile, "Zixian, where is your mother?" But today, Immortal Taiyu suddenly expressed his goodwill towards Taoist Qi. He openly and forcefully punished his disciple who had made a mistake, expelled the master of Spirit Medicine Hall, Taoist White Sparrow, and then paid a visit to Taoist Qi had gained the support from Immortal Hua, Immortal Min, Hua, and Sect, and Imist Immortal Ming. Dao and Taihua Tiangong's clan, and clan was Hua, Taoist ABO Sect 1 in Taihua Sect, and a mountain and clan, and Hua, and Sect Tai of Sect, and of Dao has. Along with Patriarch Yuan Hua's voice, a faint ringing of a golden bell reverberated through the clouds, shaking the surrounding trees and making them rustle. Wuxia gave Taoist White Sparrow a deep look, and Taoist White Sparrow happened to turn his head to look at him. Therefore, Wuxia saw the deep resentment in Taoist White Sparrow's eyes, as well as his determination to kill Wuxia until he was dead. Just 2 hours later, Goddess Green Melon rushed into the hall while shouting and yelling, grabbing Wuxia's ear. Together with Taoist Qi, 4 heaven immortals, led by Immortal Taiyu, came rushing to Green Cliff Mountain. Taoist Qi rose to his feet, then dropped to his knees and bowed deeply. "Yes, Sect Master." Immortal Taiyu smiled faintly, shaking his head and saying, "We'll talk again when we're free." Patriarch Yuan Hua did not show himself today. Although he was sitting in his cottage, his voice echoed throughout the entire small cave abode. The more spirit rippled true water a girl absorbed, the closer her appearance would be to the female template recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Naturally, her appearance would be more beautiful, and her attraction to the opposite sex would be stronger. As Goddess Green Melon's face was wounded by a magical treasure, she had consumed a great amount of blood essence and energy. As a result, she could not restore her appearance in a short period of time, and could only wear a veil when meeting others. The spirit rippled true water could replenish the essence, blood, and vitality she had lost, and it could also adjust her aura. Immortal Greenstaff laughed and said, "Green Melon has always been like this. She is too lazy to teach disciples, but she does not like male disciples either. She has been tormenting Greenwood Peak all day long. Now that we have Zixian, Peppermint, and Angelica, we can finally have some peaceful days." After that, Patriarch Yuan Hua went on to give out many orders, from what Yuan Hua sect had to do after the victory, to the retreat route if Yuan Hua sect was defeated. He explained all the details in a very clear and meticulous manner, without leaving any loopholes. Wuxia could not help but admire Patriarch Yuanhua inwardly. He was indeed the ancestral master who had single-handedly made Yuanhua sect one of the 10 great sects in Puluo Heavenly Realm. His management skill was top-notch. Suddenly, a beam of cloud came rushing over from a corner. It was Taoist Qi, bringing a group of disciples. Under Taoist Qi, there was Immortal Green Staff, the eldest senior brother, and Yellowbeard, Lady Green Plum, and Goddess Green Melon, 3 Heaven Immortal disciples. In terms of a number of eldest senior disciples, they were more than enough to match Taoist men. However, apart from Immortal Green Staff, who had 2 Heaven Immortal disciples, Taoist Li and Patriarch Jiangyin, Yellowbeard, and the other 2 Heaven Immortal disciples, they only had 2 Heaven Immortal disciples. Therefore, the overall strength of Taoist Qi's disciples was slightly weaker than Taoist men. Oh my, Wu Qi's grand disciple, what is this treasure you have? Goddess Green Melon had taken off her veil, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful face that exuded a heroic spirit. Her face seemed to be covered by a thin layer of water vapor. It was hazy and faintly discernible, but it set off a few traces of feminine beauty in addition to her heroic spirit. She was like a whirlpool in a drowning pool. As long as one looked at her, one's gaze would be deeply sucked in. But it was a pity that some of his disciples were not very promising. Wu Qi tilted his head and looked at Goddess Green Melon with a wry smile. When they arrived at Green Cliff Mountain, Taoist men, who was on the brink of death, happened to bring a group of disciples down from the cloud. Together with Mo Wan, Green Peng, Jade Crane, and Shrike, Taoist White Sparrow, and 4 other Heaven Immortal disciples, there were a total of 10 Heaven Immortals from Taoist men's branch, which accounted for 30% of all the Heaven Immortals in Yuanhua sect. With her head held high, Goddess Green Melon pulled Princess Zhang Li's hand and walked out of the door in high spirits. Peppermint and Angelica timidly kowtowed to Wu Qi, then hastily caught up with Princess Zhang Lu, grabbing Princess Zhang Li's sleeves like a shadow. When Princess Zhang Lu saw what Wu Qi was doing, the anger in her heart calmed down immediately. She smiled sweetly and gently held Goddess Green Melon's hand, praising, "You are indeed a peerless beauty and also a valiant warrior." When Lu saw you, he felt like he was seeing his own mother. Suddenly, Princess Zhang Li's eyes turned red. No matter what kind of grudges they had, the fact that Taoist White Sparrow had placed his revenge on Peppermint and Angelica, 2 young girls with weak cultivation bases that were no different from ordinary mortals, had crossed some boundaries. According to Wu Qi's plan, regardless of whether they were from the same sect or the sect rules, he would definitely teach Taoist men's branch a severe lesson. He would make them feel the pain, and he did not mind killing a few Heaven Immortals from Taoist men's branch as a warning. Wu Qi was taken aback. He spread his arms and sighed innocently at Immortal Green Staff. Taoist Qi smiled faintly and shook his head, then brought the group of disciples and walked into the hall. After cupping his fist and thanking Goddess Green Melon, Wu Qi told her about the magical function of the Ling Yi True Water. The Ling Yi True Water was best at nurturing a thread of innate Yin energy in female cultivators. The more innate Yin energy a woman possessed, the more graceful and beautiful she would be. Therefore, unless she possessed some extremely special spirit root or innate talent, the better the aptitude of a woman, the more beautiful she would be. Upon hearing that the Ling Yi True Water was especially useful for women, Immortal Green Staff, Taoist Li, and Patriarch Jiangyin lost all interest. However, Wu Qi's heart skipped a beat as he sensed 2 hostile gazes staring at him. Gingerly, he gave them a sideways glance, and sure enough, it was Princess Zhang Lu, who was staring at him with eyes bursting with flames of fury. Wu Qi forced a smile, his lips twitching upward as he gave Princess Zhang Lu a meaningful glance. Goddess Green Melon cried out excitedly, "What a wonderful treasure! Not only can it restore my appearance, It can also replenish my innate yin energy. My greenwood spirit root was originally an upper-tier spirit root, but now it has become a supreme-tier spirit root, and even my immortal soul has become stronger and tougher. It is almost equal to the cultivation base that I've acquired after 10,000 years of arduous cultivation. What exactly is this wonderful treasure? Upon hearing Patriarch Yuan Hua's words, Taoist Qi, Immortal Greenstaff, and Patriarch Xianxia rose to their feet and answered respectfully, yes. An acquired true water like the Ling Yi true water could nourish female cultivators by replenishing their innate yin energy, allowing their aura, blood essence, body shape, and appearance to be closer to the female template recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. And that template was the most perfect woman recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Without wasting any time, Wuxia and his company stepped onto clouds and flew towards Green Cliff Mountain. Goddess Green Melon walked at the front with her head held high, as if she was afraid that no one could see that her appearance had been restored. Taoist Li nodded and praised. What martial nephew Wuxia said is right. Let's remove all the worries first, and only then can we do what we need. Immortal Greenstaff and Taoist Li looked dejected, while Goddess Green Melon pulled Princess Zhang to her feet, sighed and said, I see. My good grandson, Wuxia, has made me happy today, but I can't give him any benefits. Zixian, Peppermint, and Angelica, come with me. I have some good things here, and I can give them to you girls. Taoist Li and these stinky Taoists must not be taken advantage of. Taoist Min's face darkened. He gave Taoist Qi a look, then clenched his jaws and dropped to his knees, saying in a deep voice, We dare not disobey you. Wuxia was instantly enraged. This fellow really doesn't know what's good for him. Goddess Green Melon gave Taoist Min a cold look, whose face was as gloomy as still water, then gave a cold snort. After that, she bowed to Taoist Qi and Immortal Taiyu. Taoist Min's face turned even uglier. Junior brother Taiyu, he said in a deep voice, if you have time, come visit my barren mountain. Chapter 394. Gradually, Wuqi's face turned serious. 108 bolts of lightning had struck down from the heavenly tribulation of dragon pythons of fire and ice, and it had not stopped yet. Although each of the lightning bolts only slightly injured Goldhorn and Silverhorn, the brothers were already riddled with scars after 108 minor injuries, and they had consumed more than half of the pills to replenish their strength. Hovering in midair, Wuxia looked quietly at the brothers. Pop, 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 for thunderous booms could be heard. The meatball behind the two brothers suddenly blasted open, and four nearly 300-meter-long wings spread. The enormous wings were covered with densely packed gold and silver scales. When the wings flapped, a large expanse of dazzling talisman light surged in the air. The heat wave brought by the wings instantly melted the small hill, and the cold air that followed froze the small hill that had just melted into an ice cube. Dragon pythons of fire and ice look like a dragon, but not a dragon, like a python but not a python. After devouring so many demon cores and blood essences from Great Yan's secret vault, the brothers had reached the threshold of advancement. After cultivating their nascent divinity and compressing the blood essence in their bodies, the brothers would immediately inherit the inherited memories in their bloodline and possess extraordinary divine abilities. Dragon pythons of fire and ice. Wuxia was looking forward to the performance of this ancient species. Just as Wuxia rose to his feet, wondering how he could help them, the brothers suddenly widened their eyes, threw their heads back, and let out a long roar. Spirit breeding rings were used by cultivators to store their demon pets, various goo worms, and other living creatures. The principle was similar to that of a storage ring, but at the same time, it was not quite the same. The storage ring had a vast space, but the time was frozen, so it could store all kinds of spirit herbs and pills without losing their spirituality over time. However, The spirit breeding ring was equivalent to a small world. The natural energy in it was constantly communicating with the outside world, and the flow of time was the same as the outside world. Therefore, living creatures could hide in the ring. Before the brothers could digest the power contained in the lightning bolt, the tribulation cloud in the sky trembled, and another lightning bolt, thicker than the previous one, came crashing down. The two brothers soared into the sky, opened their mouths wide, and swallowed the tribulation lightning into their stomachs. Then they twisted their bodies and fell to the ground in a sorry state. With a mysterious smile on his face, Wuxia fished out a jar of sticky, pitch-black ointment from the black dragon spirit ring. With a shake of his hand, the ointment transformed into two fountains and shot into Goldhorn and Silverhorn's mouths. The two serpents, who had exhausted their strength, immediately regained their spirit. They gritted their teeth and tortured their bodies, trying to break free from the tough snakeskin cage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several dozens of swishing noises rang out as all the heaven immortals in Yuanhua sect arrived at the scene with teleportation. The transparent wings were flapping lightly. Looking at Goldhorn and Silverhorn, the hassock of great ocean dividing serpent, he nodded and said, "Dragon pythons of fire and ice? Their numbers are 100 times fewer than our great divide, aren't they?" Back then, it was also a tyrannical race that once dominated the world. TSK, TSK. Again and again and again, Wuxia simply sat cross-legged on the ground and shouted, "You can only rely on yourselves. Hang in there." Goldhorn and Silverhorn flew up at the same time. They opened their mouths and bit down on the thunderbolt, splitting it into two and swallowing it into their stomachs. Crack! A loud noise rang out as the tattered snakeskins on their bodies exploded at the same time. Countless scales scattered in all directions, and the brothers fell heavily to the ground, struggling and rolling in agony. Their newly regenerated snakeskins were shivering rapidly, expanding and growing rapidly. Gradually, the scales on their skin hardened, and numerous profound runes emerged on their surfaces. Looking at Hasek, Wuxia smiled and said, "With me around, their race will thrive again." Goldhorn and Silverhorn curled up their bodies at the same time. Goldhorn opened his mouth and breathed out a stream of cold air, smashing heavily onto Silverhorn's body. Silverhorn also breathed out a clump of flame, smashing heavily onto Goldhorn's body. Then, both brothers breathed out the power of tribulation that they could not withstand, asking their brother to use his innate divine ability to neutralize it. Meanwhile, the cold air from Goldhorn and the flame from Silverhorn were the energy they needed to form their dragon python souls and temper their dragon python bodies respectively. While rubbing the spirit breeding ring, Wuxia said in a deep voice, "It will be best if I can bring my demon pets with me, hee." Flapping their fleshy wings, the brothers flew up into the sky and entered the tribulation cloud, using their strong bodies to absorb the power of tribulation. One tribulation thunderbolt after another kept smashing onto their bodies. A strong light radiated from their bodies, and a frightening aura spread thousands of miles away. However, the materials used to make spirit breeding rings were becoming rarer and rarer in the current world of cultivators. Therefore, an ordinary spirit breeding ring was only about 10 feet in size. If word of Wuxia's spirit breeding ring, which could accommodate 10,000 longbowmen, were spread out, it would be enough to scare a large number of people, and perhaps even those heaven immortals would not be able to restrain themselves from snatching it. On the contrary, those mighty figures at the level of Gold Immortal and above would not be greedy for it. After all, Gold Immortals were able to carry the small world they created with them, which was much stronger than the spirit breeding ring. The cold wind and the hot airflow ravaged the ground tens of miles in circumference, turning the ground into a lake of lava one moment, then a tundra the next. In just a few breaths of time, the forest within tens of miles had turned into the finest dust. Hasek was struck dumb. He gave Wuxia a deep look, then nodded and said, perhaps? Shaking his head, Hasek remembered the confident smile on Wu Qi's face, then turned and flew back into Wu Qi's spiritual ocean, continuing to sleep in the boundless ocean, quietly absorbing the innate water energy produced in Wu Qi's body. The roars sounded like that of a dragon, yet not at the same time. It was deep and resounding, with a hint of ferocity and brutality. If the roar of a dragon was said to be pearls and gems, then the roar of the brothers was a crystal ball that was fully covered with sharp thorns, glinting dazzlingly, yet deadly. Goldhorn and Silverhorn's bodies trembled slightly. Suddenly, they opened their mouths and sprayed out a stream of flame and a stream of cold air towards Daoist and Moan. It was the fire and ice thunder tribulation, unique to the clan of dragon pythons of fire and ice. Just like other innately powerful creatures, when the experts from various clans, such as dragons, phoenixes, and Sheelants improved their cultivation base or underwent a metamorphosis, they would always be struck by a thunder tribulation unique to their own clan. The fire and ice thunder tribulation was exactly the same. The power of the thunder contained the opposite attributes of firmness and softness, scorching and bitter coldness. It was a thunder tribulation that was extremely difficult to guard against. Goldhorn and Silverhorn shook their big heads together, throwing their heads back and letting out a long roar. Their bodies nearly straightened up, like two huge trees facing the sky, supporting their bodies with only the tips of their tails. They opened their mouths, which measured nearly 10 feet in circumference, and aimed at the thunderclouds in the sky, assuming a posture as if they were going to devour everything. The newly grown snakeskins on the brothers' bodies shone with a faint glow. Streams of red and white light rippled out from them, gradually fusing into their bodies. Goldhorn and Silverhorn were lying lazily on the ground, their sharp claws feebly tearing their badly mutilated bodies. Their bodies were covered in bloody wounds, long wounds that ripped open their scales. Large pieces of gold and silver scales were hanging around the wounds in a messy manner. A few loud clangs rang out as Goldhorn knocked his forehead against the ground, bringing up a large number of fire sparks. The snakeskin on his forehead cracked, exposing the newly grown skin underneath that was milky white mixed with a hint of pale gold. Meanwhile, Silverhorn opened his mouth wide and bit a piece of broken skin on his body with his sharp fangs. As he shook his head over and over again, the crack on his skin grew bigger and bigger, exposing a large patch of new, silvery skin. Cracking noises kept ringing out from under their thick scales. Their bodies were growing, their bones were growing thicker and longer, and their muscles were becoming thicker and stronger. But their snakeskins had restricted their further development. They could only tear the snakeskins themselves, freeing their bodies from this natural cage. They had consumed a great deal of physical strength and energy. Their claws tore the snakeskins and produced shrill noises of friction. Their bodies wriggled slightly, and from time to time, flames and cold gleams sprayed out of their mouths. Stroking the spirit breeding ring, Wuxia was once again reminded of the question he had last time. Are demon pets allowed to be brought into the duel? Isn't it a little too much to bring two nascent divinity realm dragon pythons of fire and ice into the duel, with 10,000 long bowmen ready to help at any time? Amidst the long and sonorous roars, the brothers' bodies expanded to about 1,000 feet long. Together with the huge, oddly shaped wings on their backs, they looked mighty and ferocious, like two fearsome, ancient, extraordinary beasts. Their claws had grown out as well. The foreclaws under their abdomens were similar to dragon claws, but they had one more joint, which made them much thicker, more agile, and more lethal. Their heads still looked like great pythons, but the dragon horns on their heads were bigger and more forked, and the cold wind and heat streams coiling around them made it harder for anyone to approach them. However, if Goldhorn and Silverhorn wanted to cultivate their nascent divinity, they would need the help of the thunder tribulation of ice and fire. They had to absorb and digest the unique fire and ice energy contained in the thunder tribulation, fusing them into their souls. Only then could they form their nascent divinity. If Wuxia were to help them resist the thunder tribulation at this moment, the brothers would never be able to make any progress in their entire lives. Looking at the brothers hovering midair, absorbing the thunder tribulation, Taoist Imolwan was both surprised and envious. Why are these two beasts so fierce? He cursed under his breath. 10 days after Yuanhua sect assembly, Wuxia was seen hovering midair on top of a small hill surrounded by craggy rocks behind Green Cliff Mountain. Looking at the tribulation clouds in the sky, Wuxia frowned as he flew tens of miles backward. "Goldhorn, Silverhorn," he said in a deep voice. "Goldhorn, Silverhorn, be careful. When you run out of stamina, consume some pills immediately to replenish your energy and blood." Wuxia had prepared a great amount of pills for the brothers in advance. As long as Goldhorn and Silverhorn were not too careless, and the thunder tribulation did not kill them completely in one go, it would not be difficult for them to transcend the thunder tribulation. For a moment, red and white gleams were flashing on the brothers' bodies, while cold air and hot wind were spreading in all directions. The rocks on the small hill could not withstand the rapid change of heat and cold, and exploded and shattered one after another. Right at this moment, a very faint thunderclap echoed out from the sky, as a red and white thunderbolt came whistling down. The bestial aura emanating from Goldhorn and Silverhorn's bodies grew stronger and stronger. It was as if a baby had grown into a burly man who stood over 10 feet tall and was burly with muscles all over his body. Their aura had become completely different from before. Guided by their aura, a thin layer of red cloud came wheeling slowly down from the sky. Amidst the cloud, numerous red thunderbolts as fine as hair and white cold air were seen rolling and tangling with each other. Piece after piece of snakeskin was ripped off by the brothers, while the aura emanating from their bodies grew stronger and stronger. An ancient bestial aura was vaguely spreading out from their bodies, while the gleam in their eyes grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Wuxia felt a chill on his forehead. The item spirit of Darking Hasek was startled by the aura and sprung out from Wuxia's body in surprise. But I don't think any other cultivator has a spirit breeding ring with such a huge space, right? Chapter 395. No one expected that Goldhorn and Silverhorn would attack, just because of Taoist Mo Luan's malicious words. However, dragon pythons of fire and ice were the most ferocious creatures under the heaven. In their eyes, apart from Wuxia, everyone else was no different than their food. After the baptism of the thunder tribulation of ice and fire, the two brothers had recovered the inherited memories of the dragon pythons of ice and fire in their bloodlines. They had also inherited the dragon pythons of ice and fire's ferocity and unreasonable arrogance. Since Taoist Mo Luan dared to curse them, there was no reason for them not to attack. Every time they attacked, they would unleash a killing strike without showing any mercy. Like two comets, the 1,000 feet long red beam and the other white beam intertwined and shot across the sky, producing a shrill and unpleasant whistling noise. The noise went straight into Yuanhua Sect's spiritual ocean, sounding like the howling of evil spirits from hell. It shook the souls of all the heaven immortals of Yuanhua Sect in the surroundings. Even Patriarch Xianxia and Taoist Li, who were 36th tier heaven immortals, nearly had their immortal souls shaken out from their bodies. Taoist Mo Luan's face fell. "Damn beasts!" he bellowed furiously. With a wave of his right hand, a sheet of dark light flew out, transforming into an exquisite shield that measured about 1 foot in circumference. A large sheet of dark light and green smoke emanated from the shield, wrapping around his body. It was Taoist Mo Luan's proudest magical treasure, an immortal item-grade defensive shield, the Smoke Luan Shield. It was crafted using the Earth Core Crimson Flame Dark Copper, and during the crafting process, Taoist Mo Luan was lucky enough to obtain the soul of an extraordinary bird that possessed the bloodline of Luan and Phoenix as its item spirit. As a result, the shield possessed an extraordinary sentience and an outstanding defensive strength. Furthermore, when he wielded the Smoke Luan shield, it was as if he had grown a pair of wings. His flying speed and dexterity were doubled. Therefore, not only did the Smoke Luan shield have an outstanding defensive strength, it was also a great help to Taoist Mo Luan in fights of magical powers. Wrapped in the dark light and green smoke, Taoist Mo Luan tilted his body slightly to one side and instantly moved several hundred feet away like a fish. According to the trajectory of the red and white lights, his casual evasion was enough to make Gold Horn and Silver Horn's attacks miss. It showed his uniqueness in the immortal technique and his outstanding vision. Only by evading in such a way could he show his status. However, Gold Horn and Silver Horn were ancient mutated dragon pythons of fire and ice. How could their attacks be dodged so easily? Swish! The red and white beams vanished abruptly as they teleported right before Taoist Mo Luan and smashed forcefully onto the Smoke Luan shield. A long cry that sounded like that of a dragon, yet not a dragon, rang out, followed by a sharp and melodious cry of a bird. The Smoke Luan shield shone with a blinding light, and a large sheet of green light burst out. Taoist Mo Luan gave a muffled snort as he was knocked flying away by the red and white light. Like a cannonball, he shot up over 100 miles into the sky. A series of clashing noises echoed out as the red and white light shattered inch by inch when they collided with the Smoke Luan shield. Every inch of the red and white light would burst into a large sheet of red flame and countless cold gleams. When the flame and cold gleams collided, it was as if a vast ocean had plunged into a volcano in the Earth's core. Fire and water could not tolerate each other, resulting in a violent explosion. The power of each explosion was comparable to a heavenly thunderbolt. Although Taoist Mo Luan had a profound cultivation base, he was still shaken by the explosions, and his blood and energy were roiling, while his immortal soul was nearly ripped out of his body by the constant dragon roars. Hiss! Hiss! By now, Gold Horn and Silver Horn had absorbed all the thunder tribulation in the tribulation cloud into their bodies. Their dragon python nascent divinities had reached the phenomenal stage, and they had also obtained the mystic cultivation technique of dragon pythons of fire and ice in their bloodline, the dragon python dark scripture. It was a divine ability that allowed them to cultivate both their fleshly body and nascent divinity at the same time, and eventually their fleshly body would turn into a saint. In the ancient times, the clan of dragon pythons of fire and ice relied on the dragon python dark scripture to dominate the world, even suppressing the dragons and becoming the leader of the scaled clan. At that time, the supreme experts of the dragon pythons of fire and ice could even eat divine dragons as food, ancient golden immortals as desserts, and ancient celestials as snacks. This showed how powerful the dragon python mystic scripture was. The brothers spread their fleshy wings and flapped them violently, bringing up a sheet of red light and a gust of cold wind. They let out long and sonorous roars as their scales opened and closed, while the enormous dragon python energies in their bodies were rolling rapidly along the meridians recorded in the dragon python dark scripture. Like two black holes, the brothers were rapidly absorbing the surrounding natural energies and converting them into new dragon python energies. Dragon pythons were greedy and brutal by nature, and the same was true for their cultivation technique. If one were to say that immortal cultivators still had to consider the harmony between heaven and earth, the core of dragon python's cultivation technique was only one thing: plunder, plunder, plunder until the pond was dry. Devour, devour, devour without any taboo. As the brothers unleashed their power, the energy veins under the back of Green Cliff Mountain rocked violently, while the natural energies in the underground veins turned into raging tides that could be seen with naked eyes and rushed into the brothers' bodies. Their cultivation base grew rapidly, and the newly born dragon python energies quickly filled their new bodies, which had expanded to about 1,000 feet long. Their strength grew stronger and stronger, and as their overall strength grew, their ability to absorb natural energies became stronger as well. Amidst wild roars, Goldhorn and Silverhorn flapped their wings ferociously, transforming into two beams of light that chased after Taoist and Molwan. Their fangs were clenched so tightly that they produced cracking noises, while saliva was dripping down from the corners of their mouths. It looked like they were very hungry for Taoist and Molwan. When Goldhorn's saliva dripped on the ground, each drop of it melted the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet into lava, while Silverhorn's saliva turned a small hill into an iceberg. The surrounding heaven immortals looked at each other with great astonishment. When had they ever seen such ferocious and strange pythons? Meanwhile, Taoist Qi and Taoist Min had turned to look at Wuxia. They knew that Goldhorn and Silverhorn were Wuxia's demon pets, and Wuxia had brought them to the back of the mountain, preparing to transcend their thunder tribulation. Taoist Qi could not help but grin and say, "It seems there is no rule against bringing demon pets during a match." Although Taoist Min did not get along well with Taoist Qi, this was a matter that concerned the foundation and future of Yuanhua sect. Upon hearing Taoist Qi's words, Taoist Min nodded and said, that's right. These two dragon pythons are as strong as a few nascent divinity cultivators. If nothing goes wrong, we will definitely win this match." Both men exchanged a glance, and with a tacit understanding, they did not summon Taoist and Molwan, Goldhorn, and Silverhorn back. Taoist Qi wished that Goldhorn and Silverhorn would give Taoist and Molwan a good beating, while Taoist Min was pondering whether Taoist and Molwan could kill these two dragon pythons. Although this was an important matter related to the match, Yuanhua sect still had a great chance of winning with or without these two dragon pythons. Therefore, it was better to let Molwan kill these two beasts. Taoist Molwan's body trembled violently as the powerful red and white light finally dissipated. He was so angry that he let out a strange laugh and cursed. "What a pair of beasts! Beasts! I'll definitely teach you a good lesson today." The dazzling smoke lawn shield sprayed out a burst of dark gleam and green smoke as Taoist Molwan gracefully sped through the air, leaving tens of afterimages behind as he quickly approached Goldhorn and Silverhorn, who were leaping towards him. Taoist Molwan had the intention to show off his movement technique. With the help of the smoke lawn shield, his movement technique was agile and quick without any hesitation. He was like a feather gliding amidst a strong wind, and when he turned and turned, even the divine will of ordinary heaven immortals could not locate his exact location. A movement technique like this gave him a great advantage in a fight of magical powers. No one could locate Taoist and Molwan, and none of their magical spells, flying swords, or magical treasures could hit him. On the other hand, he could attack his enemies with ease, which naturally gave him a great advantage. But today, this advantage was completely ineffective in front of Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Dragon pythons of fire and ice had all sorts of magical features in their strong, fleshly bodies, one of which was their incredible vision. As long as Goldhorn and Silverhorn focused their attention on their eyes, they could see even the transmission of photons clearly. They could even see through the teleportation of an immortal's body in different dimensions when he was teleporting. As for the strongest ancient dragon pythons of fire and ice, their eyes could even go back in time and see what had happened in the past. Aided by their incredible eyesight, both brothers could see every single detail of Taoist and Molwan's body. Nevertheless, Goldhorn and Silverhorn were very cunning. They pretended to be flustered by Taoist and Molwan's unpredictable afterimages, hooking their tails together and forming a ring-shaped protective circle with their wings. Their big claws were tucked under their abdomens, and their big heads were glancing around in panic, while wisps of flame and streams of cold air kept bursting out of their mouths. Taoist Immortal Wan had forgotten that just like the other immortals of Yuanhua sect, he was severely wounded at the moment, and his overall strength was only less than 30% of his peak state. His current magical power and divine abilities were only equal to an ordinary 36th tier heaven immortal. On top of that, he could not fight with all his might, as once he used too much immortal energy, his already stabilized injuries would flare up immediately. Even under such circumstances, Taoist Immortal Wan still wasted his immortal energy wantonly, showing off his magical and unpredictable movement technique as he gracefully approached Gold Horn and Silver Horn. Suddenly, Taoist Min's voice rang out in Taoist Immortal Wan's mind. "My disciple, kill these two beasts. You have a good excuse to kill them since they attacked you first." Upon hearing Taoist Min's voice, Taoist Immortal Wan's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and shot out a white flying sword shaped like a sparrow's beak. It transformed into a curved beam of light and shot gracefully towards the vital spots between Goldhorn and Silverhorn's brows. Last time, Taoist Immortal Wan's flying sword was destroyed by Patriarch Xianxia, and Wuxia had snatched its remains and fed it to the Earth Element Dragon Scale Shield. The flying sword Taoist Immortal Wan was using now was an immortal item grade flying sword, which Taoist Min had spent a lot of effort to buy for him. However, although it was an immortal item grade flying sword, it was much weaker than his original flying sword in terms of both power and intelligence. Right when the sword beam shot out, Goldhorn and Silverhorn's bodies suddenly turned blurry. Without any preparation, the brothers teleported right next to Taoist Immortal Wan's true form. The sword beam brushed past their bodies, not harming them at all. Their heads and tails joined each other, forming a circle that trapped Taoist Immortal Wan within. Then, they thrust their huge claws out, bringing together a large sheet of raging flame and a cold gleam as they slapped viciously onto Taoist Immortal Wan's body. Like an iron hammer smashing a rubber ball, the brothers' huge claws slapped viciously onto the dazzling green smoke that protected Taoist Immortal Wan's body, sending him flying all over the sky. He waved his arms and legs and could no longer keep his balance. After a few tens of violent attacks, the smoke wand shield actually exploded with a loud crack. Goldhorn thrust his tail, which was covered with razor-sharp scales and stood erect like blades, and smashed forcefully onto Taoist Immortal Wan's chest. You're tuning into the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.